This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Pabst presents The Great Gildersleeve. The makers of Pabst present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by John Wheaton. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, do you housewives find it difficult sometimes to get meals in a hurry these busy days? Yes, and make them as tempting and nutritious as your hard-working family deserves? Well, that problem is much simpler if you have a package or two of Pabst on hand. Because Pabst is the delicious golden cheese food of 100 different uses. Pabst spreads easily to make tasty, appetite-satisfying sandwiches. It slices neatly to serve with apple pie or fruit. It's easy to make smooth cheese sauces with Pabst to pour over hot vegetables and other foods. Yes, and there are any number of main dinner dishes you can make in a jiffy. Why, in no time at all, you'll discover 100 or more ways to give tempting variety to everyday meals with Pabst. So keep Pabst on hand. Remember, it's easy to digest. A fine energy food that's wholesome and nourishing. Yes, ask your grocer tomorrow for Pabst in the distinctive round flat package. Remember, it's Pabst. Pabst-ETT. The delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. And now let's join our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's brushing up on his golf game in preparation for the finals of the annual Labor Day tournament at the Summerfield Country Club. On the eve of the great event, we find him in his living room behind the sofa, addressing the ball with a mashie.
Well, now, let me see. This is a very difficult shot. Quiet, Bertie. Never talk to anybody when they're making a golf shot.
Yes, excuse me.
Yeah, now watch this. If you ever get in a trap, Bertie, there's just one thing to remember.
Oh, I keep out of traps.
Yes. The thing is, you want to get under the ball and give it plenty of backspin. Now watch this. This is what we call a chip shot.
Chip shot, huh? What do we do with the chips?
Oh, my goodness.
What's Miss Marjorie going to say when she sees what's happened to her vase?
Well, those things shouldn't be left lying around on mantels. As a matter of fact, I know something that'll look a lot better up there anyway.
What's that?
A nice big silver cup with my name on it.
Oh, yes, that would go good. Oh, by the way, Mr. Gildersleeve, Miss Marjorie said to tell you we're putting you in the sewing room tonight.
It's the sewing room? Why? What have I done?
She said she's going to put Mr. Ferris in your room.
Who's Mr. Ferris?
I don't know, but he's the gentleman who's going to sleep in your room.
Where am I expected to sleep? On the floor?
Oh, no, you're going to have Leroy's camp cot, the one that folds up.
It folds up. Suppose you get the broom and sweep up these divots, Bertie. How soon is dinner? I'm starving.
Oh, anytime now, Mr. Gildersleeve. We're just waiting for Mr. Ferris.
Yeah, Mr. Ferris again. Well, I'm hungry enough to eat a horse. What are we having, Bertie?
Oh, we're having calf's liver.
Have we come to that?
And mashed potatoes and fried eggplant.
Fried eggplant.
Yes.
You know I can't stand eggplant, Bertie. It makes me break out.
Yes, I know it, but Miss Marjorie said Mr. Ferris just dotes on eggplant.
Well, I don't dote on Mr. Ferris. You can tell him that, whoever he is.
Yes, I'll do that. Excuse me now, Miss Gildersleeve. I got to see what's cooking.
Whatever you do, don't let anything happen to that eggplant. Eggplant, sewing room. I don't know why we have a sewing room anyway. There hasn't been any sewing done in this house for 20 years. That you, Marjorie?
Good evening, Uncle Moore.
Listen, what's this thing all about? Say, you're really done up tonight, aren't you?
You like it?
Huh?
I got it for the dance. It only costs $10 more than my allowance, especially reduced. You haven't told me whether you like it.
Well, you haven't given me a chance. Turn around, my dear.
Well?
Marjorie, come kiss your dear old uncle.
You do like it then?
Honey, you look like $1 million, specially reduced.
I'm I'm glad.
There's only one thing. If you don't think that dress is a little,
Don't be old-fashioned, Uncle Mort. I'll bet probably every girl at the dance will be wearing a dress like this.
Maybe I'll change my mind and go.
Oh, please do. It's going to be such fun.
No, my dear. I've got to get my sleep. I got to be in the pink tomorrow.
Oh, come on.
No, you and Doug go ahead and have a good time.
Oh, I'm not going to the dance with Doug.
You're not?
No.
Why not?
Well, Doug and I have just had an understanding, that's all.
You mean you're not speaking?
No, it's all perfectly friendly.
Oh, brother, that's worse. Well, who is taking you to the dance?
I'm going with Leroy.
Leroy? You didn't buy that dress with all to go to the dance with Leroy. And another thing, since when does Leroy go to dances at night? I don't ever... Leroy!
Oh, hello, Unc.
Come back here, young man.
Yes, Uncle Mort.
Where did you get that necktie?
Upstairs.
No, I thought so. Suppose you take it right back upstairs.
Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, Unc, can I go to the dance tonight?
What do you mean, by the way?
I mean, can I?
Why do you ask me? You seem to be going.
Oh, gee, thanks, Unc. I'll sweep out the whole garage tomorrow.
Well, see that you get back here by 10:30.
Oh, okay. I'll sweep out the tool shed. Oh, say, I forgot to ask you how you came out in the tournament today, Uncle Mort.
Oh, the tournament? Oh, I'm doing pretty well. I played Judge Hooker in the finals tomorrow.
Judge Hooker?
Yeah.
Well, the judge must have improved his game.
He's improved his handicap. I think they added in his age or a social security number or something.
Oh, you can beat him.
Yeah?
Why don't you come to the dance? After all, he's coming.
I don't trust that old goat. He's just the type who would sneak home early and go to sleep. Besides, we got a good bet on this game. $2.
Well, you're going to miss the best dance the club's ever had. That's right, Unc. And you know all the trouble we had over the band. Well, guess who we finally got?
I don't know. Who?
They got Bill Ferris.
No.
Yes.
Who's Bill Ferris?
Margie, tell him who Bill Ferris is. He's a band leader. He plays the trumpet. Just probably the greatest trumpet player in the world, that's all. Next to Maury Haynes.
I never heard of him either.
Oh, you have too, Uncle Mort. You know that record, I Don't Want to Walk Without You, Baby?
I ought to. You played it night and day for 3 months.
Well, that's Maury Haynes on the trumpet. Bill Ferris plays a lot like him.
Keep him away from here, then.
Oh, don't be a Nicky, Uncle Mort.
Nicky.
As a matter of fact, he happens to be coming here to dinner tonight. We're putting him up for the weekend.
Oh, he's the one who's sleeping in my little bed, huh?
Oh, we couldn't ask a guest to sleep on a cot.
He's the gent who's ordering the meals around here now, huh? Bill Ferris. I put up with a lot of things, my dear, but this is the first time I've ever had to play second fiddle to a cornet player.
Miss Marjorie. It's been that so long now, it's curling up at the edges.
Well, I'm curling up at the edges, too, Bertie. We've waited long enough for this star boarder of ours. Let's eat.
Oh, I guess we'll have to. I told him 7 o'clock. There he is. That's him. I'll go, Bertie. Leroy, I'll go. Leroy.
Oh, do let me go.
Never mind looking in the mirror, Marge. The guy's waiting.
Hiya, sugar.
Well, hello.
Well, hello. She hadn't seen him since 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Come right in.
I don't care if I do.
Well, I do.
Sorry I'm late. I had to stop off to close the deal. Say, this isn't a bad little dump you got here.
Yeah, thanks.
Who's your fat friend?
Uncle Mort, this is Mr. Ferris.
Just call me Bill.
And this is my uncle, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hiya, Jack.
Just call me mister.
He's a character, isn't he?
Hey, Marge. Oh, yes, and this is my little brother.
Hiya, Slat.
Hi, Mr. Ferris. You know something?
What?
I think you got a swell band. I listen to you every time you're on the radio.
Well, that hardly comes under the heading of news, Bud. They all listen to me. You listen to any of the bands today, Eddie Francis, Goonie Myers, Maury Haynes, they all steal from me.
Oh, but I love Maury Haynes. Don't you?
Maury Haynes, don't make me sick. What's that guy got? No talent? Nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I can blow more trumpet with my left ear than he can blow with his mouth. Maury Haynes. Why, I could have been right up where Maury Haynes is today, cleaning up.
Then why aren't you?
I'll tell you why, just to give you an idea of what you're up against in this business. Maury Haynes and I auditioned for the same radio program a while back. There's no question which is the better band, but it so happens that the sponsors got a crutch on I Don't Want to Walk Without Your Baby. Well, I don't happen to have it in the books. Maury has.
Oh, I love it, though.
Well, I see I got to educate you, Sugar. I wouldn't be caught playing that tune in a dog fight.
What's the matter with it?
It's a lot of corn. That guy, Haynes. If it wasn't for that broken-down ballad, where would he be today?
Well, I rather like it.
Well, the more you
I don't want to. I think it's got something.
Well, don't sing it around me, brother. I can't take it.
Excuse me, Miss Marjorie. Dinner's ready and then some.
Oh, yeah, do you mind if we sit right down, Mr. Ferris? I'm afraid we'll be late for the dance.
Oh, I couldn't eat anything. Matter of fact, I got a little hungry, so I grabbed a bite on the way over.
Oh, well, you don't mind if we grab a bite after waiting for you for an hour.
Oh, go ahead, Jack. Eat your head off. Don't mind me.
Murder.
Well, come on, gorgeous. You don't want to eat now. I got the car waiting outside. If you get hungry, we'll stop at a bean wagon.
Oh, that would be fun. If Uncle Mort doesn't mind.
No, he doesn't mind.
Coming, Leroy? Okay. Hey, will you give me a lesson on the puppet, Mr. Ferris? I can blow a bugle.
Well, some other time. Hey, don't stay up too late, Pop.
You pop?
Shove this bag in my room when you go upstairs, will you?
Oh! Hooker, watch this drive now. Head down, wrists locked, left arm stiff, come back slow, and 1,700 yards right to the pin. Now we come to the water hole. Watch me drive this one across the Sleepy Lagoon. Even Sleepy Lagoon. Where's all that racket? What's going on out here? Oh, they must be back from the dance. This is a fine time for Sleepy Lagoon. I'll go down there and put that goon to sleep. Oh! He'll never get me in a folding cot again. Where's that light switch? Oh, my poor little pinkies. Where's that door? It was here last night. Oh, I'm in the sewing room, yeah. Oh, here it is. Quiet down there, quiet! All right, if I gotta go out there.
Boy, that was solid, Bill. Now let me try it.
Okay, son, blow your brains out. Remember, take the second valve on that high one. Well, if it isn't Fatso. Where'd you get the nightshirt?
Leroy, you skin right upstairs as fast as your little legs can carry you. I told you to be in bed by 10:30.
Is it that late, Unc?
It's 2:30 and you know it. Look at your eyes. They're popping out. Now get up there.
Yes, Uncle. Oh, I'm sorry, Uncle Mort, if we disturbed you.
My window is right over the porch here.
Okay, I won't play anymore. Go climb into your snuggle bunny.
Snuggle bunny. Why don't you take that sour cornet and turn it in for scrap? It's fellas like you who are holding up the war effort. You better come up pretty soon, my dear.
Right away, Uncle Mort. As soon as I turn out the light.
Oh, what's your hurry? You can sleep anytime. Let's park on the swing here and take a gander at the moon.
Well, just for a minute. It's awfully late.
Well, move over. Let's get acquainted.
Well, I really must go.
Oh, nonsense. I don't come to town every day, you know. Say, I hope you're not one of those old-fashioned types.
Well, no.
Well, then move over. That's better. Take a look at that moon, will you? You know, that moon was just made for you and me.
You know, I really must...
No, don't say anything. Don't spoil it. Nice out here, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Marjorie!
The great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few seconds. You know, with so many foods becoming scarce these days, we're lucky there's an abundance of cheese. Cheese is so tasty, satisfying, so nourishing, too. And it's mighty easy to add luscious cheese goodness to all kinds of dishes when you use Pabst-ett, the delicious golden cheese food in the handy round flat package. You see, Pabst-ett is just right for cooked cheese dishes because it melts so smoothly without stringing. Why, making a grand-tasting smooth cheese sauce with Pabst-ett is easy as 1, 2, 3. All you do is melt Pabst-ett in a double boiler, stir in a little milk, and season. There's a real cheese sauce for hot vegetables, fish and chicken dishes, macaroni, any number of foods. Of course, you'll want to serve Pabst-ett, too, in sandwiches, salads, with fruit and pie. Altogether, there are over 100 delicious ways Pabst-ett can glamorize your meals. That's a good thing, because Pabst-ett is so nutritious. It's an excellent energy food, rich in milk protein, and it gives you vitamin A and the important milk minerals, calcium and phosphorus. So you see, for many reasons, it's a good thing to have Pabst-ett on hand. Stock up on Pabst-ett tomorrow. Remember, Pabst-ett, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. And now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve. After a hard night in the sewing room, he comes down to breakfast with murder in his heart and circles under his eyes.
Oh, what a night. I think I'll just have a poached egg this morning, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Mort, I'm sorry about last night. Really, I am. I tried to...
Think nothing of it, my dear. Think nothing of it. What's a mere golf trophy compared to one night of giddy pleasure?
Oh, Uncle Mort.
Oh, well, I guess I'll just give up the game. It'd have been nice to win a cup, though. Just once before I die.
Oh, Uncle Mort, don't talk like that. You're going to win.
Anybody home?
Oh, it's Judge Hooker. Come in, Judge.
He always comes for breakfast. What does he want? I suppose he came over here to gloat.
Old goat yourself. Morning, Marjorie.
Why, Judge, what's the matter with your leg?
Attack of gout. I've got it bad.
Did you say gout?
What'd you think I said? Can't you see it's killing me?
Oh, Judgy, that's a shame.
Yeah, something I ate. It kept me awake the whole night.
Well, that's too bad. Bertie, cancel that egg. I think I'll have some hotcakes and sausages.
Yes, sir. What'd you say, do with the egg?
Cancel it.
Oh, shucks, I went and poached it.
Never mind, bring it on. I'll eat it anyway. Care to join me in an egg, Judge?
No, thanks.
Oh, it's too bad about your foot, Judge. That'll kind of spoil your game, won't it?
Yes, I'm afraid we'll have to postpone the match, Throckmorton.
What do you mean, postpone it? You either play it or forfeit it.
Now, Gildy, you wouldn't want to win that cup by default.
Well, it's tough luck, Judge.
You
but...
wouldn't want people saying you took advantage of a fellow when he ate a lobster.
You should have thought of that before you ate the lobster.
Oh, have a heart, Gildy. You know I can't walk around that course.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the kid? How's your sleep?
You've got the nerve to ask me that.
Hiya, Judge. What's the argument?
Well, maybe you can settle it for us. You know anything about golf?
Oh, do I know anything about golf? Don't make me laugh.
Well, I've got the gout. I can't play today, and Gildersleeve here claims I have to forfeit the match.
Well, that's easy. I'll play it for you.
You? Oh, no, you won't.
Why not, Gildy? It's better than a default.
Oh, he's afraid, that's all.
I am not afraid. I'll play this fellow if that's the way you want it.
All right, Fatso, let's get going.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Ferris, this is our first tee. We're rather proud of this hole.
Yes, it's 485 yards with a trap to the right of the green. Better watch out for those woods at the left, too.
Never mind the diagrams, Pop. Just show me the flag.
Pop.
Where's that driver? Well, keep your eyes peeled now. This one's going a long way.
Oh, my goodness.
Gee, that was a beaut, Bill. It must be 300 yards.
310.
That's the longest drive in the history of this hole.
It was just a lucky fluke, I hope.
All right, Pop, I gave you something to shoot at there. Whip out the old pile driver and see if you can knock the ball off the tee.
Don't worry about me, Ferris. I'll show you a drive. Hand me that club, Leroy.
Here, Unc.
And give me a ball.
Here.
You better give me the good ball.
Oh.
There. Now stand back, son. I've got a lot of things to remember here. Head down, wrists locked, left arm stiff, and come back slow.
You forgot one thing, Pop. You forgot to hit the ball.
Leroy, remember you're caddying for me. You laugh at my jokes. Watch this now.
That's all I wanted to know. I'll see you boys in the clubhouse after the first 9.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Latest results after 8 holes of the final round match between Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve and Bill Ferris, who is substituting for Judge Hooker.
away?
Go ahead and putt.
What are you getting down on your knees for, Unc? You gonna pray?
No, my boy. This is the ninth hole. I'm taking no chances. I'm going to sight this putt very carefully.
Come on, come on.
All right. One side, Leroy. Take that pin out. Quiet now. Sighted putt sank same. Well, looks like I'm going to win this hole, Ferris.
Not if I sink this 25-footer. It'll be a tie.
Brother, if you sink that putt, I'll buy you a lunch.
It's a deal. Hold your breath.
Loose.
Come on, Fatso. Let's go to lunch.
Well, Ferris, another piece of pie?
No, not for me, Pops. Light lunch is best when you got another 9 to play.
Light lunch, 3 pieces of pie. Well, maybe I guess you're right.
Mr. Gildersleeve, can I show you some French pastry?
No, thanks, Garçon. Light lunch today. You got it right there with you, though, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
That little chocolate house looks pretty good. What's inside of that?
Just a light filling, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, fine. You can give me the chocolate house.
Yes, sir. Which one?
You might as well give me both of them. Oh, hello, Judge. What do you want?
I just wanted to make sure you're eating your head off as usual. Well, Mr. Ferris, you think you can beat him worse this afternoon than you did this morning?
Oh, sure. I didn't have the feel of my clubs this morning.
You hear that, Gildy?
I ought to shoot better than 37 on a dinky little 9-hole course like this.
No, just a minute, Ferris. You can't come to Summerfield and knock our golf course.
You're right, Gildy.
Oh, take it easy, fellas. It's a cute little course. If you like croquet.
Croquet, nothing. I'll have you know that Walter Hagen played this course, and he said it was wonderful.
The Hague said that?
Yes. He said I've never played on anything like it in my life. Those were his exact words. They sounded better even when he said them.
Well, I still say if this is a good course, I'm Bobby Jones.
Well, you listen to me, Jones. Ferris. I'm just sore enough to make you eat those words. I'm 2 down to you on the first 9, right? I'll bet you $50 that I win this match. Did I say that?
$50? Hey, Uncle, you off your stick?
Yeah, I must be. No, by golly, I said $50 and I'm going to stick to it. What about it, Ferris?
It's a bet, Pop. I never hoped to make $50 any easier. Come on.
Wait till I eat this last roof.
Hey, Uncle Mort, here comes Marge. Maybe she'll bring you luck.
Quiet, Leroy. Ferris is about to drive.
How's it going, Leroy? Uncle Mort just bet his shirt, and it's already hanging out.
Never mind that shirt. Give me that driver. All right. Head down now. Left arm stiff. Oh, nuts to that. Slam it.
Wonderful, Uncle Mort. Wonderful.
I needed food. That's all. I needed food.
Attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Latest results on the final round match between Gildersleeve and Ferris. Gildersleeve has staged a great rally, and the players reached the 18th tee all even. They're playing the deciding hole now. And once more, may the best man win.
You know something, Unc? I think Ferris has been cheating on the last 2 holes.
Cheating? Oh, no, my boy. He wouldn't do a thing like that. Still, he's a cornet player.
Yeah, I know for a fact he forgot to count a couple of his shots.
He did? Why, that's terrible.
Hurry up, Fatso. Let's get this over with.
All right. Go ahead. It's your shot.
Give me that club. There. Right smack on the green. Pop that, Butterball.
Butterball.
Now, don't let him get you going, Unc. Here's your club.
All right, my boy. Here goes.
Look out!
No, see here. You deliberately did that to make me miss.
I did not. I was talking to my caddy.
If you weren't such a little fellow, I'd knock the stuffings out of you. I mean, if you weren't such a big fellow.
Quit squawking. Let's get going.
Move over, Leroy.
Okay, Unc. Don't worry. I know a way to fix him.
What's that? Never mind. Let me shoot first.
Gosh, Unc, you're only 6 inches from the pin.
Come on, Leroy. Marjorie, we'll win this thing yet. What were you saying, Leroy?
If he's going to cheat, we can take care of him.
Oh, now, nothing unsporting, my boy. Can't have anything like that. Are you sure it'll work?
Don't you worry, Uncle Mort. Just leave it to me.
Yeah.
Well, Pop, looks like you'll be home in 5, but if I make this putt, I'm down in 3 and the match is over.
Yeah, I can't deny it, Ferris.
It's only a 6-foot putt. Want to concede it?
Concede? Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve concede? Never. There's a principle involved.
What principle, Unc?
$50.
That's the spirit, Uncle Mort.
Well, have it your way, kids. The cup means nothing to me, but oh, that cash. Hand me my putter, Sam.
Do it now, Leroy. Now. Okay. I don't want to walk without
Hey,
you.
quiet. I told you I can't stand that song. Quiet.
The boy is just musically inclined. Go right ahead and putt.
Darn kid. No. All right, I missed it. But if I sink this one, I still win.
Oh, yes, I can still lose. Go ahead.
I don't want to walk without
Listen,
you.
I told you I don't like that song. Now cut it out.
Sink the putt, sink the putt.
Okay.
I don't want to walk. Another miss.
Say, Ferris, if you miss once more, maybe I'll win.
Don't worry. Watch this one.
Yeah.
That's no fair.
I didn't make a sound.
No, but I thought you were going to.
Say, if I make this putt, I win, don't I? Quiet now. You victory. Wonderful.
By golly, Throckmorton, I'm glad you won. It was worth $2 to see you beat that stuck-up trumpet player.
Horace, you're a pal. Come on, let's get up there to that 19th hole, huh?
I
don't want to golf without you. No, sorry. How do you like my trophy, Bertie?
My, it sure looks handsome up there, Mr. Gildersleeve. Just what the mantle needed. But I thought they were going to give you a cup.
Well, none of the clubs are giving cups anymore, Bertie. The government needs the medal for scrap. But this is a very valuable Ming vase.
It's gorgeous, all right.
Yeah, you should have seen how I won it, Bertie. I was lying about 50 feet from the hole, you see?
Yeah?
Here, give me that club.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. I'll show you. I took my trusty number 5 iron. I swung it easy like this. Oh, good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was composed and conducted by Billy Mills. This is Frank Bingman speaking for the makers of Packset and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the great Gildersleeve.
Have you discovered the speedy way to make swell macaroni and cheese? These days, clever women make that favorite dish without any fuss of grating cheese, without any bother with blanching and baking the macaroni. They simply open up a package of the product called Kraft Dinner. They cook the special Kraft Dinner macaroni quickly in boiling water, and with a Kraft Grated, which also comes in each Kraft Dinner package, they sprinkle the cheese flavor through and through. Presto, the dinner main dish is ready in only 7 minutes cooking time. But the best part of it is, Kraft Dinner macaroni and cheese is extra special good. Fluffy, light, and drenched in cheese flavor. When good cooks discover this 7-minute way of making macaroni and cheese, they say never again to the old-fashioned slow method. And Kraft Dinner is a money saver as well as a time saver. So tomorrow when you're shopping, get ready for quick, tempting main dishes of macaroni and cheese. Ask your dealer for Kraft Dinner. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Well, sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too. Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Mel Blanc and our guest, Francis Langford. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Expertly blended and radiant roasted for rich, mellow, extra flavor. Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop. Well, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, George and Gracie do their final broadcast of the current season. So, for 13 weeks, you won't be hearing from radio's most charming comedian and most talented actor. But Gracie and I will be back in September. So will Gracie's husband. Meanwhile, let's look in at the Burns home, where George and Gracie are figuring out where to spend their vacation. An idea that appeals to George is the big automobile race in Indianapolis.
You know where I'd like to be tomorrow, Gracie? Indianapolis.
Indianapolis?
Indiana.
Well, now, where do you want to be? Indianapolis or Indiana?
Indianapolis is in Indiana.
Oh. Well, that makes it handy. You can visit both of them in one trip.
Yes. Well, anyway, that's where I'd like to go tomorrow to see the big race.
Oh, well, it's just as well you won't be there, George. You'd lose. You'd bet on the wrong horse.
They race automobiles.
Oh, well, then you'd be sure to lose. Horses can't run as fast as automobiles.
They don't use horses. Men run the automobiles around a track.
Well, now, that's the silliest thing I ever heard. Men can't even run as fast as horses.
Look, at Indianapolis, the automobiles do not run against people.
Certainly different from Hollywood, isn't it?
I'm going to try once more. They have a big track where these automobiles, driven by men, whiz around about 150 miles an hour. Now, if I were there, I'd get a ticket.
Well, if that isn't unfair.
Now what?
They drive 150 miles an hour and you get a ticket.
Let's forget about Indianapolis. What would you like to do on our vacation?
Well, I'd like to get a nice suntan.
Well, that's easy.
But it's such a long way to Florida.
You don't have to go to Florida. You can stay right here in Los Angeles and get a very dark color.
I know, dear, but the smog washes right off.
I've got an idea. I'll run down to the Travel Bureau and get some folders on different resorts. Where are the car keys?
In the filing cabinet.
The filing cabinet?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to put the house in order, so I organized an alphabetical filing system. Just look in the cabinet and you'll find the keys.
Okay. Now, let's see. Keys would be under K. Hey, there's nothing under K but handkerchiefs. You've made a mistake.
No, I haven't, no. When do you use handkerchiefs? When you sneeze. K for kachoo.
That's some system. Well, where are the car keys?
Judge, the filing system won't do you any good if you don't learn to use it. Now think.
Car keys. Oh, sure, they'll be under C. Well, for Pete's sake, what's a picture of your brother Willie doing filed under C?
Judge, can't you figure anything out? Willie's in the Navy.
Yeah.
He's on a submarine.
Yeah.
A submarine is an undersea boat, so
Well,
I
you filed
him
him under C, I see. Look, I'm a little slow in catching on to things. Suppose you tell me where the car keys are.
Well, just where any intelligent person would look for them, under P.
P?
Well, certainly. Think about our car.
Oh, I get it. P for Plymouth. That's not bad, Gracie. I apologize.
No, not P for Plymouth. Don't you remember, we had our car painted green recently?
Yeah.
Well, was it bright green or pale green?
Pale green.
P for pale.
It couldn't be P for Plymouth.
Well, of course not. Suppose we traded it in for a Pontiac.
Well, I won't try to figure it out. I've got the car keys. I'll settle for that. Come in.
Good morning, all.
Oh, hello,
Meredith,
Meredith.
hello.
Has your discussion concerning the destination of your vacation reached a satisfactory culmination?
You get somebody to write a melody, you got something. If that means have we decided where we're going, no.
Well, then, may I suggest a most delightful spot? An earthly paradise which lies in the vicinity of my hometown in Iowa.
What's the name of it, Meredith?
Lake Winnie Oscabago Wandakichi Poo in the Willows. However, some folks would like to shorten the name.
Some folks are right.
Mm-hmm. They want to call it Lake Winnie Oscabago Wandakichi Poo in the Pines.
Yes, that's much shorter.
Now, the name was derived from an old Indian saying, which translated into English means, woman love man, man love woman. What else?
We now have the Mad Russian with us.
Meredith, that's very interesting.
Interesting. Well, there's a most fascinating legend told about the lake. Would you care to hear it?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, once upon a time, there dwelt on the shores of the lake a beautiful Indian princess. Her father was Tall Buffalo, and her mother was Little Squirrel.
I wonder what they saw in each other.
The princess had many suitors, but she said the man she married must dive to the bottom of the lake and bring her an alligator.
Oh, big eater, wasn't she?
Yes. No man dared to try, because the alligators were very fierce, you know. However, along came a handsome Indian warrior. His father was Screaming Eagle, and his mother was Purple Pansy.
Well, those Indians come from the darndest combinations.
When he heard the desire of the princess, he didn't hesitate a moment, but he dove right to the bottom of the lake.
Oh, and he brought her the alligator.
No, never came up. Beautiful legend, isn't it?
Meredith, you're leaving now.
I am?
You are.
Well, you know best. Good day, all.
Good day. What a schmo. But at least he gave me an idea. It would be nice to spend our vacation at some lake and fish.
Well, I've never tried to catch a fish there.
Oh, you'd enjoy it after I taught you what to do. First, I'd show you how to make your tackle.
But fish are so slippery. I couldn't hold them after I tackled them.
Never mind, I'll explain it later. Let's go down to the Travel Bureau and get some information about lakes.
All right, dear. Ma, it'll be nice to relax for 13 weeks while Francis Langford takes over the show.
Oh, will Francis be on this show for us or something?
Yeah, the sponsor sent us a letter about it this morning.
Oh, that's wonderful news. I'd like to see the letter.
I knew you would, dear, so I put it in the file for you.
Not that Chinese puzzle again.
Now, George, you're just being stubborn. You can find it easily. Who's the letter about?
Francis Langford.
Mm-hmm. And what's the first thing you think of when you see Francis Langford?
Well.
Better make it the second thing.
I give up.
You think of her husband. Now, who's she married to?
John Hall.
Mm-hmm. And who is he?
He's a big, handsome, well-built movie star.
So look under S.
Oh, S. S for star.
No, S for should happen to me.
Well, okay.
The sweetheart of Sigma Chi. Say, she's a mighty popular girl this time of year, Meredith.
She and every other co-ed, Bill. Yes, these are big days on the campus, all right, with final exams just about over and that long-awaited graduation week in sight.
Yes, there'll be a senior prom, of course, and a varsity show. And most of all, there'll be graduation itself, with Mom and Dad looking on proudly in the class of 1947 marching in the sheepskin parade. Moments that'll live in memory, these, belonging so truly and inescapably to the American scene. Reminds me how down through the years, Maxwell House coffee has become so real a part of the American scene. Coffee? Well, we Americans love it. It's our national drink. And it's a fact worth noting that today, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee at any price. How explain this overwhelming preference? Flavor's the answer, of course. That good to the last drop Maxwell House flavor that comes from the skillful blending of these selected Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. Adding up to great coffee at the peak of perfection. Friends, why not enjoy coffee at its absolute best? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Just say, Maxwell House, always good to the last drop.
Well, at least one thing is settled. We'll spend our vacation at some lake.
Mm-hmm. Oh, before we make it definite, George, I have a letter here inviting us to spend it with the O'Briens. That's my sister Pearl and her husband.
Oh, so the O'Briens want us to visit them this summer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they live in a nudist camp.
A nudist camp?
Yeah, that's what this letter says. See, it says, come and stay with us. We have nothing on for the summer.
That means they have nothing on their minds.
Or anyplace else either.
Gracie.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm certainly not going to any nudist camp. They say the food is awful.
Look, Gracie, the O'Briens do not want us to visit them at a nudist camp.
They do, too. My sister Pearl says right here, she says, please come. This will give us a chance to see more of each other.
Forget it. We won't visit the O'Briens. I'd rather go to the Ozarks.
Oh, you have some Irish relatives, too.
Yeah, my hillbilly cousin, Max Ozark.
Oh, I didn't know.
Sammy's nephew, you know.
Uh-huh.
Well, come on. We're going to the Travel Bureau and get some folders on lake resorts.
Well, this looks like a nice travel agency, George.
Yeah, I'll speak to the fellow at the desk. Excuse me, sir. Could you recommend some nice lake resorts?
How do you do? So you're planning a vacation. First, let us consider the mountains. Ah, they are breathtaking. They're one fine scenic splendor.
Mister, look. All we want to know is about some lakes.
Well, I get to them later. How do you do? So you're planning a vacation.
Look, I don't want you to. I don't want you to get to them later. Tell me about the lakes now.
Oh, sorry, mister, I can't. This is the way I got the spiel memorized, and if I don't say it straight through, I get all mixed up. How do you do? So you're
aren't you the same man who sold us office furniture and real estate?
Yeah, I got fired off of them jobs. How do you do? So you're planning a vacation. First, let us consider the mountains.
Well, I can't understand why you got fired.
Weak union. How do you do? So you're planning a vacation.
Gracie, stop interrupting the man. Mister, couldn't you possibly leave out the other stuff and get to the lakes?
Well, I'll try. If you prefer lakes, we can recommend, if you prefer, how do you do?
At least speed it up.
How do you do? So you're planning a vacation. First, let's consider the mountains. Ah, they are breathtaking. They're looking St. Francis. Let beyond description. Oh, if you prefer lakes, we can recommend the land of the 10,000 lakes.
10,000 lakes, yes.
Which are as follows. Lake Adirondack, Lake Abercrombie, Lake Allegheny.
Wait a minute. Look, Abercrombie, are you going to name the 10,000 lakes?
Yeah, that's part of the spiel, mister. How do you do?
Well, thank goodness we finally got reservations at Lake Louise. Now, Gracie, our train leaves tonight, so we've got to pack in a hurry. You know how long it takes us to get our clothes together.
Not this time, George. This time we can pack quickly. No stopping to look for things.
Gracie,
All our clothes are filed alphabetically.
Oh, no.
George, I don't believe you appreciate my filing system.
That's an understatement. The idea of filing my clothes in this thing. Where'd you ever find these wide drawers?
Oh, that's your regular underwear, dear.
Yeah, that's what I meant. By the way, where is my underwear? It should be under you.
Now, what would your underwear be doing under me?
Not under you. Under you.
George, you're nervous.
Yeah, I fainted twice today. Gracie, where have you filed my underwear?
Under X.
Underwear?
Yeah, underwear.
Where have you filed it?
Under X.
Why?
Not Y, X.
Look, Costello. Why did you file my underwear under X?
Well, because every time I see you in your underwear, it reminds me that you need exercise.
X for
exercise.
Well, here, pack it.
Yes, dear. Now be sure to take your green and purple necktie. You'll find it under J.
Why?
Not Y. J.
Don't stop that. Why is the necktie under J?
Well, who gave it to you?
Your mother.
Mm-hmm. And what does my mother call you? A great big...
Under J, under J. Here it is.
Oh. This looks like the same loud tie she gave my daddy once. My mother used to present my daddy with the strangest things.
I know, I married one of them. Now, let's get back. Come in.
Hello, George and Gracie.
Oh, Francis Langford. Francis, oh, we're so glad to see you. Please excuse the clothes lying around. George is such a messy packer.
I know, Gracie. So is John.
Really?
Yes, I guess husbands are the same whether you're married to George Burns or John Hall.
You're cute.
Francis, we're delighted that you're taking over the Maxwell House coffee time for the summer. But are you nervous about it? You seem scared.
Oh, well, that's because on the way over here, one of those Hollywood wolves tried to pick me up.
Oh, how awful.
He drove along beside me and yelled things like, "Hey, beautiful," and "Where'd you get those pretty legs?" and "Wow, what a build," and things like that. I had to walk around your block 3 times.
Well, why didn't you come in?
He hadn't finished.
I see.
But his car finally ran out of gas right up the street.
Well, good. That'll teach him not to...
Come in.
Hey, George, could I borrow some gas?
Oh, so it was you.
Francis, here's your wolf on the roof. Poof. Bill Goodwin. Bill, meet Francis Langford.
Well, gee, Franny, baby, why'd you run from me? I'm harmless, like the radio serial. I'm just plain Bill.
Well, I'm not like the radio serial. I'm John's only wife.
Oh, married.
Yeah.
Well, George, who's doing the summer show?
Well, you've got a surprise coming, Bill. This summer, Maxwell House Coffee will be sold by the sweetest voice and the best figure in radio.
Now, wait a minute, George. You promised me a vacation.
Bill.
Besides, you shouldn't say I've got the best figure in radio.
I'm leaving out pictures, I know.
Yes, you're leaving out pictures.
Another shy one. Yes. I was talking about Frances Langford. She's doing the summer show.
She is? Oh, I see. Well, then, Franny, I better tell you about Maxwell House Coffee. Now, you see, Maxwell House
It's so wonderfully satisfying, so rich, delicious, and mellow.
Yes, yes. That famous flavor
It's
is
a result
of
of careful selection and blending of distinctive Latin American coffees, radiant roasted to perfection.
Mm-hmm, yes. And it's economical, Francis. You see, Maxwell House
Is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy.
You're really telling her, Bill.
Well, Francis, here's something you don't know. With more than 1,000 brands to choose from...
More people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Yeah. And Maxwell House is always... Well... Maxwell House is always
Good to the last drop.
That does it. I'm getting out of here.
Where you going, Bill?
I have to take singing lessons. I'll get even with her. So long, kids. I'll see you in September.
Bye, Bill.
Well, Francis, Bill may think he has the best figure in radio, but we know who has the sweetest voice. How about a song?
Thanks, Gracie, but my singing starts next week.
Oh, please, Francis, sing something.
No, really, I couldn't.
Well, all right. Then George will sing.
Okay.
Oh, me misbehaving all by myself.
What would you like to hear, Gracie?
Oh, you see, you've changed your mind, huh? Well, anything you want to sing, Francis.
I'll sing You Belong to My Heart.
All right.
You and you'll always belong to my heart.
Thank you, Gracie.
And your command of that foreign language was amazing. I never heard such perfect Russian.
You must hear my Spanish sometime.
Oh, I'd love to. You're quite a songbird, Francis. Almost as good as George.
Oh, Gracie, don't say she's almost as good as me. She is as good.
Of course, Francis. In some ways, you and George are different.
My husband will be pleased to hear that.
George has more power, more depth. But you're good. Would you like to hear him sing again?
No, Gracie, really.
Of course you would. Pour it on a sugar throat. Just open the birdcage of your mouth and make this room sound like Capistrano at swallow time.
Okay.
Birds are sweetly singing and perfume flowers are bringing in the winners when I just passing by. Just passing by.
You're unbelievable. Did you hear that, Francis?
Just passing by.
Did you notice how easily those golden notes came sliding out?
Well, they should come out easily. He flattens them first.
He knows all the tricks. Well, I know you'll do your very best this summer without him.
It's a promise. Well, goodbye, George and Gracie. See you in September.
Lots of luck, Francis. Goodbye. Let's finish the packing. Oh, by the way, where are my cigars?
I put them in the filing cabinet.
Again, give me the cigars, please.
No, George, you've got to learn to be self-reliant. You can find them.
Well, don't tell me. Let me figure this one out myself.
All right.
Let's see. Cigars are made from tobacco. Tobacco grows in the South. The South was the home of Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee was a general. A general is the head of an army. So you put him under A for Army, right?
No, that's ridiculous.
Well, then where did you put them?
Under C for cigars.
Again.
Well, George, it's almost time to catch our train. Has everything been taken care of?
Yeah, the baggage company picked up our trunk an hour ago. I'm all dressed and ready.
Oh, good. Let's get started. Did you put our train tickets and our reservation in the filing cabinet?
I should say I didn't.
Put George in there. They'd be safe.
You and that filing system. I put them in a really safe place. Right here in my... the pocket of the...
Well, what's the matter?
I put them in my coat pocket.
Oh, well, then get them out.
It was the coat of my other suit.
Oh, well, get them out of that.
The other suit is in the trunk.
And the trunk?
It's on its way to Lake Louise.
George!
Don't say it. Just file me under D for drip, that's all.
Join us again next Thursday at the same time for our summer Maxwell House Coffee Show, starring Francis Langford, with Toby Reed, Carmen Dragon, and his orchestra and chorus.
That's right, and we know you'll enjoy them if you listen every Thursday night. And by the way, I'd like to tell you that a new George Burns and Gracie Allen record album will be ready shortly.
Oh, yes, and maybe you'll enjoy listening to it, too. Goodbye, everybody.
See you in September. Good night.
The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Breakfast bother get you down? Why the frown? Get instant Maxwell House. It's instant, it's new, it's good to the last drop, too. Yes, trust Maxwell House to make a better instant coffee. True coffee flavor, true coffee aroma, because it's all coffee made from America's favorite, the famous Maxwell House blend. And thrifty. A jar of instant Maxwell House makes fully as much as a pound of regular coffee. Get instant Maxwell House. Enjoy coffee that's instantly good to the last drop.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. By the way, did you have a good vacation this summer? A nice, quiet time. No unusual excitement. No unpleasant event that shook your nerve so that you jump when a strange hand knocks on your window at midnight or slow, heavy footsteps come up to your door? That's good. Then you're in shape to go on another vacation with me tonight. It's the story I call Vacation from Life. The spot I have in mind for your vacation is a tiny harbor along the northern Maine coast. An isolated beach, reached only by boat from the nearest town 2 miles away. And so lonely, there's only a single cottage. But it's going to be vacant soon. The present owner won't be needing it after tonight.
My name is Matthew Clark. I am 40 years old, and I teach Greek in New York City. I suppose you could say I'm a typical professor since I wear glasses, stoop a little, am absent-minded at times, and as my wife has said so many times in the 10 years we've been married, I hardly know a screwdriver from a monkey wrench or how to replace a burned-out electric light bulb. A fumbler. That's her favorite word to describe me. Well, she's going to find out it's not true. But I mustn't get excited. I won't be able to finish this if I'm right. Don't keep calm. Putting this in our cottage on Desolation Beach in Maine. It's almost dark, and the waves are pounding on the sand. The wind is rising. There's a real northeaster coming. But 4 days ago, when I came up here to open the cottage, the sun shone, the water sparkled, and except for the driftwood and seaweed along the beach, there wasn't a hint of the fierce storms that can lash this shore. I made sure that the cottage was in good shape, aired the rooms, and put away the stock of provisions that Seth Thompson had brought from me from the village in his boat. And then while I waited for Seth to call for me, I walked along the beach, poking into the piles of driftwood like a boy searching for treasure. And I found it. I found something that set my heart to pounding and brought a flush of excitement to my face. Something that roused my imagination to a feverish pitch. It was a mine. A naval mine torn loose from its moorings someplace in the Atlantic during the war and tossed ashore at last here at my feet. It was hidden under seaweed. A 3-foot steel ball with 500 pounds of TNT inside it, waiting for an incautious touch to set it off. When I saw it, I started back in alarm. And then in a flash, I knew what a treasure I'd found and what it was going to mean to me. I was gloating over it so that I didn't even hear Seth's boat arrive at my dock until he called to me.
Professor, you about ready to be heading for town?
I turned to see Seth stepping down off my dock. I hurried toward him. Yes, Seth, I'm ready. I was just stretching my legs while I waited.
Seen you poking around that driftwood. I figured maybe you'd found something worthwhile.
Seth, what I found was a very dead codfish, an extremely odorous one.
Well, here's the boat. I'll
get in.
Professor, for Pete's sake, don't never step right on the gunwale of a boat when it's rocking. You'll either fall into the boat and break a leg or over the side, maybe drown.
Oh, yes, of course. You've told me that before, haven't you?
Well, not more than 11 times. Yeah, I'll hop in first. Now, give me a hand. That's it. Now, jump down here beside me. So look out. Ouch! Oh, Professor, when you lose your balance in a boat, don't ever grab the engine. It's usually hard.
Let me see how bad you burned your hand. Well, it's not too bad. It was clumsy of me, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. The burn ain't bad. Just a little engine grease and fixed it up. There. Now, you sit down back there.
Very well, Seth.
Stay set down. Truth is, Professor, I don't trust you around machinery no more than I would a baby.
My hand burned painfully, but I was too elated to notice. All the way back to the village, and then by train to New York, thoughts and plans raced through my mind. I formulated and discarded half a dozen schemes until the right one came to me. So simple, it would be impossible to go wrong. And then I fell asleep as peacefully as a child. In New York next morning, I hurried down to 10th Street to a tiny apartment 6 flights up and eagerly rapped on the brass knocker.
Why, Matthew. Matthew, it's you.
Yes, Ruth, I know you didn't expect me so early, but here I am.
Oh, I didn't expect you so early, but I am glad to see you. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
I'll make you some coffee. Sit down and be comfortable. I'll only be a moment.
As Ruth bustled around making coffee, I sat down and relaxed. The tiny apartment was soothing. There was an atmosphere of peace and quiet about it that delighted me, and Ruth herself delighted me even more. She was small, charmingly feminine. She was a teacher, too, of ancient history. We'd met during one of my summer lectures at the university and quickly found much in common. One of our favorite pastimes was to discuss the life of the ancient world. Perhaps the Punic War or the history of Greece. She from the standpoint of a historian, I from that of a student of the language and literature.
Here, Matthew. Drink this. It's hot and strong the way you like it.
Thank you.
Oh, look out. You almost dropped it. Why, Matthew, you've hurt your hand. What have you done to it?
It's just a little burn, nothing to worry about.
Matthew, you must take care of yourself. I'm going to fix that burn. Have some lotion right here and bandages. You just sit and drink your coffee while I take care of it. And tell me all about the cottage and the trip and everything.
The touch of her fingers was amazingly soothing. And as she bandaged my hand, I told her of my trip, though I said nothing of the mine that I'd found on the beach. She listened to me as a woman should, with interest and appreciation. She made me forget my clumsiness, my awkwardness at conversation, I cannot deny it, my insignificance in the world. No wonder I loved her with a devotion that my friends would have thought impossible in poor, dull, dry Matthew Clark, professor of Greek. It was with reluctance that I said goodbye when I'd finished my coffee.
I know you have to go, Matthew, but sweet of you to drop in.
You know that I'd come oftener if I could, Ruth.
Of course, Matthew. I understand. Will I see you again before you take your vacation?
Of course, my dear. I'll stop in day after tomorrow. And, Ruth...
Yes, Matthew?
I hope to have some news for you then. Some good news.
Oh, Matthew, you mean...
Yes, my dear, I hope so. But for now, au revoir. How different it was when I reached my own apartment in Washington Square. Louise, my wife, greeted me with a brisk contempt, which has been her attitude toward me almost from the first week that we were married.
Is that you, Matthew?
Yes?
Oh, so you're home.
Yes, I'm home. Safe and sound, my dear.
Safe, but not completely sound, I see. That bandage on your hand, what did you do to yourself this time?
Oh, I burned myself slightly on the engine of Seth Thompson's boat.
Well, you wouldn't be you if you didn't hurt yourself somehow. Who put the bandage on? I see it's fresh.
A very nice young lady in the drugstore at the station fixed it. You see, I stopped by to buy some ointment.
Never mind the details. Now, I suppose you want me to drop everything and fix some breakfast for you.
Oh, no, my dear, no. I had a cup of coffee at the drugstore.
Well, thank goodness for that. Well, how's the cottage? I suppose it had been broken into and half our things stolen.
Oh, no, it was in fine shape. One of the shutters was blown off, that was all.
What about the electricity? I suppose you forgot to have it turned on.
No, my dear, I attended to that first thing. The place is ready and waiting for us.
Well, I can hardly believe you haven't forgotten something. But I can't stand here talking. I have things to do. I suppose you'll want to rest.
Yes, I would rather like a nap. I didn't sleep so very well on the train.
Very well. I'll see you at dinner. There's something else I want to talk to you about. But it can wait.
Something else she wanted to talk about. Well, there was something else that I wanted to talk about, too. I was sure it would do no good, but I had to mention it. I didn't see Louise again until dinner, and then she wasted no time in coming to the point.
Matthew, I wanted to speak to you about your insurance.
My insurance, darling?
I said insurance, didn't I? Wish you wouldn't repeat my words after me like a parrot.
Well, I'm sorry, Louise. It's just that I rather think I'm carrying all the insurance I can afford on a teacher's salary.
On a teacher's salary. That's exactly the point. I suppose something happens to you. What's to become of me? You certainly haven't been able to save anything.
There is my life insurance.
$5,000. A pittance in these times. No, Matthew, you must take out more insurance. With your ridiculous faculty for getting hurt, you might easily kill yourself at any time.
Well, that's a rather callous thing to say, Louise.
It's practical, that's all. Now look at your burned hand. You might just as easily have fallen overboard and drowned as fallen against the engine.
Louise, I'm not a child. Which brings me to something that I want to say.
Well, say it then.
Louise, for some time I felt that you were dissatisfied with me as a husband.
Indeed. Go on, Matthew.
You seem to look upon me as a rather feeble-witted creature whom you must constantly admonish. I'm sure it can be no pleasure to you to be tied to such a man as you think me, Louise.
What are you driving at, Matthew?
Well, you have a very fine intelligence and great energy, and you deserve to be a free woman, able to carve a better place for yourself in the world.
Yes?
You're a handsome woman. You could easily find a husband more worthy of you. Someone like that insurance agent, Kurt von Walter, for instance.
And just why do you mention Kurt von Walter?
Well, it's just as an example. He's obviously attracted to you, that's all.
And so you think I should divorce you?
Well, I can't help feeling that you'd be much happier if you did, Louise.
Possibly I would be. But I know my duty. Without me, Matthew, you would be quite lost. I'm sure you'd manage to kill yourself somehow within a year. I'm your wife, Matthew. And your wife I shall remain until death, as they say, do us part.
Until death do us part. Well, I had tried. I'd done my best to save her. Now I had to go ahead with my own plans. After all, I had a right to some happiness, too. I may be a professor of Greek, but I'm also a man with a man's ability to love and hate. Yes, to love Ruth and to hate Louise. I hadn't even known how fiercely I hated her until after I'd met Ruth. And then hatred had welled up in me with a violence that had astonished me. Some men might put up with such a woman for a lifetime, but I'm not one of them. They are the weaklings of the world. Men, real men, take what they want from life, and I was determined to be such a man. The next day, I did as Louise insisted. I called upon Kurt von Walter, the blonde, handsome refugee who has become so Americanized that he speaks better English than most Americans, and who sells life insurance to men by flirting with their wives. I don't like him. His easy self-assurance and blatant masculinity revolt me. But my business didn't take long.
There you are, Mr. Clark. An accident insurance policy for $20,000, payable to your so charming wife without a fuss of red tape.
Yes, I think it's a waste of money, but Louise wanted it.
Who can say what will happen in this uncertain existence, my friend? Up there in Maine, the fierce tides, the slippery rocks, the great storms. At any moment, an accident may snatch a man's life from him.
Yeah, I suppose so, but I don't know why Louise looks upon me as such a child. She's just as apt to get hurt as I am.
Very true. So why not a policy to insure her life as well?
Kurt, I'm just an underpaid professor. I can hardly throw money around for insurance as easily as all that.
All the more reason you need it. If something happened to the lovely Mrs. Clark, if I say, well, the expenses would bankrupt you.
I guess they would.
So let me write a joint policy to cover both of you. The premium will only be a little more.
Well, all right. I suppose it is the practical thing to do, and Louise always likes to be practical.
Of course. When do you leave?
Tomorrow evening from Grand Central Station.
I'll give myself the pleasure of seeing you off. I may be able to help with the baggage. And for now, au revoir, my friend.
So that was that. A fumbler, was I? Incompetent, unable to plan, born to fail in anything. Louise would see her life was insured in my favor for $20,000, and Kurt von Walter would have to testify that he talked me into it. $20,000. What freedom that would give Ruth and me. We could travel, see Europe, Greece, visit the very spots where Socrates walked and Plato composed his immortal dialogues. But I concealed my jubilance, lest Louise notice it and suspect something. I paid a brief visit to Ruth to say goodbye and to tell her something of the wonderful future ahead for us.
Oh, Matthew, I can hardly believe it. Greece, Rome, Venice, all the famous spots of the old world. It'll be wonderful.
Yes, we'll live life for a change, Ruth, instead of just reading about it in books.
Then your wife, she has agreed to?
Yes, she's going to divorce me. I'm not the man for her, and we both know it.
Oh, I think you're a fine man, Matthew.
Thank you, my dear. But Louise looks at things differently. And we'll be back soon and attend to everything then. Very soon. I promise you. Yes, very soon. Much sooner than anyone but myself could guess. That night, Louise and I left on the main express. True to his word, Kurt von Walter, smirking and odious, was on hand to see us off, and Louise made a foolish fuss over him.
Oh, you really shouldn't have come to the train with us, Kurt. It wasn't necessary.
But of course not. Was a pleasure, dear lady.
And the way you carried all our bags. Poor Matthew could never have carried half of them, even if he hadn't burned his hand.
On the other hand, I could never have learned Greek.
Greek? Oh.
Well, I hope you have a fine trip.
Thank you.
I shall be up that way myself next week. I'll drop in on you.
We'll be looking for you, Kurt. We'll never forgive you if you fail us, will we, Matthew?
What?
Oh, never mind. Oh, dear, it's train time. Goodbye, Kurt.
Goodbye, dear lady.
Oh, Kurt, you shouldn't have done that. I'm not used to having my hand kissed.
In that case, dear lady.
Oh, Kurt, you're a wicked man to kiss me like that in front of my own husband.
I could not help it.
In that case, I forgive you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I shall be seeing you soon. Very soon.
Yes, Kurt, very soon.
I pretended not to notice Louise's ridiculous flirting with Kurt von Walter, and we went to our drawing room. The trip passed quickly, and exactly on schedule, late in the afternoon of the next day, We were in Seth Thompson's boat approaching our cottage on Desolation Bay.
There she be, Miss Clark. Cottage come through the winter right well.
Yes, better than I expected, considering that Matthew closed it up last fall. Oh, the beach is filthy, though.
Well, storms last winter piled up plenty of weeds and stuff.
Oh, really?
I expect you can burn it, though. Oh, speaking of burning, how's your hand, Professor?
It's getting well, Seth. I'm still clumsy with it, but it's healing.
Yeah, them burns can be bad business. I knowed a fella 3 years ago burned his hand and died of it. Yes, sir. Lockjaw. Well, here we are.
At last.
I'll tie her up and help you unload. Then you folks are all set for your vacation. Only you're going to have kind of nasty weather the next 3 days.
Why, is a storm coming up? Oh, goodness, the sky has gotten gray since we left the village.
And the wind's kicking up. Look at them whitecaps out there. Yeah, we're in for a real nor'easter. I hope you folks ain't forgot nothing, because I won't be able to make it here till the storm goes down.
A nor'easter. Well, that's most provoking.
I'll be sure and lay in plenty of firewood.
Yes.
She'll be cold and damp till it's over. Well, I better be getting this stuff ashore. That there storm's blowing up faster than I figured.
Just listen to that wind. We might at least have had a few nice days to begin our vacation.
It is too bad, my dear.
Well, you don't seem very concerned about it. If anything, you seem to be quite happy that we're going to have a storm.
No, but I'm not.
Oh. Now, let's see, everything's put away. Matthew, why didn't you have the phone installed as I asked?
The price of running a wire out this far was prohibitive, Louise.
Oh, money. I'm so tired of not being able to do what I want because it costs too much. Oh, well. Matthew, we need firewood. It's getting very cold, and all we have is that big log beside the fireplace.
Yes, of course. I'll go pick up some on the beach. I'll be back in 10 minutes. I hurried out of the cottage. The wind howled, and the waves were pounding on the beach, sending white foam flying. I strode along the hard, packed sand, exultant. Everything was working to help me. The storm, my burned hand, everything was combining to aid me, as if I'd planned it so. 100 feet from the house, I found the mine, just as I'd left it, hidden beneath the seaweed. A 3-foot globe of concentrated death, nestling among the driftwood of seaweed and dead fish, covered with barnacles. So innocent looking, so deadly. Carefully, I lifted the seaweed I'd placed on top of it and exposed the detonating horns, those deadly knobs of metal sticking up from the mine and spelling death to any ship that touched them. Next, I found several pieces of wood nearby, just the right size for our fireplace, and pulled from the sand a length of rope, which once had anchored a fisherman's lobster pot. And now came the dangerous part. I had to fasten several pieces of the firewood to the detonating horns of the mine, using the rope to tie them fast. With the wind blowing steadily stronger and the storm coming closer, I worked as delicately as a surgeon. A fumbler was I. Not now. In 5 minutes, the job was done. The driftwood tied securely to the detonating horns. A super booby trap for anyone seeking firewood on that beach. A strong pull on one of the pieces tied to the mine. And afterwards, what evidence would there be? It would be tragic, of course. But really no one's fault that Louise stumbled into a mine while walking on the beach. I'd mourned for a while, and then married dear, sweet, adoring Ruth. I was finished. I put seaweed back to cover the mine, leaving the driftwood on top, where it'd be easy to see and pick up. And then I hurried back to the cottage, and my heart was pounding in my chest with a noise like the thunder of the waves as I flung the door open and entered.
Well, Matthew, where's the firewood?
I'm sorry, Louise. It hurt my burned hand. I couldn't carry anything back.
I might have known it. You can't even bring in firewood, you fumbler.
But I did gather some. I left it on top of a pile of seaweed down the beach, but I couldn't bring it any further.
Now I suppose I have to go get it.
Well, I'll help you, but I can't pick the sticks up alone.
Oh, no, Matthew. You stay here and get the fire started. Maybe you can chop some splinters off that log, even if you can use only one hand.
Of course. I'll have a fine fire going when you get back. I can handle the axe with one hand. You see?
Matthew.
Huh?
You're acting rather oddly. Your face is flushed. I wonder if you could be getting a fever.
I don't think so.
Well, then on top of everything else, I'd have to nurse you.
I'm perfectly all right, Louise. And I'll have this log chopped by the time you get back.
What have you done?
The axe slipped. I cut my leg. Help me to the chair.
Take my arm. Here. Now sit down. There. Now let's see.
Oh, my Louise. Look at all the blood. It's a deep cut, I can tell you.
Oh, sit still, Matthew. I can't tell a thing with you squirming so.
Oh, it's...
Now let me...
It's bleeding so. Look, it's coming out in little spurts. Louise, do something.
I'm very much afraid, Matthew, that you've cut an artery.
Huh? An artery? Oh, no.
I always knew something like this would happen someday.
Louise, don't just stand there. Do something. Put a tourniquet on my leg.
No, Matthew.
No? What do you mean?
I mean that fate has obviously intended you to die, and I don't propose to interfere.
Louise, I don't understand you. What are you saying?
Matthew, listen to me. When you said the other day that I should be married to someone like Kurt von Walter, you were perfectly right. I love Kurt, and he loves me. He said so.
Louise, you're joking. Now do something about my leg. I'm bleeding to death.
Yes, Matthew, you are. But I was talking about Kurt von Walter. If I were free, he'd marry me. I know he would. But not if I were penniless. He's European, and they're practical about such
For
things.
the love of heaven, Louise, put a tourniquet on my leg.
I know it's hard for you to grasp, Matthew, but I'm not going to lift a hand to help you.
But you've got to. You're my wife.
I won't be for long. Soon I'll be your widow. And I'll have a dowry of $25,000 to bring to court.
You're mad. He's not really interested in you. You don't know what you're doing.
I do. I'm being completely practical. When I urged you to take out that insurance, Matthew, I think I was hoping something like this would happen. Maybe I was even planning to make it happen. I'm not sure. But now it has happened with no help from me. I have a right to love and happiness with a real man, and I'm taking it.
Louise, please help me.
Matthew, I'm going outside now. I'm going to watch the storm come up. I'll be gone at least half an hour. Then I'll bring back some firewood. If when I come back I find you beyond help, I'll be terribly shocked and distressed. But there won't be a thing I can do about it.
Oh, no, Louise, wait. I have something to tell you.
I'm not interested in anything you have to say now.
It's important. You mustn't go out. You mustn't pick up any firewood.
Goodbye, Matthew.
Louise, come back. Come back. That was just a half an hour ago. Louise is out there on the beach now, watching the waves pound on the sand and waiting. And I'm sitting here getting weaker. I tried to put a tourniquet on my leg, but it only slowed the bleeding. It didn't stop it. I never was good at first aid. I never was good at anything. Just a fumbler all my life. Too late now to help me. In a few moments, Louise will start back. She'll pick up some firewood on the beach. Probably the firewood that I left so cunningly placed because it'll be convenient. She'll pull hard. The jar will set off the detonating mechanism of the mine. There. Under the explosion and broke the window of the cottage. My scheme worked. It worked. So I'm not such a complete fumbler after all. But I'm getting weaker. I can't write anymore. I just want to say that this is my last will and testament. $25,000 from my insurance policies I leave to the Handicraft Foundation for Boys, to be used in teaching boys how to do things with their hands. I especially direct that it be used in teaching first aid and the use of tools, especially axes. Every boy should know how to use an axe without cutting himself.
This is the mysterious traveler again. So that cottage is empty now. There's really nothing wrong with it. Just a broken window and a few shingles torn loose by the explosion of that drifting mine that washed ashore down the beach. You could fix it easily.
If you'd like to know where it is, I could...
Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again.
I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All the characters in today's story were entirely fictitious, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, was purely coincidental. In the cast today were Maurice Toplin, Eric Dressler, Vicky Vola, Helen Titus, and Stephen Schnabel. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Kogan. Listen next week to a tale titled The Big Payoff, another strange and shivery tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler has come to you from our New York studios. This is Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Cross Patch. Take it, Ted. Have you heard about Johnson's special free gift offer to motorists? Listen carefully. Point number 1, you receive free a full-size can, not a sample, of Johnson's Auto Wax with the purchase of 1 pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish. Point number 2, you pay only the small sum of 59 cents, less than the usual price of the cleaner alone. This free offer is made to help celebrate the Johnson 50th anniversary year. Your auto supply dealer, service station, or regular wax dealer has a supply of these anniversary free gift packages now. But if you don't hurry, they may be gone. And there won't be any more. The supply is strictly limited. Whether your car is old or new, it should be Johnson waxed for protection. Take advantage of this offer and get a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. You know, it's estimated that there are 350,000 Americans living in house trailers these days. But we'd make that figure 350,002, because our two friends have got a new, shiny trailer on 10 days free trial. And here, somewhere west of Buffalo, just pulling into a tourist camp full of trailers, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Turn sharper, McGee.
Huh?
Sharper.
Okay.
Not so much.
That?
All right.
Okay. There we are. Gotta get them brakes fixed. Quite a trick getting that trailer through that narrow gate.
Oh, well, you learn to swing it.
Glad it's only one trailer. I feel like an engineer watching his own caboose following him around a horseshoe curve. Oh. Hi there, Bud. You run this camp?
Aye, McWhortle is the name. I'll be bidding you welcome for the small sum of 50 cents.
Oh, okay, Bud. Here you are.
50 cents apiece, laddie.
Oh.
And would you be having a barn?
No, that's not a barn, it's a trailer.
Nay, lassie, you didn't understand. Not barn, bairn, a wee one.
Oh, he means have we got any kids, Molly?
Aye.
Nope, they just us two, Bud.
Well, considering how many people travel by trailer nowadays, Mr. McWhortle, you might widen that entrance gate a bit.
Aye, there were 3 trailers damaged coming this morning.
3. I'll bet that made you feel bad, Bud.
Well, no, laddie, I wouldn't say that. You see, I'm running a wee bit repair shop in connection with a tourist camp.
I see. We were lucky getting in without a scratch.
Yeah. Aye, but you still have to get root. Make yourselves at home, friends.
You'll probably work all night narrowing that gate down first.
Oh, well, let's not borrow trouble. McGee.
Okay.
Evening, folks. You new arrivals?
How do you do, I'm sure.
You betcha, Bud. We just got in. I suppose this spot right here is as good as any camp.
Certainly. Nice trail you got there, mister.
Yep. It is kind of ducky, ain't it, Bud?
Oh, yes. Say, excuse me for asking, young fella, but it's 8 miles to the crossroads store, and my outfit's all out of salt. Could we borrow a little from you?
Oh, why, certainly. The keys, McGee.
Huh?
The keys. The keys to the door of the trailer.
You got 'em.
No, you got 'em.
No, I ain't. I give 'em to you.
Why, McGee, you never did.
Why, Molly. Don't you remember? Remember when we stopped for that 2-gallon of gas back in Albany? I says, listen, Molly, I says, you take the key.
No, it was me that says you...
Never mind, folks. Wasn't even locked. Found the salt myself.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Nice work, Bud. Might have fixed yourself up a sandwich while she was in there.
I did.
Huh?
Well, how'd you like it?
Terrible. All you had was summer sausage, and I hate summer sausage. Well, thanks for the salt.
Oh, that's okay, Bud. Glad to be good neighbors. How'd that guy get in that trailer, Molly? That door was locked.
Maybe he's Jimmy Valentine.
Maybe. I didn't see any lace on him. Well, suppose we start fixing up for the night, Molly. We'll get an early start in the morning. And... Oh, hello there, sis.
Oh, how do you do? Delightful evening, isn't it?
Yes.
Of course it is. Very delightful. Don't you think it's delightful?
Yes.
Of course you do. Naturally. Simply delightful. But let me introduce myself. You don't mind, do you? Well, of course you don't. I'm Miss Muggin. Liza Muggin.
Eyes a muggin. 9 wolf.
McGee.
I'm the recreational director of the tourist camp. Delightful idea, isn't it? Of course it is.
How do you do, I'm sure. This is me husband, Mr. McGee.
And this is my wife, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, the same name. What a coincidence. But as I always say, it's a small world, isn't it?
Yeah.
I knew a man named Benefield in Australia and a woman named Clink in Wittenberg. 12,000 miles apart, and they both stuttered. Was that a coincidence? Of course it was, naturally.
Yeah, of course, naturally. Yeah. But what can we do for you, sis?
Well, I just came over to see if you had a pair of scissors I could borrow. Oh, of course you have, naturally. And I'm teaching some of the children how to cut out. Isn't that sweet? Of course it is.
Here's scissors, sis. My regards to the little snips.
Oh, thanks. That's very kind of you. I'll return it very shortly, of course, naturally. Thank you so much.
Yeah. They ought to call this camp the Trail of the Lonesome Stuff. Don't you get it, Molly? I says that...
Ain't funny, McGee.
Okay. What do we do now?
Well, come inside here. I'll peel some potatoes, and you fill the water tank. Let me see now. Where did I put the potatoes? Oh, yes. Right in this cabinet here. Oh! McGee, look.
Well, for the... What? It's Ted Weems' orchestra. Hey, Ted, what's the idea of hiding in our trailer?
Hello, Fibber. We're stowaways.
Go away, stowaway.
Stowaways, eh? Where'd you get on?
Oh, back near Ithaca. It's a little cramped in here, but it beats walking.
Well, where's Country Washburn and his Carnera cornet?
Oh, we didn't have room for him in his tuba, so we made him right on top. You can come down now, Washburn.
Oh, well, we... Hey, where's Red Ingle?
He's around somewhere. Hey, Red. Red Ingle.
Heavenly days. He's locked in the china cabinet. I let him out.
Better not, Molly. He might be in his cups.
You mean you're going to let Red stay in there? In that little space, you're going to let him stay? Well, of all the foolish things.
Yes, Perry Como's going to sing about that.
About what?
These foolish things remind me of you.
Oh, yeah?
cigarette that bears the lipstick's traces, and airline tickets to romantic places. And still my heart has wings. These foolish things remind me of you. The tickling piano in the next apartment, those tumbling words that told you what my heart meant. Of fairgrounds painted swings, these foolish things remind me of you. You came, you saw, you conquered me. Oh, when you did that to me, I knew somehow this had to be. The winds of March that make my heart a dancer, the telephone that rings elusive answers. Oh, how the ghost of you clings, these foolish things remind me of you.
Camp, Fibber and Molly are just finishing their supper, served from the kitchenette of the trailer.
Ah, this is the way to live, Molly. Costs less to travel and live at home. You know, I got a great idea.
Fine. You wash them and I'll dry them.
I wasn't referring to dishes. Listen, suppose we get a fleet of powerful cars.
Quick, Henry, the fleet.
Huh? Oh, quit interrupting. Get a fleet of powerful cars and start cross-country runs with maybe 10 or 12 trailers hitched on behind each one. Boy, is that an idea.
I think you got something there.
I'll call it the McGee Motorcade. Oh. Make more miles motoring with McGee. Meander from Maine to Mexico with McGee's magnificent motorcade. Oh, maximum miles, minimum money with McGee. Oh. Motoring made marvelous. Hey, what's that?
There's a man with a wrench working on our car.
Oh, there is, huh? Well, I didn't order nothing down. Hey, you, Bud. What you doing to my car there?
Oh, hello there, my little pair of peregrinators. Yes. Welcome to Camp Killcare. Welcome.
Pretty name, Camp Killcare.
Yes. The mosquitoes don't care if they kill you, yes. Slap my own face so much I feel like a Ted Healy stooge, yes.
Well, listen, Bud, what's the idea of using that wrench on our car?
Oh, yes, the wrench. Glad you asked me, my little camp router. Very glad. You see, my car wasn't running very well, and I thought it was the spark plug. Uh-huh. So I said to myself, Horatio, I said, the name is Horatio W. Boomer.
Boomer?
Boomer.
Cease firing.
Horatio, I said, suppose you try this gentleman's spark plug.
Oh, I see. You were going to borrow our spark plug.
Oh, just to test out his own, though, Molly.
Exactly, just to test my own. I was going to use your plugs for a run down the road. Oh. Have them back in your car by spring, and you'd never know they were missing. Yes. Except when they were missing, if you know what I mean. I'm afraid you do. Well, there was no harm in trying. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
How do you know about that? Nerve. I'm glad I caught him in time. This here's the dad-raddest borrow.
Indeed. Huh? That's our wrench he's walking away with.
Hey, is that our monkey wrench you got there, Bud?
I don't know, my little monkey. Can you identify your wrench?
Well, got my name on it. Got Fibber McGee on the handle.
Let me see. Fibber McGee, how do you spell it?
F-I-B... Oh, where'd you get it?
Right out of the toolbox in the car there. Come to think of it, my friend, it's your car, so it must be your toolbox, so it must be your wrench. Yes. Very careless of me, very careless. Should get my spark plugs and my wrenches in different places, yes. Well, thank you very much, just the same.
Just the same what?
Just the same luck I've been having everywhere, yes. Oh, well, that's life, a spark here and a wrench there, yes.
Nice people, Molly. We better get inside before somebody borrows the trailer out from under it.
Oh, it isn't so bad as that.
Oh, even so, I'm going to sleep in my pants tonight.
Yeah. Oh, my.
Hey, Molly.
What?
Let's let the dishes go a while and just sit here and rest a minute.
Well, all right. But just a little while now.
Okay.
Oh, my, it is real peaceful, isn't it? Get out the steamer chairs, McGee.
Steamer chairs? Where is it?
In the storage space under the left-hand bunk.
I don't see it. It ain't under the sink.
It isn't the sink, it's the bunk.
I'll say so. Oh, here it is. Hey, how do you unfold this thing, anyway?
Well, now you take hold of the top bar.
Yeah?
No, that's the side.
Oh, huh?
Top, isn't it? The top.
Oh.
No, that's the other side.
Oh, now, is that it?
Now you got it.
I see.
Now fold that other piece down.
Yeah, like this?
No, that one.
Oh, I get it. Look. Like this.
Oh, heavenly days. Let me do it.
Okay, take it.
Now let me see. I thought it went this way.
Someday some genius is going to invent an unfolding deck chair. And then folks...
Oh, hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo.
Fibber, I just came over to see if I could borrow a... Say, that's a beautiful finish on that trailer. Johnson's Auto Wax?
What do you think?
Oh, well, you know how I am. I always say that Johnson's...
Listen, Harpo, can you get this deck chair unfolded first?
Why, I think so. Let's have it.
Yeah, Harpo.
Why? Why, do you mean to say you couldn't get this unfolded? Why, look here. Why, you just take it like this and...
Oh, my.
Well, now, wait a minute. I'll get it. I think, let me see. This goes here. No, I guess it goes over here. Ow!
Oh, no.
Now, look what I did. I can't get my hand out of it. Pry these two pieces apart, will you, Fibber?
I'll try, Harpo. No, I can't get it apart. Looks like you was going to go through life carrying a deck chair, Harpo.
Kind of like a slave bracelet.
Oh, shucks. Well, I'll get somebody to saw it off in the morning. Well, good night, folks.
Good night, Mr. Wilcox.
Good night. Say, Harpo, what was it you come over to borrow?
A deck chair.
Well, now that we can't sit down, I suppose we'd better be doing the dishes, McGee, and go to bed early.
Oh, no, shucks, it's too early. I think I'll just stretch out here on the grass and look at the stars.
I'll bet you get some figures if you do, I bet you.
Oh. Hello there, little girl.
Hello there, dearie.
Now, what can we do for you, sis?
Well, gee, my mama said to come over.
I get it. What does she want to borrow?
Well, what you got?
Oh. That's it, sis. Don't be like that. What was it you wanted?
Oh, Please, can I have a drink, please?
Now, wait a minute. Don't tell me you haven't got any drinking water in your own trailer. What did your mama say when she sent you over?
Well, she said, go over and ask the man if you can have a drink. And when he opens the icebox, see if they got anything we haven't got. And tell the man we're just out of those things and ask him if we can buy some. But, gee, if you won't give me drinks, mister, I guess we can't buy anything, I bet you. Goodbye, mister.
Did you hear that, Molly?
I did. Heavenly days, they'd even borrow on speculation around here.
Sure. That kid asked for a drink at every trailer on the lot here. She's going to have to be rolled over a barrel before morning. Oh, I'm going to lay on the grass here a while. Don't let me go to sleep, though.
Don't worry, I won't. Not with all those dishes. Oh, how do you do, I'm sure.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, partner.
Hi, bud. What can we loan you?
You got a match, partner?
Oh, certainly. That's the most modest request we've had today.
Yeah, where are you heading for, bud?
Going to hit the grit for Texas, partner. Got to go home and get my rope around that centennial.
We're on our way to the Cleveland ourselves, bud. Going to take in that Great Lakes exposition. I understand they got a swan dancer there.
McGee.
We just come from a big fair up in New York State, Woolworth, New York. They were putting on a centennial celebration.
Well, I hope you had a good dime, partner.
Take your change out of that, McGee. Where'd you say you were from, mister?
Texas, ma'am. Red Eagle is the name.
Everybody in this camp seems to be from the Panhandle. You sure all you want is a match, bud?
That's all, partner. Thanks.
I'll bet you're a Texas Ranger.
Well, no, ma'am. So I borrowed me a police star from the sheriff of Cactus County.
Don't you get it, Molly? The Lone Star State? Sit down, bud.
Thanks, partner. Mind if I sing?
Oh, we'd love to have you.
Well, what you waiting for, bud?
Well, I hate to ask you, partner, but Could I borrow a cord?
Why, sure. Loan the cowhand the cord, will you, Mr. Williams?
Certainly. Thanks, partner. I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, but my legs ain't full and my cheeks ain't tan. I'm a cowboy who never saw a cow, never roped a steer 'cause I don't know how, and it sure ain't fixing to start him now. Yippee-i-oh-ki-yay, yippee-i-oh-ki-yay. I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, and I learned to ride or I learned to stand. I'm a riding fool who is up to date. I know every trail in the Lone Star State, 'cause I ride the range in 4D8. Yippee-i-oh-ki-yay, yippee-i-oh-ki-yay. I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, and I come to town just to hear the band. I know all the songs that the cowboys know about the big corral where the doggies go, 'cause I learned them all on the radio. Yippee-i-oh-ki-yay, yippee-i-oh-ki-yay. I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, where the West is wild, round the borderland, where the buffalo roam around the zoo, and the Indians make you a rug or two, and the old bar X is a barbecue. Yippee-i-oh-ki-yay, yippee-i-oh-ki-yay.
Yesterday, I was talking with a man who had just cleaned and waxed his car for the first time. He's like a great many motorists who neglect the finish of their cars until they look dull and dingy and then think it's too late or too hard work to do anything about it. This friend of mine got the surprise of his life when he used those two Johnson Auto products, Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Johnson's Auto Wax. With the cleaner, which is also a polish, he actually restored the beauty of the car finish, beauty he thought was gone forever. With Johnson's Auto Wax, he protected the finish, so it need never again look dull and dingy. Protected it against weather, road dirt, and the destructive ultraviolet rays of the sun. He was amazed to find the job comparatively easy. He will be surprised also to learn how much he'll save on car washings and on increased trade-in value. Perhaps you don't know that you can now get a full-size can of this Johnson's Auto Wax free with the purchase of 1 pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish in an attractive free gift package that sells for only 59 cents, less than the usual price of the cleaner alone. See your dealer for this special free gift package right away before his stock is exhausted. They're selling fast. Remember, you get the full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. Now, back to the tourist camp where Fibber McGee and Molly are... Oh, this darn deck chair. Where Fibber and Molly are about to get ready for bed. Can we borrow your ears?
Well, I hope all our visitors have gone for good.
Well, if they've gone, it's for good.
We ought to get to Cleveland by tomorrow, hadn't we, McGee?
Oh, easy, Molly, easy. Unless one of these trailer tourists gets there first and borrows Lake Erie.
Well, come on, let's go to bed and get out of here early in the morning.
Okay, Molly.
Hey, Fibber, Molly.
It's Mr. Wilcox, McGee.
Hi, Harpo. What's the matter? Step over this way a minute. Shh, quiet.
You in trouble, Mr. Wilcox?
No.
You hiding from somebody?
No. Listen. Step over this way fast. Okay. Away from all those trailers. This is all right. Now, listen. Did I hear you tell that cowboy you were going to the Great Lakes Exposition in Cleveland?
Yes. Why?
Well, when you get there, look up the Johnson Wax sales manager there, Mr. Corrington, and tell him we're shipping him those Johnson gift packages as fast as we can.
Hey, what is this? What are you whispering that?
What's the big secret about that?
Oh, there's no secret, Molly. But there are people sleeping over there in those trailers, and I didn't want to go rattling around there with this darn deck chair. Well, much obliged.
Come on, Molly. Let's get back to our trailer.
Well, which trailer is ours?
Right over there, next to the... No, it ain't either. Except they all look pretty much alike in the dark.
I know where it is. I think I do. The one next to this one.
No, it's further over. Here we are. This is ours, Mom. See? Here we are.
Come in now and shut the door.
Okay.
Don't turn on the lights. You'll attract the mosquitoes.
Okay. Where's my toothbrush?
Right above the sink.
Well, where's the sink?
Right over... Oh, heavenly days. Come to bed. Has somebody borrowed your brains?
I got a funny feeling that somebody's been in here.
Oh, it's probably the camp director, Liza Muggins.
Woof, woof.
Quiet. Get to sleep.
Okay. Good night, Mother.
Good night, McGee. McGee,
Huh?
you didn't kiss me good night.
I know. I always make my women ask for them. Good night, Molly.
Good night, McGee. McGee, wake up. Wake up, McGee.
Huh? What's the matter, Molly?
McGee, we're moving.
Where to?
Well, how should I know? The trailer's moving. Can't you feel it?
Well, Hey, where's my pants?
Here, put them on quick and stop the car.
Okay,
Somebody must have hooked onto our trailer by mistake.
Okay.
Hurry, McGee.
I can't hurry. These pants are... Dad, rat, if these ain't my pants. Say, we're in somebody else's trailer.
Oh, heavenly days. And us maybe on our way to Mexico.
Hey, you up there. Hey, let us out of here.
Let me say a word here about Johnson's regular household wax. And, of course, this time I'm really talking to the ladies of our audience. During the past 50 years, Johnson's wax has become a byword in American homes. It's more than a polish. It really has become a method of housekeeping, one that saves many hours of housework all through the year and adds greatly to the beauty of the home. When you walk into a home that is Johnson wax for protection and beauty, you'll notice the difference right away. The floors and furniture and woodwork are clean and beautiful with a soft, satiny beauty. Lampshades and window sills, radiator covers, and leather goods are free from messy fingerprints and dirt. And if you look at Milady's hands, you'll see that she hasn't had to scrub floors or do hard cleaning work for years. Is it any wonder that year after year, more and more homes adopt the Johnson wax method of housekeeping? Johnson's wax comes in both liquid and paste form, and it's sold everywhere.
I see by the paper where Paramount is suing Sam Goldwyn for luring Clark Gable away from him.
Clark Gable, huh?
Mm-hmm.
They should have done like Mark Anthony. He was polite about it.
How do you mean?
Don't you remember? Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears.
Good night.
Among the selections heard on our program tonight was I'm an Old Cowhand from Rhythm on the Range. Next week, Fibber McGee and Molly will be heard from the Great Lakes Exposition Grounds at Cleveland. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking, and this is the... That confounded deck chair. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Hanamichi and Francis Langford as John and Blanche Dickerson in The Honeymoon is Over. 2:00 in the morning finds the Dickerson automobile straining under the additional weight of a house trailer, moving in the general direction of Yellowstone National Park. This is John Dickerson's first vacation in 7 years. His wife, Blanche, is determined to see that he gets a good rest. They've been driving steadily for 9 hours. Listen.
John,
No,
don't slump like that.
I'm not slumping.
You are, too. Your eyes are almost closed and your head keeps lolling on my shoulder.
Well, I'm sleepy, Blanche. I can't drive anymore.
You're not driving, I am. I haven't touched the wheel for the last 8 hours. I've driven all the way since we left that gas station in Bakersfield.
What are we doing in Bakersfield?
You and the car got tanked up at the same time. I'm warning you, John Dickerson. I'm not going to stand for your conduct much longer. I'm growing old having to battle with you because of your acts. What do you think I am?
Old battle axe.
What?
You put out the lights, Blanche.
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I'm not listening. Drive careful, Blanche. Good night.
I wish we'd never started on this trip. Shh. I won't shush. You've got no right to treat me like a truck driver. You haven't been 1 minute's help to me. I don't know where we're going. I can't understand these dials on the dashboard. I'm telling you now, John, if you fall asleep once more, I'll run out of gas.
Oh, you say it, but you won't do it.
That settles it. I'm not going to drive another step.
Well, pull over to the side. You can't stop in the middle of the highway. You're blocking traffic.
Oh, all right. It won't start.
Let me see that gas gauge. Empty. Why didn't you tell me we were running low?
I told you I didn't know anything about it.
Well, there's no use sitting here. There's only one way to get this outfit over to the side of the road, and that's by pushing it. Now, don't touch a thing until I tell you. Okay, Blanche.
I can't even budge it, John. You come out and push.
Wait a minute. Let me try this stuff. Why, you didn't even have the ignition key on. There, that's that.
Turn off the headlights, John, and come back here in the trailer. Where did I put that suitcase with my nightgown? John? John? Where is he? What's he doing in that car? How can that man sleep with his head in the glove compartment?
What's the matter? What time is it, Blanche?
Come on out of that car and sleep in the trailer. Now, watch your step.
I'm sleepy. I don't want to open my eyes.
Go on, get in. Now, take your clothes off.
Where's the bed?
Just pull down the ironing board and hook it to the bread box.
I can't sleep on an ironing board. What kind of a trailer is this?
You don't have to sleep on the ironing board. That just makes the slab.
Oh.
Now, you just fold the stove underneath and slide the seat pads on top. There. Isn't that clever?
Wonderful. Good night.
The other bed hooks on the other side. See how simple it is?
I hate it.
Oh, you're never satisfied with anything. This trailer's a darn sight better than our apartment, if you ask me.
Yeah.
It's got every modern convenience. There's more closet space than we have. There's a lovely metal sink, and the bathroom is out of this world.
That's what I was afraid of. Blow out the candle, Blanche.
It's not a candle. It's an electric bulb shaped like a candle.
Well, turn it off and go to sleep. Oh, I've never been so tired in my life.
And if it won't trouble you too much, I'd like to get out of my clothes. Would you mind unzipping my back?
Back up.
Thanks.
Here's the zipper. I couldn't help it. The darn thing came off in my hand. Why don't they sew it on tight?
I'm going to take it back to Madame Selma's and get a refund. Then I'm going out and buy some real clothes.
Oh, you got plenty of clothes.
I have not.
You have, too. You spend a fortune on clothes.
How can you say that? All I own is this dress and that red dinner gown. And I got that gown for a ridiculous figure.
Well, you were fatter then.
I'm talking about the price. Don't you go babbling about me spending money for clothes. Is it any crime that I need a new dress?
You always need a new dress. When I married you, you didn't have a rag on your back, and now you're covered with them.
It's true, though. All I've got is rags. And you scream your head off if I buy one dress a year. In another 2 months, I'll have absolutely nothing to wear around the house. Then what'll I do?
Pull down the shade.
Believe me, Gloria Goosey got the right kind of a husband. That Leo gives her everything, and he never squawks. Leo covers her with diamonds and bundles her in furs. Leo bought her a blue mink coat last month, and the month before that, Leo gave her a pearl necklace.
Yeah, pearl.
I saw her last week, and what do you think she's got wrapped around her little finger?
Leo.
Don't she have it? She's got a ring with a diamond in it as big as my head.
Maybe it's as big, but I'll bet it's not as thick.
You be careful how you talk to me, John.
Well, you're always riling me up. I didn't start anything. You did. You want to do nothing but fight, fight, fight.
Keep quiet. You'll wake the neighbors.
What neighbors? We're in a trailer 1,000,000 miles from everybody.
I wish I was home.
Oh, so do I. Good night.
Oh, John, can't we even enjoy ourselves for 1 week? I didn't mean to start anything.
Well, get to bed. I'm so tired, I don't know what I'm doing.
All right. Well, hand me my cold cream from the overnight bag, will you please, John? It's right under your bed.
How do you jam all this stuff into one small bag? Hairnets, bobby pins, slippers, stockings, bathrobes. Here's your cold cream.
Thanks, dear.
What's this? Since when do they put fur on them?
All earmuffs have fur on them.
Oh, they're earmuffs. Are you ready for bed now?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good night.
Let's talk.
Oh, Blanche, I don't feel like talking. I want to sleep.
I don't understand you. I swear I don't. You never want to talk. Not to me, anyway. I mean a real conversation. John?
No.
You know you haven't actually spoken to me for 3 months? Why is that, John?
I didn't want to interrupt you.
See, then you say I start everything. Can't you say something nice to me just once in your life? Must you always dig at me?
Blanche, it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
I don't care. I try to be sweet to you, and you won't even be civil.
Oh,
I'll bet there is another woman alive who has to humiliate herself the way I do to get a kind word from her husband.
Kind word.
Why did you marry me if you can't stand the sight of me?
I can stand the sight of it.
But you don't love me.
Yes, I do.
You don't.
I tell you, I do.
Then why don't you say it?
I've said it until I'm blue in the face. I made records in 7 different languages. I broadcasted on Truth and Consequences. I even offered to stamp out John Loves Blanche with a hot branding iron, didn't I? You wouldn't let me do it, would you?
No.
Why not?
Because it was burning my hip.
Well, if you can't stand a little pain, don't keep asking for proof of my love. I'm going to tell you for the last time, Blanche, no man ever felt about a woman the way I feel about you.
Honest?
Honest.
Do you really despise me?
You know I do. Please don't start that all over again, Blanche.
Well, I can't help feeling that... What was that?
What was what?
Outside the trailer. I thought I heard somebody prowling around. Get up and look, John.
Oh, there's nobody there.
You left the keys in the car. Why don't you get up and look?
There's nothing to look for.
That proves that you don't love me. You once told me you'd face death for me, didn't you?
Yes.
Then why don't you go see who it is?
How do I know he's dead?
I'm scared.
Oh, don't be scared.
John, if anybody breaks in here, will you save me?
Yes, I'll save you.
Why?
Oh, what's the matter with you, Blanche? Why don't you just calm down and go to sleep?
I can't sleep. I'm worried.
Well, I tell you, there's nobody outside.
It's not that. I've got something to tell you.
Well, tell me.
If you give me a kiss, I'll tell you.
Tell me later and I'll kiss you later.
You might not feel like kissing me later.
I don't feel like kissing you now. Not after the way you upset me. What have you done?
You remember when we stopped for gas in Las Vegas?
I remember.
Well, I went into the washroom to powder my nose, and they had a slot machine built into the mirror.
You went for it, huh? How many nickels did you lose?
It was a dollar machine.
Oh, Blanche, you didn't lose $1.
I lost $47.
$47? You squandered my life savings on a one-armed bandit.
I was only trying to make enough to pay for the...
How can you throw away my money like that? I worked like a slave to hold on to a few pennies. I deny myself everything. I've been sewing collars on your old bloomers and wearing them for turtlenecks. Yesterday I took a bite out of my own leg to save on lunch. He gambles away $47. I never gambled in my life.
Last week you bought a raffle ticket for $a quarter.
What raffle? It was a pawn ticket. I hocked my teeth.
There's somebody unhitching the car.
Don't try to change the subject. We're going to have a showdown if it's a lamp.
Down. Look out the window.
What are you talking about? Where? What happened to the car, Blanche? It's gone.
I told you there was a problem, but you wouldn't listen.
Oh, how do we get the police? That crook made off with my car.
Well, you don't have to get hysterical, John. He can't get away with it.
Why not?
Because I copied down his license number.
What's the use? Good night, Blanche.
Good night, John.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the gay white Christmas musical Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, tonight, it is our particular pleasure to bring you Paramount Pictures' delightful musical Holiday Inn, with its great score by Mr. Irving Berlin. As the lovely leading lady of the piece, you will hear Miss Martha Tilton. Mr. Jerome Cowan appears as the agent Danny, who handles the careers of Ted Hanover and Jim Hardy, played respectively by Mr. George Murphy and myself. And so for the next 45 minutes, come with us and have a happy holiday.
Happy holiday! Happy holiday!
Looking back, I see that each of the moments I treasure and remember was a melody. Because for each moment there was a song, and for each song there is now a memory. Happy Holiday takes me back to the beginning. 1 year ago, Christmas time. I was working in a florist shop, and all of a sudden the door opened, and Ted Hanover walked in. He was whistling. Oh, was I surprised. The most famous dancer on Broadway doesn't walk into a shop every day. I just stood there with my mouth open.
Excuse me, do you usually go around like that, or are you waiting for someone to throw in a fish?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Hanover. I just never expected to see you.
Oh, you know who I am.
Oh, yes, I know who you are, all right.
Well, I'd like some orchids, the finest in the house.
A corsage?
No, I want a dozen, so she can pin them any place she wants.
Oh, all right.
Oh, you know that song, huh? We're using that in our act.
Well, I only know the beginning. Happy holiday, happy holiday.
While the merry bells keep ringing, may your every wish come true.
Happy holiday, happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing happy holidays to you. If you're burdened down with trouble, if your nerves are wearing thin, pack your load down the road, come to Holiday Inn. If you're laid up with the breakdown, throw away your vitamin. Don't get worse, grab your nurse, come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday, happy holiday. May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday to you. Holiday Inn. That's a wonderful sound. It's too bad there isn't any such place.
Ah, but there is, way out in the wilds of Connecticut. You see, my partner Jim Hardy just bought it. That's why he wrote that song. It's going to be open just over each holiday, and he's going to have a big floor show that ties in with that season.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
Why, sure it is, if you have an affinity for the carrot and the field mouse. Personally, I loathe the country. Say, how about the orchids?
Oh, yes, Mr. Hanover. I'll have them wrapped in just a minute here. Mr. Hanover, as long as you're in the shop and you have such a kind face.
And now, look, young lady, look. I'm getting married tomorrow. The lady is waiting. And at the moment, she's engaged to my partner, and we have to explain things to him so he'll understand, you see. And we also have a show to do in an hour, so please make with the package if you don't mind.
Well, I am, but I can talk while I'm wrapping. You see, this is really just a part-time job.
Oh.
Actually, I sing and dance. Mr. Hanover, I want...
I know. You studied dancing since you were a little child. You spent long, weary hours in every theatrical agency on Broadway, but just now I have to get back to the club and get on with the
How
next...
did you know all those things about me?
My dear, that's the story of every star and would-be star on Broadway. Forget it, kid. Marry the florist and raise little orchids. Then you won't get your heart broken.
Well, okay. Here's your package. That's $36. Special rate because you bought by the dozen.
Oh, thank you. Here. You may keep the change. Say, if you really want a job, why don't you take a run up to Connecticut and see Jim Hardy? Our act's folding tonight, and he'll be up there tomorrow.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Hanover. Thank you very much.
Oh, don't mention it. Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. I didn't realize then how much that song would come to mean to me. The next day, I invested a little money in a train ticket and went up to Connecticut and knocked on the door of Holiday Inn. Jim opened the door.
Well, hello. Santa Claus is a day early this year, I see. Come in.
Mr. Hardy?
Yep. Here, let me help you off with those things.
Oh, thank you. It was a cold ride up from the station. I'm Linda Mason, Mr. Hardy.
Well, I'm glad to know you, Linda.
I happened to run into Ted Hanover, and he suggested I come to see you about maybe getting a job in the show.
You dropped the wrong name, lady. Ted Hanover's about as popular around here as measles.
Oh. Well, you can't blame a girl for trying. You see, I work in a florist shop, and yesterday Mr. Hanover walked in and asked for a dozen orchids.
Yeah. And today the girl that I was going to marry yesterday is wearing them. Oh, that beautiful Lila.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. I'll get over it. I'd rather she made him unhappy than me.
Well, when are you going to open the inn?
New Year's Eve. Did that wolf in tap shoes tell you the idea of the inn? You see, I've written some special music for each holiday.
Why, no. I had no idea you were a composer, too.
Well, I had hoped to get the inn open tonight. I'd written a special song for the occasion, but I just couldn't make it by Christmas.
Oh, I'd love to hear the song.
You would? Well, fortunately, I happen to have a piano handy. I live for moments like this. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, just like the ones I used to know, where the treetops glisten and children listen to hear sleigh bells be merry and bright, and may all your Christmases be white. Linda.
Hello, Jim.
Would it be all right at this early date if I said Merry Christmas?
Well, it is rushing the season, but it sounds beautiful.
You know, I like your voice. Maybe... Oh, pardon me a moment, Linda. Hello.
Oh, hello, Jim. This is Ted.
Goodbye, Ted.
No, Jim, wait a minute. Don't hang up on me. You don't know what I've been through.
Nothing trivial, I hope.
Jim, look, I want to read you a wire that just came. You remember Lila, don't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I remember Lila.
Well, the wire's from her. I was supposed to meet her at the License Bureau at City Hall, but she sent a Western Union boy in her place.
Well, congratulations. I hope you two will be very, very happy.
Now, Jim, look, don't joke. This is the wire. She says, sorry, darling, but flying to Texas tonight to marry the most wonderful millionaire in the world. Hope you find a new partner soon. Love, Lila.
Well, that's life.
No, that's Lila. Jim, look, I'm coming to Holiday Inn. See, I'm going to help you open the place up. Now, we'll get it open fine by New Year's Eve. We'll put on a big show.
Now, take it easy. No, thanks, Ted. I've already got my show lined up.
Oh, but Jim...
So long, Ted. I'm sorry, Linda. That was just a fellow who got the wrong number. Linda, would you like to open here with me on New Year's Eve?
Oh, thank you. You know I'd love to. Maybe there is a Santa Claus after all.
Well, could it be me?
Well, Ted Hanover did send me here.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing. It's the first good turn he's ever done me.
Oh, it's going to be such fun to be a part of Holiday Inn.
You're right. 'Cause if you're burdened down with trouble, if your nerves are wearing thin,
pack your load down the road.
Come to Holiday Inn.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday. May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Well, here we are starting on that last week just before Christmas, a week that's likely to get pretty frantic for a lot of us. There's that shopping that hasn't been done yet, and the gift wrapping, and the last-minute Christmas mailing, if you didn't follow the good, sound rule of mailing early. And then there's a lot of decorating and a lot of preparing for Christmas dinner and, a dozen or two other things that have to be done. Yes, it takes a lot of planning, as well as a lot of doing to get ready for Christmas. It started weeks, even months ago. The producers began to turn out their materials, the manufacturers to make their goods, the merchants to stock their shelves. And all through that process, you'd find railroads doing their indispensable part, bringing the raw materials together at the place of manufacture, hauling the fuel, and bringing in the food and the other supplies needed to keep the work going, distributing the product, delivering the goods all over this land. Now, during all these weeks and months, you might not have been on a train. You probably didn't go into a railroad freight house. But just the same, the railroads were working for you, all to the end that so far as transportation is concerned, you might lack nothing, which could help to make this a Merry Christmas. And now back to Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
Happy holiday. Happy holiday.
Yes, for each moment there was a song, and for each song there is now a memory. On New Year's Eve, Holiday Inn was jammed with people. After the first floor show, Jim and I went out in the kitchen and helped dish salads onto plates. I remember looking at Jim and thinking, this really is the beginning of a new year in my life.
Any for those thoughts?
Oh, well, I was just thinking, it's almost the new year.
Yeah, those old hands are practically straight up, aren't they? 1 minute to midnight, 1 minute to go. 1 minute to say goodbye before we say hello. Let's start the new year right, 12 o'clock tonight. When they dim the light, let's begin kissing the old year out, kissing the new year in. Let's watch the old year die with a fond goodbye and our hopes as high as a kite. How can our love go wrong if we start the new year right? Hey, that sounds like it. Come on. Let's get out on that dance floor.
All right.
Happy New Year, everybody!
Hello, Jim, old pal, old friend, old pain in my neck.
Hey, Ted, what are you doing out here at Holiday Inn?
Happy New Year! Hiya, baby, hiya.
Good evening, Mr. Hanover.
Now, look, Ted, you're a little the worse for alcohol. How about going upstairs and lying down?
Oh, no, I don't want to go upstairs. Come on, little girl. Come on, how about a little dance with old Ted Hanover, huh?
Oh, no. Come on, Linda.
It's all right, Jim. I don't mind.
Oh, listen to that music. Just listen and get with it. Ah, that's a baby. That's a baby. Just glide it. Just glide it.
Hey, there's Ted Hanover and his new partner.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Hanover. Jim.
He's okay, Linda. I'll take care of him.
Whether he's sober or not, I never danced with anyone like that.
Hey, that's a great finish to that number, Hanover.
Yeah, it's a great finish to a lot of things.
Happy holiday. Oh, no, not that. Who's making that awful noise?
I am, Ted. It's me, your agent, Danny. Open your eyes and look at me.
Oh, no, I'm afraid to. It might make me ill. Danny, what do you want? 10% of this headache?
I don't need it. I got one of my own. I was with you last night.
Well. Is Junior coming, too?
Oh, hello, Jim. Jim, where did you get that extra head?
Oh, I always wear it in case one goes out on me.
Oh, Danny, boy, where am I?
At Holiday Inn.
Well, where are you?
Who, me? I'm at Holiday Inn, too.
Jim?
Me, too. I'm right here with the rest of you.
Huh. Crowded, isn't it? Hey, how did I get here?
Well, I'll tell you a long story. Last night was New Year's Eve.
Oh, yes. Now it comes back to me. Now I remember.
You know, that's too bad about Lila, but on the whole, I think you're better off doing a single.
Oh, no, boy. Boy, I got to have a partner.
Well, aren't you tired of getting partners and falling in love with them and losing them?
I don't know why you didn't tell me you had a new girl on the leash.
A new girl?
Yeah, the one you were dancing with last night. She was terrific.
Now, wait a minute. Was I dancing last night?
Why, you got the best hand of your life.
No kidding.
I couldn't get close enough to see the girl's face, but her figure.
Yeah? You didn't get close, though.
No. The closest I was when she was leaving the dance floor. I only saw her then from the back.
Uh-huh.
She was about this. I mean, she has a... Well, if I ever saw her from the back again, I'd recognize her. You saw her, Jim. You describe her.
Who, me? Well, I wasn't watching very closely. She was medium-built sort of girl with a medium face. She had an evening gown on with a medium kind of belt in the back.
Just a medium girl.
Yeah, she's built like a former girlfriend of mine named Consuela Schlepkiss. Yeah, that Consuela was all right. Used to play the pinball machine a lot down at the corner drugstore. Why, I remember one time she was high man 3 weeks in a row.
Oh, that's dandy. Thanks. That helps a lot.
Oh, I'm happy to help you out any time, Danny. I'll do as much.
I want to tell you something, boys. She'll be back. A chance meeting in the night. Destiny drawing two pairs of feet together. No woman could pass up a chance like... She'll be back next holiday, and I'll be here waiting.
Oh, you will, huh?
Yes, I will, huh?
Okay. It's your time. Waste it. I'll see you later.
Hello, Jim. Well, I've got my overnight case packed. All ready to go back to the city and the florist shop.
Linda, I've been thinking about that Lincoln's birthday number. I've decided we better do it in blackface.
Blackface?
Mm-hmm. You and I, the chorus, and everyone in blackface.
I went back to New York. A whole lot of things all mixed up in my mind. The excitement of dancing with Ted Hanover and the excitement of singing with Jim. And most of all, the excitement of just being around Jim. I could hardly wait for Lincoln's birthday, but at last it came, and once more I was with Jim on the stage of Holiday Inn, in blackface.
There's a man who's the pride of this great nation, the man who's the cause of this celebration, and they call him Abraham, 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 Abraham. On the February morn, a tiny baby boy was born. Abraham, Abraham. When he growed up, this tiny babe, the folks all called him Honest Abe. Abraham, oh Abraham. In 1860, he became the 16th president. Now he's in the Hall of Fame, the most respected gem. That is why we celebrate this blessed February date. Abraham, Abraham.
The country's going to the doors to shout it loud and long. Then from a cabin made of logs, the right man came along.
The USA's united thanks to one whose name was Nancy Hanks.
What's his name?
Abraham.
Abraham.
She gave this land the finest son who ever went to Washington.
Abraham.
Abraham.
Oh, Abraham.
Abraham.
When someone told him General Grant was drinking every night, he answered, go see if you can't get all my generals tied. That's why we celebrate this blessed February day.
Abraham
was a real fine man.
That was Lincoln's birthday, Jim and me in blackface. And let me tell you, even with charcoal all over his kisser, he was something to start a girl dreaming. I couldn't wait to get back to the inn on St. Valentine's Day, and I was there early in a brand new dress, wearing my heart on my sleeve.
Hey, you really look like something dreamed up for the occasion.
Oh, thank you. Oh, the inn looks beautiful.
You like those cupids? I posed for them myself.
I thought they looked familiar.
Come over to the piano. I've got a valentine for you.
What is it?
Well, you just stand there by the piano and listen. This is for you, from me, honey. I mean every word.
Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart.
Oh, Jim.
It's not the note I sent you that you quickly burned. It's not the book I lent you, but you never returned. So remember, it's my heart, the heart with which so willingly I part. It's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart.
Be careful. It's my heart.
Oh, fine, fine.
It's not my watch you're holding, it's my heart.
How in the world did you get out here again?
Now, just keep playing, Beethoven. Just keep playing. Come on, baby. Let's finish that dance we started New Year's Eve. You know, I've been hunting for you ever since New Year's Eve.
You have? Well, I've been right here.
You have? Jim?
Jim?
Okay. Two of you finally got together. And I'm sure neither one of you need me anymore.
Jim.
Oh, Jim, don't be such a churro. Whatever that is. Don't pay any attention to him. He's just jealous because I always take his girls away from him. Now, can I help it if he isn't attractive to women?
I can't believe Jim would act like that.
Say, wait a minute. Where have I seen you before? I mean, before New Year's.
I sold you some orchids.
Of course, you're the girl in the flower shop. Well, it's a small world, isn't it, huh? Well, come on. We'd better start practicing. You and I are going to dance together tonight. Tonight and every night from now on.
From that moment, things changed between Jim and me. Oh, we went on doing shows together at Holiday Inn, but from that day I was dancing with Ted, not singing with Jim. The holidays were far from happy then. Easter was a bust. May Day was dark and rainy. June, the month of brides, was completely grim. And then came the 4th of July. Ted kept asking me to start out on the road with him with our numbers, but I didn't want to leave Holiday Inn. Finally, I decided to ask Jim what was wrong.
Wrong? What could be wrong? Everything's just dandy. Look, you better get in your costume. It's almost time for your number.
Something's wrong, and I want to know what it is.
Well, look, once I was in love with a girl. We were planning to get married, and all of a sudden a big change set in. She decided Ted was what she wanted, and that was that. And once is enough for that to happen to me. I'm not sticking my fingers in the fire anymore.
Do you think I'm like that?
Well, I haven't noticed any indications of you being any different.
Well, I'm very happy to know what you think of me.
Now, listen, kid. This is a big night in your life. Danny has one of the biggest directors in Hollywood in the audience. And you and Ted are practically on your way west right now.
Well, maybe they won't like us.
Oh, they'll like you. You're great, together or separately. And when they see that ballroom number and that 4th of July solo of Ted's, all you have to do is make your reservations on the Super Chief. And, by the way, that's all right with me, too.
Well, okay, that's all right with me, too. The show that night was sensational. It closed with Ted doing his solo, and the way it went over should have impressed even the toughest Hollywood director.
That was really great, Ted.
Thank you, Jim.
Oh, Ted, you were sensational. You too, Linda.
Thanks, Danny.
Folks, I want you to meet Hollywood's greatest picture director, Mr. Howard Dunbar.
How do you
Mason,
do?
Hanover, it's nice to meet you.
And Mr. Dunbar, this is the greatest dance team in the business. Hanover and Mason.
Yeah, that really was a show.
This is the owner of Hollywood Inn, Jim Hardy. Say, Jim, is there some place that's quiet where Mr. Dunbar and I can discuss business?
Well, you can go right over there in my office.
Well, as a matter of fact, Danny, it's Mr. Hardy I'd really like to talk to.
Hey, Jim has a great voice, hasn't he, Mr. Dunbar?
Well, his voice is fine, all right, but it's the idea of Holiday Inn that interests me. I think there's a picture in it. And we could do a story around two guys and a girl and use all the special songs you've written, Mr. Hardy.
Hey, that's a sensational idea.
Well, now, Mr. Dunbar, of course, considering the originality of the idea, we've got to get a pretty good price.
Now, wait a minute, Danny. Don't let your 10% run away with you. Thanks for the offer, Mr. Dunbar, but I'm not interested in selling.
Not interested? Jim, are you out of your mind? It's the heat, Mr. Dunbar. Heat. He hasn't been himself all day.
The ideas are natural for pictures, Jim.
Well, of course, we'd star Mr. Hanover and his partner in the picture.
I'm not interested in selling.
Well, that's up to you.
Well, now, wait a minute, Jim. Wait a minute. Don't be in such a
Jim,
hurry.
will you be decent for once in your life and let somebody else around here have a chance?
You had to louse this up for me, too, didn't you, Ted? Whether it's a girl or an idea or a song or even a new hat, as soon as I get it, you want it. And you usually get it, too, don't you?
Oh, now, Jim, you're my best friend.
Yeah, I always have been. But you always seem to wind up my worst enemy. Well, okay, you've wrecked everything now anyhow. Take the idea, take the music, take Linda, take the whole darn thing. And both of you do me a favor, will you? And stay away from me from now on.
Okay, Mr. Sorehead, if that's the way you wish it.
Well, Mr. Hardy, we'll want you in Hollywood, too, to write the music.
No, thanks. I'll write the music here and send it to you.
Jim, if you'd only listen to me.
What do you want now, Linda? Should I throw in my shirt, too?
Happy holiday.
There's the next show.
Happy holiday.
Yeah, happy holiday. And many of them.
May the calendar keep ringing. Happy holiday.
Earlier this evening, we were talking about the planning and preparation which goes into making the Christmas season what it is. For a lot of us, one of the high spots of that season will be a trip, for Christmas is the traditional reunion season of the year. It's the time when all members of the family gather happily together in one home, enjoying to the full the warm, friendly spirit of Yuletide. That's why weeks and months ago, railroads began to plan and prepare for the increased travel which Christmas brings. It was necessary first to figure ahead as closely as possible how many of you would travel, and where, and when. The next step was to line up the extra cars and the extra trains that will be needed. And that means also lining up the extra people that will be needed to run them, and making the necessary arrangements in busy terminals to get the trains in and out promptly, and to take care of the crowds. Many of these things can be planned ahead on the basis of experience and expectation. But then there comes along sometimes the unexpected. Weather, for example, a storm, snow, fog, icy roads would mean that a good many of you who plan to travel some other way might change your minds when the time comes to go and decide to go in the warmth and comfort and safety of the train. And if that should happen, the railroads will do their best to take care of you, too. So the railroads are making ready to carry you and your family on your Christmas journeys, and they hope that many of you will ride with them. But no matter how you go, they wish you a safe journey and a joyous reunion at journey's end. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now to Act 3 of Holiday Inn, starring George Murphy, Martha Tilton, Jerome Cowan, and your host, Gordon MacRae.
The heart with which so willingly I part, it's yours to take, to keep or break. But please, before you start, be careful. It's my heart. And so Ted and I went to Hollywood, and Jim stayed at Holiday Inn. I was lonely in rooms crowded with people. I was impatient with voices that dripped with compliments. I was heartsick and completely without heart. Nothing mattered very much.
Linda, you know, we're getting to be quite an item in the gossip column.
Are we, Ted?
You bet we are. How about giving them something really concrete to write about, like, say, a wedding date?
I'm not in love with you, Ted.
But I'm in love with you.
You always fall in love with your dancing partners.
I've never been in love like this before. Why don't you marry me and let me try to make you happy? We go so well together. We dance well, we talk well, we look well.
It all goes to show you how deceiving appearances can be, doesn't it?
Be careful, it's my heart. It's not my watch you're holding, it's my...
Ted, stop singing that song.
Oh, there's no use living in the past, Linda. The past is over. You might as well put your mind and heart in the future.
I know you're right. I know it's the sensible thing to do. I haven't even heard a word from him.
Come on, make a new life for yourself, Linda. Marry me.
You really want to marry me knowing how I feel?
Yes, I'm sure that you'll get over how you feel now, Linda. Every torch burns itself out eventually.
All right, Ted. All right.
Christmas?
Christmas?
Marry me Christmas Day.
All right. All right, Christmas Day. And so Ted and I planned a wedding for Christmas Day. And back at Holiday Inn, Jim sat alone, listening to a record he had made of a Thanksgiving song. He sat by himself, talking back to the record.
Okay, sing it good, Pappy, and cheer me up.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Are you kidding?
I haven't got a great big yacht to sail from shore to shore. Still, I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Hey, you're really loaded, Dad.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
So? Like what?
No private car, caviar, carpet on my floor.
Nothing.
Still, I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Why don't you go out there and tell her you love her, you jughead?
I've got eyes to see with,
You need glasses.
ears to hear with,
Big enough to fly with.
arms to hug with, lips to kiss with, someone to adore.
You're a little flat.
How could anybody ask for more?
You're not getting anywhere sitting here.
My needs are small, I buy them all at the 5 and 10 cent store.
Worst you could do is
So
say no.
I've got plenty to be thankful for.
Get on a train, you chowderhead. I've got plenty to be thankful for.
On the night before Christmas, we shot the last scene of Holiday Inn. I walked on the set, and there was the inn, just as it had been on the day I walked in and asked Jim for the job. There was the Christmas tree and the piano. There was everything, just as it was. All the props were there, only the people were different. I wandered around, touching things, until the director said,
All right, darling. Now you come in with a sleigh, and we'll follow you on the boom from outside into the inn. And when you get there, go to the piano and do your song. You just make me cry when you sing it, and I'll get you out of here early so you can start getting ready for that wedding.
Yes, Mr. Dunbar.
All right, ready for a run-through.
I'm going to
Linda's
marry
my girl.
Jim, Ted. I'm going to marry Jim. I'm sorry, but it's the only right way for this story to end.
Well, that's very nice of you to let me know.
It's the only way the three of us can ever be happy together.
Oh, well, I bow to the inevitable, gracefully saying the appropriate, the seasonal thing. Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
Happy holiday.
May the calendar keep ringing.
Happy holiday.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special thank you to George Murphy, Martha Tilton, and Jerome Cowan for guesting with us tonight. And to our splendid supporting cast, Jack Edwards and Jess Kirkpatrick. Holiday Inn was adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. Well, next week the show train will arrive on the same tracks and at the same time. On board will be Nadine Connor, Sterling Holloway, Clark Dennis, and Francis X. Bushman to join me in bringing you the Sigmund Romberg operetta, The Desert Song. And by the way, tonight we'd like to say welcome to a brand new show which follows us on ABC and will be heard each Monday night hereafter. It's Henry J. Taylor, the famous author and commentator, in his program, Your Land and Mine. And I'm sure you're going to like it. All aboard! Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Holiday Inn was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Technicolor production The Paleface, starring Bob Hope and Jane Russell. George Murphy appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the all-star Technicolor musical Words and Music, based on the lives and music of Rodgers and Hart. Gordon MacRae appeared by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
Friends, this is Gordon MacRae again. All of us who helped to bring you the Railroad Hour join with our guest stars and the American Railroads in sincere wishes that you will have a Merry Christmas and a truly happy holiday season.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Johnny Green and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with She Shall Have Music from the picture of the same name. Summer's really with us now. Today's the day when summer becomes official. But hot weather isn't so hard to bear nowadays. Air conditioning gives us cooler movie houses, restaurants, and trains, and Jell-O gives us cooler meals. For Jell-O is deeply refreshing, delightfully cool and satisfying. It's also a very quick, simple dessert to prepare. You can make Jell-O well ahead of time in the morning and then pop it into your refrigerator. Or you can make it on short notice because it sets so quickly. And when you bring Jell-O to the table, you've every reason to be proud. For whether you serve it plain or in fancy molds, whether you put fruit in it or add whipped cream, Jell-O's delicious true fruit flavor is always a very welcome part of the meal. Of all gelatin desserts, Jell-O and only Jell-O brings you that extra rich fruit taste. Use it to brighten your menus this summer. Use it whenever you want a warm weather salad or dessert. Only just be sure you get genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. And now we bring to you for the last time this season that worn-out master of ceremonies, Jack Benny.
Well. Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you slightly frayed, a bit weary, and fresh as a daisy in an ash can. And believe me, folks, I'm sure due for a vacation.
Well, aren't you going to take one, Jack?
No, Don, I can't. You know, I'm going to make that picture for Paramount. I accepted that butler's part they gave me.
Well, that's practically a vacation.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. You know, they promised to build it up a little. What are you planning to do this summer, Don?
Well, I'm staying right on the Jell-O Summer Show, Jack. I'm going to take your place for the next 3 months.
Oh, you're going to be the master of ceremonies till I get back.
Yes, sir, and oh, boy, I can hardly wait.
Well, all I can say is good luck to you, Don, and I hope you do a good job. Of course, not too good. After all, I do want to come back.
Don't worry, Jack. I'll hold myself down a little.
Oh, I see. Thanks, pal. Thanks.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. Say, Mary, you know, Don Wilson's going to be the master of ceremonies on our summer program. He's stepping into my shoes.
He is? Gee, Jack, what are you going to do?
Oh, I'll just walk around in my stocking feet. What are your plans for this summer, Mary?
Oh, I haven't decided yet. I don't know whether to go to Honolulu, China, or buy an ice cream cone.
Well, if I were you, Mary, I'd get an ice cream cone.
Sure. I can always go to China.
I think so, yes.
Hello, Jack. Happy Father's Day.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Say, this is Father's Day, isn't it? I forgot all about it. Isn't that awful? Gee, you know, I intended to send Dad a tie or something, but it slipped my mind. Gosh, I certainly am negligent.
What does negligent mean, Jack?
Cheap.
It does not. Anyway, Mary, did you remember Father's Day?
Did I? I just sent my mother the swellest book.
That's fine. Why'd you send your mother a book on Father's Day?
Papa can't read.
Mary, you really need a vacation. What are you going to do this summer, Kenny?
Oh, I'm going to take a long rest, Jack. I'm pretty tired.
Well, I don't blame you. I know how you feel singing a whole song every Sunday night. See, I don't see how you do it.
Yes, and I have to stand up to sing, too.
Next year, we'll get him a couch.
Yeah. Well, Kenny, you take a real nice vacation and relax.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Johnny Green wants to know if you brought your violin with you tonight.
Oh, he does, huh? Do you hear that, Mary? Johnny wants to know if I brought my violin.
Maybe he wants you to play with the orchestra.
Yeah, he waited till the last program. Oh, Johnny, were you looking for me?
Yes. Say, Jack, did you bring your violin along tonight?
Yes, sir. I have it right here. You want me to play the next number with you?
No, we're looking for a fly swatter.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm going to hand you fellas the surprise of your life. This summer, I'm going to take a few more lessons and brush up a little bit. Then you'll see.
A few more?
Yeah.
Go on, you never took any violin lessons.
I did, too.
Then your teacher didn't.
Oh, well, let's drop it already.
Now, Jack, don't let it get your goat. This being our last program, we made up our minds to give you a good ribbing, but really and truly, it was all in fun, and we love you. Don't we, fellas?
You bet.
Say, Don, I don't mind. I see you did that together. Very good. After all, you know, it's part of the program.
Oh, yes, and by the way, Johnny has something particularly that he wants to say to you.
He has. What is it, Johnny?
We have a little surprise for you, Jack. You've been a great guy to work with, and you've always treated us square, and...
Oh, well, say...
Well, so on behalf of the boys in the orchestra and the members of the cast and myself, I want to present you with this pure Irish linen handkerchief.
Oh, gee, a handkerchief. Well. These boys, I really don't know what to say. It's things like this that made Scotland famous. You know? Did all of you give it to me?
Yes, Jack. The orchestra boys each chipped in $2, and the rest of the cast gave from $5 to $10 apiece.
Gee whiz, how much was the handkerchief?
A quarter.
What happened to the rest of the money?
Well, we had about $70 left, and we didn't know what else to get you, so we all went out and had a good time.
Well, I certainly do want to thank you for the handkerchief and the good time.
And I want to thank you, Jack, for giving us inspiration to carry on.
And I want to thank you, Jack, for giving us help and encouragement.
And I want to thank Jell-O for giving us 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Why don't you say that for next week? You'll be running the program yourself. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Kenny Baker in advance for singing the next number called Would You from the motion picture San Francisco. Sing, Kenneth. That was Kenny Baker singing Would You. And for the last time this season, Kenny, I'm going to say that was very good. And he stood up to sing it, too.
Say, Jack, what about your picture? You settled that argument with Paramount, didn't you?
Oh, sure. They finally gave in. You know, we start shooting tomorrow.
Who's going to be your leading lady?
That's the only trouble, Mary. I'm having such a hard time finding one.
That's funny. I didn't have any trouble. I just found the cutest leading man. Oh, boy, is he handsome.
But, Mary, you're not going to make a picture.
Who wants to?
Oh, I see. Who's that knocking on the door, Mary?
The sound effects man.
Never mind that. See who it is.
Come in.
I'd like to see Mr. Benny, please. Tell him it's Mitch Lyson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Lyson. Come right in. Oh, Mary, this is Mitch Lyson, you know, the man who's going to direct my picture.
Hello, Mary.
Hello. Gee, I wonder if he likes me, too.
What brings you here, Mr. Lyson?
Well, Jack, you know we start shooting the picture tomorrow. I thought I'd come over and get a few things straightened out.
Oh, that's fine.
I brought my cameraman along. This is Mr. Sparkle. We call him Sparky.
Oh, how do you do?
How are you?
Who's that third fellow, Jack?
Quiet, that's the camera. Gee, I hope I'll photograph all right.
I think you'll be okay, Jack. Of course, your hair's a little gray, but we can photograph you with your hat on.
A butler with a hat on. Won't I be too tall?
Well, you can take your shoes off.
That's fine. A barefooted butler with a hat on.
Must be a society picture.
Mary.
And another thing. Those ears should go back a little.
My ears? Well, can't you pull my hat down over them?
Well, you can try it.
Oh.
Now, let me see. Your eyes, they seem to be a little too close together.
My eyes?
There goes that hat down again.
Quiet.
What do you think, Sparky?
Oh, I guess we can move his eyes back about an inch.
Now, wait a minute, boys. Anything for art, but don't get them too far back.
We won't.
You know what I mean. I don't want people whispering in my eye.
You know, Sparky, his legs could be straightened out a little.
A lot.
Gee, Jack, outside of your face and figure, you're perfect.
Yeah.
Now, Jack, you know we shoot your scene tomorrow. I want you to be up in your part. Do you think you know it?
I think so.
Let me hear it. Now, remember, the lovers are seated on the Davenport, and as the phone rings, the butler walks in.
That's me.
Yeah, now read your line.
All right. Madam, you're wanted on the phone. How's that, Mr. Lyson?
Take it again.
Madam, you're wanted on the phone. How's that?
Well, I think you can get more out of it. Can I hear it again, please?
Madam, you're wanted on the phone. Was that better?
Now, look, Jack. You read the line all right, but you're not living it.
I'm not. Gee whiz.
No, you must think of what you're saying. Now, when you walk into that room, whom do you see?
Somebody else getting the job.
Mary, let me get this, will you? I see my employer's wife in the arms of her lover.
Exactly. And you have a message for her, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
It's an important message, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Then let it come out. Now, come on, try it again. Relax. Relax!
Madam, you are wanted on the phone. How's that?
That's not it at all. Now, let me try and explain the situation.
I wish you would.
Now, first of all, where is this woman wanted?
On the phone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She's not wanted on the chandelier, is she?
No, sir. No, sir.
And she's not wanted on the ceiling, is she?
No, sir.
Not unless she's a fly.
Please, Mary.
She's wanted on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Then say it. For the love of Mike, say it.
Madam, you're wanted on the say it.
The phone! The phone!
The phone is wanted on the say it. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Gee, you got me all excited. The phone.
See what a phony part.
You got me all mixed up. Now, listen, Lyson, you've been lousing up this part long enough. the first place, Mr. Gensler said my part would be bigger.
Oh, he did, eh?
Yes.
All right, I'll tell you what. Instead of saying phone, say telephone.
Well, thanks. Madam, you're wanted on the telephone.
Say, Jack, I know how you can make your part even bigger.
How?
Well, if the madam gets a divorce, you could say, Mademoiselle, you're wanted on the telephone.
That's right. If she happens to be French, I can say, Mademoiselle from Armentières, you're wanted on the telephone.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't try to hog the picture.
I'm not. Don't worry. Come in.
Hello, friends.
Oh, Schlepperman. What are you doing here?
I got a very important message for you.
What is it?
You're wanted on the telephone.
Eureka! That's it. That's the way I want that line read. Come up here, you.
Are you alluding to me?
Yes, you, Slap. He wants you to read my line.
All right, but make it snappy. I left a hot iron on Mr. Gensler's fence.
I wish Gensler was in him.
Now, look. I want you to show Mr. Benny how to read that line.
What line?
You're wanted on the telephone.
Wait a minute, Mr. Lyson. This guy is no actor. He's a tailor.
That's me, Robert Taylor.
Imagine Loretta Young playing opposite Schlepperman.
What can I lose?
Well, we're losing a lot of time. Now, will you please try Mr. Benny's line? Madam, you're wanted on the telephone.
Madam, you're wanted on the telephone.
Try it again.
Madam, you're wanted on the telephone.
Once more, please.
Madam, you're wanted on the telephone.
Hey, that's fine, Slep. Is that the way you want me to read that line, Mr. Lyson?
That's what I want. That's it. Play, Yanko.
Tonight, Jack Benny starts his summer vacation. So do Mary and Kenny, Johnny Green, and Schlepperman. We'll miss all of you, Jack, but just the same, it's grand to know that you're coming back to us in the fall. When you return October 4th, we hope you'll be good and rested after a swell summer, all ready for another successful Jell-O year. And right now, we want to thank you listeners for helping to make this year such a success. You've shown us that you enjoy these programs, and you've shown us in the most practical way of all, you've gone out and bought Jell-O. We hope you'll keep right on buying it. And we also hope you'll keep right on tuning in at the same time, because Jell-O and I are going to stay on the air. Next Sunday, we start the Jell-O Summer Show. I'll be on hand as Master of Ceremonies, and who knows, I may even find a little time to tell you a thing or two about those 6 delicious flavors. And because we want to keep you in good humor during the summer, we're bringing you Tim Ryan and Irene Noblette, comedy team of radio, stage, and screen, who will keep you so happy you'll forget all about the heat. In addition, you'll hear the smooth rhythms of Don Voorhees and his new Jell-O Orchestra, and the thrilling voice of Morton Bow, our tenor. Be with us on our opening night. Listen in next Sunday, same time and station, to the new Jell-O Summer Show. Tim Ryan, Irene Noblette, Morton Bow, Don Voorhees, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
This is the last number of the last program in the present Jell-O series, and we'll be back again on Sunday, October 4th. And don't forget, folks, the new Jell-O Summer Show next Sunday night at the same time, starring Tim Ryan and Irene Noblette, Don Voorhees Orchestra, and Morton Bow, with Don Wilson as your Master of Ceremonies. I know you'll like it. I want to take this opportunity of thanking Harry W. Kahn, my author, for his splendid cooperation. I also want to thank Ed Baloyne and Bill Morrow, who have helped me write my radio programs for the past 12 weeks during Mr. Kahn's illness. I want to thank Curtis Mitchell and the readers of Radio Guide for making it possible for me to win the Radio Guide contest again this year. Gee, it's a thrill.
Say, Jack,
What, Mary?
why don't you thank me for something?
All right, thanks, Mary. Good night, folks, and many thanks for listening in.
The arrangement of Love and Gloom heard on tonight's Jello program was made for us by Johnny Green. This program has come to you from the NBC studios in Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Listening to Chesterton Radio at ChestertonRadio.com. Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at ChestertonRadio.com.
The Jello program, coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Goodnight Moonlight. The sweetest words of tongue or pen are, let's have that same dessert again. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, those are the happy words that every housewife loves to hear. And believe me, those are the words you do hear whenever there's Jello for dessert. Because Jello is a dessert that folks like to see on the table just as often as possible. And no matter how often you serve Jello, it never wears out its welcome. One reason is Jello always looks so wonderfully good, with its bright colors reflecting all the rich beauty of fresh sun-ripened fruit. And Jello always tastes so good, too, no matter which one of Jello's 6 delicious flavors you choose. There are the rich, tempting flavors that recall the season's first strawberries, raspberries, and cherries. Also, Jello's grand citrus flavors, orange, lemon, and lime, all of them just as gloriously refreshing as the dewy, fresh fruit itself. So, friends, order some Jello from your grocer tomorrow, and while you're about it, ask for several packages of those popular new Jello puddings, Jello chocolate pudding, Jello vanilla pudding, and Jello butterscotch pudding. They're really swell. Played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next week marks our final appearance on the air for this season. So tonight we bring you our master of ceremonies, who has one more Sunday to greet you.
That's right, Don.
One more broadcast.
Yes, sir.
And one more paycheck. Yikes! Jack Benny.
Jello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, here we are coming to the close of another season. Gosh, the months sure fly by, don't they?
Yes, they do, Jack. They certainly do.
You know, it doesn't seem possible that vacation time is so near. Just think, a couple of more weeks and I'll be on a boat bound for good old Honolulu.
Honolulu, eh? Oh, that ought to be a grand trip. Have you ever been there before, Jack?
Yes, Don, about 10 years ago, but the grass skirts were much longer then. I'll probably never recognize the old place. Gee, I can hardly wait to get on that beach at Waikiki.
Oh, it must be gorgeous with that tropical scenery and everything. And I understand they have a couple of very lovely hotels right there on the ocean.
That's right, the Royal Hawaiian and the Moana. And let me tell you something, Don. Those two hotels are tops. They're the last word in luxury.
So I hear. Which one are you stopping at, Jack?
Neither. You see, I've already made reservations at the Sweet Leilani Auto Court. It's brand new, and it's just a short walk to the bus that takes you to the beach. It should be swell there. Huh?
The Sweet Leilani Auto Court? Jack, now, you only take a vacation once a year. Why don't you live at the Royal Hawaiian?
Well, I want to relax, Don. I want a place where I don't have to dress for dinner every night.
But, Jack, the Royal Hawaiian is a perfect place for relaxation. You don't have to dress for dinner unless you want to.
Oh. Well, Don, you see, the Sweet Leilani is American plan. That's the way I like to live when I travel. No fuss or inconvenience.
But, Jack, the Royal Hawaiian is American plan, too.
Oh. Well, Don, as long as I'm going for a rest, I want a place that's small and intimate.
But, Jack...
Oh.
Now, forget it, Don. My mind's made up.
Well, it's your vacation, so I guess you can live where you want to. By the way, what are the rates at the Sweet Lilani?
It's $8 a day for the regular tourists and $5 for us beach boys. Oh, you can't beat it, huh?
Say, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello. Say, Jack, if you're going to Honolulu, you ought to buy a new bathing suit.
Why? What's wrong with the bathing suit I have now?
Well, for one thing, it's got long pants.
Mary, my trunks only go to the knees.
Not when they're wet.
Never mind. Don't make things up.
Well, Jack, if Mary's talking about that suit you wear around your swimming pool, it is a little old-fashioned.
Old-fashioned?
Yeah, you ought to rip that Coney Island off the back. You're in the West now.
Mary, I like that suit, and it's not old-fashioned. I got it only a year ago in my father's store in Waukegan.
Well, it must have been under something that wasn't selling.
I'd like to see something in that store that Dad couldn't get rid of. You know, my father has a slogan. If it don't sell in a year, I'll wrap it up and we'll dicker later. He's some salesman.
I know. When we were in Waukegan last June, he told me I had a figure like Dorothy Lamour.
Oh, he was kidding, Don.
He was not. He sold me a sarong.
There you are. That's Dad for you.
You think that's something? He sold me a sailor suit.
A sailor suit?
If I don't find a sailor, it's a total loss.
Well, that's rich. So Dad finally got rid of it, eh? Say, Mary, come to think of it, I'd like to borrow that outfit. I can wear it on the boat to Honolulu.
Are you going by boat? I thought you were going to swim.
Now, cut that out. I'm going on the Luraline, and it's a great big ocean liner.
Oh, you know, Jack, I envy you that trip to Honolulu. Are you going to stay there all summer?
I'd like to, Don, but I have to be back by the end of July to start my new picture.
Oh, that's right. That's the one you're going to make with Fred Allen, isn't it?
That's what Paramount thought, but I straightened that out. I spoke to Mark Sandwich, the director, and Mr. Allen has been eliminated from the cast. In the first place, how would they ever photograph that face of his?
What's the matter with his face?
I could talk for an hour on that. Why, do you know, Don, when we were in New York last month, the bags under Allen's eyes looked at Phil Harris's and said, "My son, my son." Anyway, I put my foot down, and Mr. Allen will not appear in my vehicle.
Well, that's news to me.
Say, Jack, who's going to be your leading lady?
Only lovely, beautiful Mary Martin. That's all.
Mary Martin. Well, isn't that the girl that used to sing My Heart Belongs to Daddy?
Yep, that's her.
Is she going to sing it in your picture?
I don't know. It's a kind of an old song.
Well, you're an old daddy. Revive it.
Mary, just let me worry about my picture and everything will be all right. Oh, hello, Philsy.
Hiya, Jackson. I hear you're getting ready for that big vacation in a couple of weeks.
Yes, sir. Where are you going this summer, Phil?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't made up my mind yet.
Why don't you go to Honolulu and see Jack's bathing suit?
Oh, quiet. Have you ever been to Honolulu, Phil?
No, but I sure wish I could go. Oh, boy, how I'd like to sit on the beach in the moonlight with a couple of those cute little papayas in my arms.
Cute little what?
Papayas, you know, girls, dames.
Papayas?
Sure. Don't you speak Honolulian?
Honolulian? Phil, in the Hawaiian language, a papaya is a melon. A girl is called Awani.
Oh, Jack, you're wrong about that. Awani is the name of the hotel we stopped at in Yosemite.
Oh, yes.
A Hawaiian girl is a wahine.
Oh, that's right. That's the word. So you see, Phil, what you really mean is you'd like to be on the beach in the moonlight with a couple of wahinis.
Let it go. I'll get some local stuff.
That's the idea, Phil, and I know your technique. You drive down the boulevard in that flashy car of yours and da-da-da-da. Can I give you a lift, honey? That's you. By the way, does your guitar player still sit in the rumble seat with a lasso? Does he?
Now, wait a minute. Don't mention that dumbbell. He roped the cop yesterday.
Roped the cop?
Yeah, what a nitwit. I told him 1,000,000 times. Anything in blue, lay off.
Oh, he's nearsighted, eh?
Yeah.
I should have known that. He hasn't hit the strings on his guitar in 8 weeks. Well, Phil, so much for your private life. And now, inasmuch as there are millions of people listening in that are just dying to hear one of your numbers, how about playing something?
I'll be only too happy to acquiesce.
Oh, my goodness, he got it right. Play, Junior, and go to the head of the class.
I ought to get more dough for them big words. Hit it, boys.
That was Your Guess is as Good as Mine, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Oh, say, Phil, before I forget it, when I leave for Honolulu the week after next, I wish you'd bring your entire band down to the boat and play Aloha for me. You know, give me a real send-off.
Well, that Aloha's a pretty tricky number. I don't know if we'll have time to learn it.
All right, play Tiger Rag, but be at the boat. Now, let's see. Oh, yes, Don.
Yes, Jack.
I want you down there to cheer and wave and holler Bon Voyage to me. And Mary, you bring a lot of confetti and throw it at me. You understand?
Yeah. What about Dennis Day? What's he going to do?
I got him down for a basket of fruit. You know, an apple and a banana and 3 or 4 bottles of champagne. And this is very important. I want all of you to be there early.
Well, come to think about it, Jack, I may not be able to make it.
You be there, Don. I want everybody on that boat to know how much my gang thinks of me.
I'll bring an onion so I can cry.
It won't be necessary. Now, look, fellas, I want you to remember one thing. On the dock, before I leave, I want you all to cheer and be happy. But as the boat is pulling out, I want those cheers to gradually taper off as you realize that you won't see me again for 4 weeks. So your mood suddenly changes from gaiety to sadness. Do you get it?
Yeah, what time is rehearsal?
There'll be no rehearsal. I want it to be sincere. And, by the way, Don, do you think I ought to take along some Jell-O with me? You know, I'll be gone for quite a while.
No, Jack. Jell-O's an established dessert in the Hawaiian Islands.
It is?
Why, certainly. And that reminds me. Connie's and Wahinis. The next time you're in the mood for a tempting and appetizing nakawakia, why not run down to your neighborhood halakui and ask him for a package of Jell-O?
That must be Jell-O.
You will find that it's not only economical and easy to huma cow.
Easy to huma cow? That's a pip.
But it comes in 6 delicious flavors, so insist on genuine Jell-O and always look for the big red letters on the huma nuka nuka kuma mawa pow.
Why, Don, does that long word mean box?
Kakua.
Well, that's the best plugola we've had this year. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we leave the beautiful Hawaiian Islands and wend our way back across the broad Pacific to Sunset and Vine. Ah, what a trip.
Say, Jackson, I just happened to think of something.
Oh, fine. What is it?
If you're going to take a vacation this summer, how are you going to make that picture with Fred Allen?
Phil, I explained that before you came in. I'm not starting that picture before the end of July, and Mr. Allen is not going to be in it. I had him scuttled.
Well, I heard his program Wednesday night, and he said
I don't care what he said. And incidentally, Phil, you know my rule. That'll cost you $5 for listening to Allen's broadcast. You want to pay me now, or shall I deduct it?
You wouldn't dare dock me, brother.
I wouldn't, eh? Well, if your paycheck isn't $5 light this week, may I be under the shower when the pot of gold calls. And take your fine like a man.
Fines, rules. I never saw a guy like you.
And what's your complaint?
$5 fine if we listen to Alan's program. $2 fine if we're late for our show.
Well?
I got one more laugh than you did last Sunday, and you docked me $7.50.
Well, you got that big laugh at my expense. When I happened to mention that my fortune teller, Madame Zuzu, predicted that I'd win the Academy Award next year, you said she ought to be rated. Nice talk.
Well, they closed her up, didn't they?
That's just a coincidence. Madame Zuzu is no phony.
Well, if she's so good, why didn't she look in her crystal ball and see the police coming?
Phil, go down to the clink and ask her. Don't bother me. And another thing, Harris, for trying to corner me, it's going to cost you another $5. So hand it over.
I think that's awful. Don't you, Phil?
Well, I don't mind paying the fine so much, but I hate to see all that dough go out of circulation.
Oh. So now you're getting wise, eh? Trying to be comical, eh? Well, listen, stupid.
Yes, please?
Oh, hello, Dennis. Well, you're a little late tonight, aren't you?
I'll have to owe it to you. I'm broke.
That's all right, Dennis. Forget it. You're a nice kid, and I won't take advantage of you. I'll tell you what you can do, though. When I sail for Honolulu, you can bring me a big basket of fruit.
A basket of fruit?
Yes. After all, you can't come down to the boat empty-handed.
Why not?
Read your contract.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. If Dennis thinks the world of me and wants to bring me a big basket of fruit with a couple of bottles of champagne in it, that's his business.
Champagne? What's going on here?
All right, Dennis, settle down. And now that you're here, may we have our usual delightful tenor solo?
Sure, but isn't Mr. Harris going to play a band number first?
Dennis, if you'd have been here on time, you'd realize that Mr. Harris and his boys have already barbecued a selection. So now it's your turn.
Okay.
Sing, Dennis.
Gee, champagne.
Dennis.
I was better off when I was jerking sodas.
Dennis, sing. For all I've done for that kid, he begrudges me a bottle of champagne.
Love, don't be so cruel to me. Love, don't make a fool of me. Please give me just a sign. Please say that you'll be mine. Say it, say it, say it over and over again. Over and over again. Never stop saying you're mine. Say ever and ever so sweet, ever and ever so sweet, just like an old Valentine. When you say I love you, the same old I love you, they whisper in stories and play. You can change I love you, that same old I love you, oh, such a heavenly phrase. Say it softly and gently and then over and over again. Never stop saying you're mine. When you say I love you, the same old I love you, they whisper in stories and play. You can change I love you, the same old I love you, to oh, such a heavenly phrase.
and then over and over again, never stop saying, you're
That was Say It, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that's a beautiful number, really lovely. By the way, that's from some picture, isn't it?
Yeah, that's from Buck Benny Rides Again.
Oh, it is. Oh. Well, it's a grand song.
I was going to sing Playmates, but you made me change it.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight...
Remember, we were out in the lobby and you told me...
Dennis. And tonight, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction... Scram, kid. For our feature attraction... The Benny Jokes Like Mother Used to Make players will present their version of the Los Angeles telephone directory. A murder mystery entitled Number Please, or It Wasn't the Switchboard That Was Plugged. Now, in this thrilling drama, I will play the part of Oxford 7071, who is madly in love with Hollywood 2734. So she leaves her husband, West Los Angeles 33022 Jr., but her husband doesn't mind, because he's secretly in love with a blonde Burbank unlisted number. Catch on? Now, in this drama, who can that be?
Very nice. 3,500. Open up.
Well, it's Andy Devine. Come on in, Andy. Well, hello, Andy.
Hiya, Buck.
Well, hello, Mayor. It's good to see you again, Andy.
Well, it's nice to see you again, Andy. Hey, you don't get into Hollywood as often as you used to.
Oh, it's getting too cityfied, Buck. When I drive down Vine Street in my horse and buggy, everybody stares at me.
Oh, still driving the old nag, eh? Can you imagine that, Mary? Andy drives into town in a horse and buggy.
He ought to be up to date and get a Maxwell, eh, Sporty?
Hey, Sporty. Gee, you're cute tonight.
And another thing.
Always goes...
And another thing, Buck.
What?
When they built this NBC studio, they forgot to put a hitching post out in front. There ain't no place to tie my horse.
Well, just hitch it to a song plugger. There are plenty of them standing around. Say, Andy, how did you happen to drop in today, anyway?
Well, Buck, you only got one more broadcast to do, so I come over to see if I could handle the summer show.
The summer show? Well, Andy, what could you do with this program?
Well, I could take your place as MC.
Uh-huh.
My hired man could be Don Wilson, and Ma could be Mary.
Well, who could you get to be Phil Harris?
Pa, he'll drink anything.
Oh, well, that'll help. Of course, your paw don't look like Phil.
Well, we could curl his hair if we can get the burrs out of it.
I know, Andy, but can he handle the job? I mean, does he know anything about music?
Not a thing, Buck.
That cinches it.
Yup, he's your man.
Why do I do it? Why do I stand for all these insults?
Because you can't get a job anywhere else. Now go sit down. Well, I'll tell you, Andy, I'd love to give you and your folks a chance at this program, but everything is pretty well set. You see, the Aldrich family has taken over the show for the summer.
They are?
Yep.
No chance for the Devine family, huh?
No, I'm sorry, Andy.
Well, I better run home and tell Pa before he takes that bath.
Yes, I would. Well, so long, Andy.
So long, Buck. Oh, by the way, there's an old friend of yours in town. Did you see him?
An old friend? Who?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen? Fred Allen's in town?
Sure, I just saw him go into the Brown Derby.
Oh, it must have been Bull Montana. It couldn't have been Allen.
Jack, that's what we've been trying to tell you. It's been in all the papers.
Do you mean that...
Certainly. Allen's out here to make that picture with you, and he's going to be in it whether you like it or not.
Oh, he is, eh? Mary, get me Mark Sandrich on the phone. It's Hollywood 2411.
Okay.
I'll straighten this thing out in a hurry.
Well, so long, Buck. I hope I didn't start any trouble.
Don't worry, Andy. I'll handle it. So long. Allen, I'm going to have that guy kicked right out of California.
Oh, Jack, stop acting like a kid. Is it going to kill you to make a picture with Allen?
Don, that's a fate worse than death. Believe me.
Be reasonable, Jackson. The guy came all the way out here. What's he going to do all summer?
Let him get a tan over that jaundice of his. What do I care? In the first place, he has no...
Hello? Mr. Mark Sandridge, please.
I'd like to make a picture just once where I don't have to go through a lot of aggravation.
Hello, Mr. Sandridge. Jack Benny is calling. No, Jack Benny. Benny.
Spell it for him. It begins with a B.
B-E-N.
Give me that phone. Hello? Hello, Mr. Sandrich. This is Jack Benny, the star of Man About Town and Buck Benny Rides Again.
Why don't you mention some of those stinkers you made?
Never mind. Now look, Mr. Sandridge, I thought I made it clear that I will not make a picture with Fred Allen. I don't care if he has got a contract, tear it up. No, his. But look, Mr. Sandridge, the guy has no class. He's a low comedian. I can't afford to be in a picture with him.
Tell him you'll quit.
I quit. Mary. Now look, Mr. Sandridge, if you think I'm going to... But... I know, but...
Say, Don, are you going home right after the broadcast?
Yes, I was planning to. Why?
I know, but...
Well, I was wondering if you'd give me a lift. You go right by my house.
I'll be glad to, Mary.
I know, but...
Say, Dennis, you coming over to Wilshire Bowl tonight?
Well, I was going to, Mr. Harris, but I haven't got a date.
Come over anyway, kid. I'll get a cute girl for you.
I know, but... Get one for me, too, Phil. I know, but... Well, look, Mr. Sandwich, we might as well get this straightened out right now. I am not going to make a picture with Fred Allen. You can't team a horse with a jackass. Oh, yeah? Just say that again. Oh, yeah? Is that so?
You got your encore. Hang up.
Well, we'll talk this over later, Mr. Sandridge. Goodbye. Well, that's that. Now, there's just one more thing to settle. Say, Don, where did Andy say he saw Fred Allen?
Going into the Brown Derby.
Oh, the Brown Derby, eh? Well, as soon as we're through, I'm going to stroll over there and give that wise guy a good talking to. Say, Phil.
What?
Come along with me and bring your boys. I'll treat them to a sandwich. You come too, Mary.
Here are two things, ladies and gentlemen, that go together just as naturally as a knife and fork. Fresh ripe strawberries and rich, delicious Jell-O. Yes, sir, and you'll find they blend especially well in the newest Jell-O creation called Jell-O Strawberry Tarts. This novel dessert is cram full of delightful goodness, and you can make it in practically no time at all. All you have to do is first take a package of Jell-O, using any flavor you prefer, and make it up as you usually do. Next, pour it over sweetened fresh strawberries and chill until slightly thickened. Then turn into cold-baked tart shells and chill until firm. And there, friends, is something mighty swell, a first-rate treat that looks grand and tastes even grander. So tomorrow, serve the family this new and distinctive dessert, Jell-O Strawberry Tarts, a gay, tempting combination of plump, juicy, ripe, fresh strawberries and rich, thrilling flavor of Jell-O. This is the last number of the 36th program in the current Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a very important announcement to make. The destruction in Europe has stricken millions of innocent civilians. In this, their hour of need, the American Red Cross is rushing help at once in your name. Won't you give just as much as you can to the Red Cross Relief Fund? Give immediately through your local Red Cross chapter.
Thank you, Don. Good night, folks.
J-E-L-O.
the National
Radio. Good and beautiful at Chesterton
Jack
Radio.
Benny program presented by Lucky Strike. When you buy, keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on the red bullseye. When you buy, keep your eye on Lucky Strike. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. American. Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows. Mr. Fernie Simmons King, independent tobacco buyer of Lexington, Kentucky, has bought over 10 million pounds of tobacco in the last 36 years. Mr. King recently said,
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy real fine tobacco. Ripe, light tobacco that makes a swell smoke.
At auction after auction, experts like Mr. King, men who really know tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. So, when you buy, keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on the red bullseye. When you buy, keep your eye on Lucky Strike. And remember, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, the past summer all over America, millions of people went on vacations. And for the first time in many years, Jack Benny, the star of our show, visited the garden spots of America. After finishing a successful radio season last June, he went directly to the beautiful Sun Valley Hotel in Sun Valley, Idaho.
Oh, Clerk. Clerk?
Yes, sir?
My name is Farnsworth. My wife and I have reservations here starting today.
Oh, just a second. Let me check that.
Isn't this a beautiful hotel, dear?
The nicest I've ever seen, darling.
Oh, yes, here we are. Mr. and Mrs. Donald Farnsworth. You're in Suite 316. I'll have your bags taken care of. Oh, boy. Boy?
Yes, sir.
Take Mr. and Mrs. Farnsworth to Suite 316.
Gee, the honeymoon suite.
And, boy.
Yes, sir.
This time, leave whether they tip you or not.
Yes, sir. This way, please.
After 3 glorious weeks in Sun Valley, Jack Benny next visited the world-famous Broadmoor Hotel in Colorado Springs.
My goodness, Wilbur, the dining room is certainly crowded. I do hope we're fortunate enough to get a table.
Well, all we can do is try, Genevieve. I'll talk to the head waiter. Oh, Captain.
Oui, monsieur.
We'd like a table for 2.
Eh bien. A table for 2. I will talk to one of my waiters, see if we have one available. Oh, Pierre. Pierre.
Oui, mon capitaine.
Avez-nous une table pour 2?
Je ne crois pas.
Pourquoi pas?
Il est trop personne ici. Il est très crowded.
I am so terribly sorry, monsieur, but no table for 2 are available. There will be a 1-hour wait.
1 hour? Look, Captain, here's $5.
Time she fly, doesn't it? Oh, Pierre, give this couple a nice table.
Oui, mon capitaine. Très bien. And remember, $2.50 of that is mine.
What?
Vive la France!
The summer wore on, and it was with a heavy heart that Jack finally said farewell to the beautiful Broadmoor Hotel and spent the remainder of his vacation at the jewel of the Pacific, Catalina Island.
Hey, Willie, look. Here comes the SS Catalina into dock.
Yeah, and look, Skinny. Look at all the tourists she's bringing in.
Gosh, I hope they ain't no cheapskates on board.
Yeah. Hey, look, they're starting to throw the coins already.
Yeah, get ready to dive. One of the ladies just threw a quarter.
It's my turn, fellows.
Whee! Oh, nuts. He goes first every time.
Yeah. You know, for an old man, he can sure stay underwater a long time.
You should have been here yesterday when a guy threw in a silver dollar.
Did he stay under long?
Twice he sent up for sandwiches.
Sandwiches?
Well, just the bread. He caught his own sardines. When he finally came up, he was covered with barnacles. Oh, look. There he comes up now.
Nah, that's only his hair.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's wait till his glasses come up and then go.
But all good things must come to an end, and so did our hero's travels. And now tonight, after a glorious vacation, we bring you the star of our show, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, even though you did exaggerate, I must say I had a wonderful summer.
I'll bet you did, Jack. When did you get back from Catalina?
Yesterday afternoon. You see, Oh, pardon me a minute. I had a little water in my ear. Well, Don, here we are back on the air again, and I haven't seen you since last June. What'd you do all summer?
Oh, nothing much. I just cruised around on my yacht.
Well, that's... On your what? On your what, Don?
On my yacht.
You own a yacht?
Oh, yes. Bought it just a few months ago.
Don, you bought a yacht on what I...
I was lucky in the stock market.
Oh, you must have been, Don. You must have been. So you spent most of your time on the yacht, eh? Where'd you go?
Oh, I cruised up and down the coast, and then I took one trip into the Atlantic.
Cruising the Atlantic. Hey, that must have been nice.
Oh, it was, but I had a little trouble getting through the Panama Canal.
Don, is your yacht that big?
Oh, the boat got through. I had trouble.
Oh, I see. Well, Don, now that we're here...
Jack.
What?
Ask me what I named my yacht, huh?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, Don. What did you name your yacht?
I call it the Girdle.
Good. Now, let's get on with the...
Ask me why I call my yacht the Girdle.
Don, look, okay, why do you call your yacht the Girdle?
Because it takes a lot of little tugs to get her out of her slip.
Don, Freedom Train. Control your caboose. Don, you should have saved that old joke for next Sunday, October 12th.
Why?
Because that's Columbus Day, and he was the first one to tell it. Don, I'm ashamed of you starting off a season by telling an awful joke. What's that?
Stand aside, Jackson. It's me, Prince Charming.
Phil! Phil!
All you ladies in the audience can sit down now.
Phil, what kind of an entrance was that?
Well, this is the first show, Jackson. You got to come on big. Harris ain't the modest type. I ain't no stinking violet.
That's Shrinky. But we'll leave it your way. Anyway, I'm glad to see you, Phil.
Hello, Phil. Oh, hello, Donzie. Hey, gosh, Jackson, I haven't seen you all summer. Come here, you pretty thing, you. Oh, you dove. Let me slap you on the back.
Phil, please.
Now, come here now. Come over.
Thanks, Phil. You cleaned out my other ear.
Holy smoke, where'd you get all that water?
It's nothing. By the way, Phil, you look awfully well. You must have taken pretty good care of yourself this summer.
Yeah, I took it easy, Jackson. I loafed around home for a while, and then I had to go to Atlantic City for the bathing beauty contest.
Oh, were you one of the judges?
No, I was Miss Encino.
Phil, how could you be Miss Encino?
That's where I live.
What?
It was either me or Alice, and I was going east anyway.
Well, better luck next year, Phil, but don't tell me that's all you did all summer.
No, well, just before coming back to work, I thought I'd better get a little rest, so I spent 3 glorious weeks at the Frankfurt Distillery.
Frankfurt Distillery?
Yeah, what scenery.
I can imagine it.
I sent you a postcard, Jackson, but the mailman drank it.
That's what I like about you, Phil. Entering a beauty contest, vacationing in a distillery. You and Duz will do anything. Only Duz does it with water. Hey, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Say, Phil, talking about jokes, ask me the name of my yacht.
Okay, Donzie, what's the name of your yacht?
I call it the Girdle because it takes a lot of...
No, Donzie. No, not that oldie. Save it till next Sunday.
Why?
Because that's Columbus Day, and Columbus told it to Jackson.
Now, wait a minute. Look, fellas, we're starting a new season, so let's not
Hooray! Hooray for the Yankees! Hooray for the New York Yankees!
Dennis!
Hooray for the New York Yankees! What a team!
Dennis, what are you so happy about? The Yankees lost today.
I know. I bet on the Dodgers.
Oh, well, that's different. How much did you bet?
$18 million.
Dennis, are you crazy? How can you make a bet like that? $18 million.
I couldn't resist. They gave me 9 to 5.
Now, Dennis, I don't want all that silly talking here. 9 to 5, $18 million. Anybody give you a bet like that must have 2 heads.
Oh, you know him?
Yes, I know him. The 3 of us play pinochle together. Now, come on, Dennis. As long as you're here, let's have your song. Huh?
Okay, but wait till I say hello to Don. I haven't seen him for 4 months. Hello, Don.
Hello, Dennis.
Now, Mr. Benny...
Dennis, aren't you going to say hello to Phil?
Oh, I saw him in Atlantic City.
Phil, roll down your pants legs. The contest is over. Miss Encino. Now, come on, Dennis. Let's have your song.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny, as this is your opening broadcast, I came here to tell you...
We cut you at rehearsal.
Oh.
Poor fella, I should have told him. He bought a tuxedo and everything. Go ahead,
Many rings on your fingers, naughty Angela. You laugh at romance that lingers, naughty Angela. You take a heart, then you break it just for fun. Someday you'll break one too many. Yours may be the one. Everyone kisses a flower filled with sweet perfume. So come to my arms, mischief-making baby. Settle down and just be mine. 'Cause deep in your heart, you're a good little girl. Naughty baby, settle down and just be mine. 'Cause deep in your heart, you're a good little girl. Naughty
Naughty Angeline, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by Naughty Miss Encino. And Dennis, I must tell you that your voice is better than ever. You know, Dennis, most singers have to study, vocalize constantly, and exercise their diaphragm to attain such rich, vibrant, tonal quality. What do?
I gargle.
Well, I guess that's good, too, you know? But your voice sounds...
Oh, Jack, look, here comes Mary.
Well, it's about time. Wow. Hey, what a reception, Mary. Everybody's happy that you're back, you know?
I'm happy, too, and gee, it's good to see all you fellas again.
Yeah.
I'm going to give each one of you a nice big kiss. Come on, Don.
Right here, Mary.
Phil?
Here I am, Livy. Make me forget about the South.
Dennis?
Come on, Livy, make me forget about Miss Encino.
Here you are. And now you, Jack.
Oh, Mary, not in front of all these people.
Oh, come here. I'm going to kiss you.
Oh, all right.
Gee, Old Faithful.
Jack, what in the world was that?
Oh, I just brought back a little water from Catalina. You know?
Oh, Jack, you always have to bring home souvenirs. Last time it was towels.
Mary, when did you ever see me walk out of a hotel with a towel?
The time your pants didn't come back and we had to catch a train.
Well, that was an emergency. I had to wear that towel. What are you laughing at?
You made me call your mother so you wouldn't look silly.
All right, all right.
Mother wore towels.
Just until my pants came back. Anyway, Mary, I'm so glad to see you. I don't care what you say.
I am too, Mary, and you look absolutely gorgeous in that new dress.
Well, thank you, Don.
It is a lovely dress, Mary, but isn't it unusual coming to a broadcast with a bare midriff?
This isn't a bare midriff. Phil still has his arm around me.
Still. I thought it was a kind of a funny place for a tattoo, U.S. Navy. Phil, put your coat on.
Say, Mary, are you going in for that new style, you know, the long skirts that all the girls are wearing?
Well, Don, I haven't made up my mind yet, but on some types they do look very attractive.
Well, maybe so, Mary, but I don't think I like them.
Then why'd you let the hem out of your nightgown?
I didn't let the hem out. I added more lace. I can go along with a gag, sister. Now, Mary, stop being silly.
Yes, Livy, refrain from that raucous gesture of extraneous spontaneity.
Yes, be a little... Philsy, would you mind saying that once more?
Oh, no, you don't, Buster. If you want to hear it again, listen in to the repeat show.
I I thought it was an accident. Anytime you use words of more than one syllable...
Entree.
Shut up! Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Oh, thanks, boy. Here's a tip for you. Here.
Thanks.
Say, Jack, what kind of a tip was that?
Yeah, you gave the boy a nickel and a copy of the Cosmopolitan magazine.
Well, you see, there's a story about me in this month's Cosmopolitan.
Well, what about the nickel?
After he reads what they say about me, that nickel will look like $1,000. I know what I'm doing.
Hey, Jackson, who's the wire from?
I don't know. Read it, Mary.
Okay. Oh, Jack, it's from Fred Allen.
Tear it up.
I will not.
All right. Hee. What does it say? Always laugh.
It says, Dear Jack, I just read that you're going back on the air for Lucky Strike. What's lucky about it?
Mary, let me ask you something. Do you think that wire was funny?
Yes, Jack. I think anything Fred Allen does is funny.
Oh, you do, eh?
I do too, Jack.
I thought you would. Now, look, fellas, we go through this every year. It's about time you admitted that I'm a much better comedian than Fred Allen.
All right, Jackson, all right. If it'll make you happy, we'll admit it. You're the greatest comedian in radio.
That settles it.
I like Jack Parr.
Dennis, we're not discussing Jack Parr. Although now that you brought up his name, I think Parr is a very clever fellow. He's bright, witty, and sophisticated. Now let's...
He's young, too.
Well, that's right. He is young, but age means nothing in show business. After all, age is a funny thing. I don't know. I remember when I was 8, I wanted to be 18. When I was 18, I wanted to be 28. When I was 28, I wanted to be 38. And now that I'm 38... I don't know what I want to be.
You've been there long enough to make up your mind.
Yeah, I guess so. You know. Anyway, I think that Jack Parr is... Hey, what's that? Who's that marching in here?
Jack, look, it's your quartet.
My quartet?
Yeah, the Sportsmen.
Well, what do you know?
Mr. Benny, here we come, right back where we started from. We're happy, so happy just to be back, with Luckies, those Luckies round and firm and fully packed. And who know we'll all agree, that's the smoke for you and me. Good old LSMFT, Mr. Benny, here we come.
Boy, stop marching. Boy, where are you going? Fellas, put down those guns.
Mr. Benny,
put down those guns.
Cause we've got to say goodbye. We wish you were the red bullseye. Mr. Benny, here we go.
How do you like that? How do you like... They would come over on my opening show.
What do you mean, Jack? They had to come over. They still work for you.
You mean they're going to be with me another year? How did that happen?
Why, don't you remember? You signed them to a contract at Catalina with an underwater pen.
Oh, yes, they fooled me. They came down there dressed as mermaids. Yeah?
Mermaid?
Yeah, I, like a fool, wanted to marry one of them. I thought I'd save money on nylon. Oh, well, if I'd signed them, I guess I'm stuck with them. But they better watch themselves. That's all I got to say.
Oh, what are you complaining about, Jack? They put a little life into the show, didn't they?
Well, here in the studio, yes. But I wonder how the program is coming over to the listening audience. I'm going to call Rochester and find out.
Oh, Mabel. What is it, Gertrude? Mr. Benny's line is flashing.
Yeah, I wonder what Gray Narcissus wants now.
I'll find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. At your home? I'll see if I can get him. He wants I should get Rochester.
Gee, Gertrude, here it is autumn already, and it seems like only yesterday that Mr. Benny went off the air.
Yeah. You know, Mabel, I saw him this summer when I went on my vacation to Catalina.
You did?
Yeah. And once I went out with him. But I left him after half hour.
Why?
How long can I stay underwater?
You mean you were underwater with Jack Benny for a half hour?
Yeah, and was I embarrassed? Some people went over us with a glass-bottom boat.
Well, why were you embarrassed? Did Mr. Benny kiss you?
Yeah, and I got a mouthful of pennies.
How do you like that? And he's supposed to be such a big radio star. You know what, Gertrude? I've been thinking of going on the radio, too. I have a wonderful idea for a quiz program.
A quiz program?
Yeah. Take it or drop dead.
Well, you can have it. As far as I'm concerned, there are too many peculiar people in radio now.
You said it.
Yeah. It's just like that song. There's no business like schmo business.
Ain't it the truth?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. I'll get him right now.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Duffy ain't here.
Rochester, it's me.
Oh, hello, boy.
Rochester, what do you mean answering the phone like that? Duffy's Tavern.
One of your writers has got 2 shows.
Not anymore, he hasn't. I've been trying to get you on the phone. What were you doing?
I was listening to your program, boys.
That's what I called you about. How's my program coming over?
Well,
what?
You want me to water it a little, or will you take it straight?
I'll take it straight. I've got the water. Now tell me, what do you think of the show?
Well, it started out slow.
Uh-huh.
Then it sagged a little.
Uh-huh.
Then it speeded up.
Well.
Then it speeded up a lot.
Good.
Then it made a U-turn.
A U-turn?
Back to sag.
What?
Then the sag sagged.
Rochester.
And unless you've got a dynamite finish, I'll meet you in Catalina.
Rochester, stop being silly.
Oui, mon, Capitan.
Cut-a-boo that out. And Rochester, my first program couldn't be as bad as you thought. Rochester, what was that?
Mr. Coleman just threw his radio out.
Threw his radio out the window? What are you laughing at?
Every year, a little fixing, and we have another radio.
Yeah, well, Rochester, I'm sure that the program couldn't be that bad. Anyway, I'll see you right after the show.
Okay.
By the way, Rochester, what are we having for dinner tonight?
Food, you're working again.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, Rochester.
So long, boss.
Jack will be back in a minute, but first...
When you buy, keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on Lucky Strike.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows. Mr. Joe Burnett, ace tobacco auctioneer of Buffalo Springs, Virginia. Recently, he said,
Year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy a fine, light, fragrant tobacco that makes a grand smoke.
And that's not all, for as Mr. Burnett also said,
I've smoked Lucky's myself for 16 years.
And as Lucky Strike smokers say,
that's my kind of a cigarette. Real smooth smoking.
So when you buy, keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on Lucky Strike. And remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Yes, when you buy, keep your eye on the red bullseye. Keep your eye on Lucky Strike.
Good night, folks. See you next Sunday.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
ChestertonRadio.com.
Program transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike. You know, friends, smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is...
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
This is Don Wilson. You know, your enjoyment of a cigarette depends on its taste. That's true, friends. Smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. The fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Now, there are two mighty good reasons for that. The first one you already know. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Light, naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco. And second, Lucky's are made to taste better. Made round and firm and fully packed to draw freely and smoke evenly. So, friends, if you want all the real deep-down smoking enjoyment you can get from a cigarette, be happy, go Lucky. Because smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. Next time, ask for a carton of Lucky Strike.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jack Benny's first radio broadcast of the season. Immediately after, he'll do his opening television show over the CBS network. But now, we'd like to take you back to a Friday morning several weeks ago and look in on Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills.
Summertime, and the living is easy. Fish are jumping, and the cotton is high. That song sure is true. It's easy living in the summer. I've been sleeping late every morning, going to the beach in the afternoon, spending the weekends fishing with my friends. I wish Mr. Benny would come back from his vacation so I could go on mine. Summertime, and the living is easy. Fish are jumping, and the cotton is high. The front door. Yes? What is it, gentlemen?
We're from the North American Van and Moving Company.
Moving company?
Yeah. Isn't this Ronald Coleman's house?
No. Are the Colemans moving away?
Yeah, we're moving them today.
Well, they live next door, the house on the right.
Thanks. Go ahead, Joe. Let's go get the stuff.
Gee, I thought it was the mailman. I haven't heard a word from Mr. Benny in over 2 weeks. And then all he sent me was a postcard. He said he was invited to a big luau and had a wonderful time. I didn't know what luau meant, so I looked it up. It's a Hawaiian word meaning stuff yourself, the food is free. I remember once. Uh-oh, the front door again. Yes, sir?
We're from the Beacons Van and Storage Company.
Oh, you got the wrong house. The Colemans live next door.
Well, we're not looking for Mr. Coleman. We're here to move Mr. and Mrs. James Stewart.
Oh, the Stewarts. They live in the brick house, the one on the left.
Thank you.
Maybe I ought to do a little work for a change. It's a good idea to get started doing it again. I'll go in the den and see if that needs straightening up. Gee, Mr. Harris has been off the show for 2 years now. I wonder if I ought to wake him up and send him home. Nah, that's Mr. Bentley's business. Doggone, this is the busiest day. Yes?
We're from Lyons Van and Storage Company, and we're here to move Mr. and Mrs. William Powell.
William Powell? Oh, they live in that White House right across the street.
Thanks.
Gosh, I can't understand why. Now the phone. Mr. Benny's residence? No, I'm sorry. Mr. Benny's not back from Honolulu yet. What's that? He made an appointment for a haircut next Tuesday? Well, he doesn't have to be here for that. I'll send it over. Goodbye. Well, I better get in the kitchen and... Again! First the door, then the phone. Then the door again. One thing after another.
Rochester, I'm home.
Boss! Boss! Boss!
Rochester, you seem so surprised that I'm back.
I am. I had no idea you'd come home today.
Well, I thought someone would tell you. I wrote to a lot of people that I'd be home today.
Who did you write to?
The Colemans, the Stewarts, and the Powell. I wonder if they got my letters.
Oh, they got them. They got them.
Here, help me inside with my bag. Will you? Rochester, did any of my cast get here yet?
No, were you expecting them?
Yeah, I called them when I got off the boat and told them to come here for an important meeting. Now, Rochester, take my small suitcase up to my room.
What about the 2 large ones?
Oh, they're filled with dirty laundry. You better wash and iron it right away.
Yes, sir.
And when you're done, I'll give you the names of the people in Hawaii you're to send it back to. Do a good job, eh?
Boss, have we got customers in Hawaii now?
Yes. And you better wash the skirts by hand. That grass can stop up the bending. Now, Rochester, put some chairs. There's the door. I'll get it. She'll be good getting back on the air. I always get such a thrill out of the first check. And program, I mean. Coming.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, Dennis, come on in. Oh, Dennis, it's wonderful seeing you again. You know, you're the first member of my cast I've seen since we went off the air in June. And gosh, it's funny, Dennis. At the end of every season, we all go our separate ways, and then as the summer wears on, I begin to realize how much I miss the gang. And so when I opened the door and saw you here, it gave me such a warm feeling of...
Get it over with. I'm a busy man.
That's a fine greeting. You haven't seen me for 3 months, then you don't even ask me about my trip.
Where you going?
Where am I going? I just got back. I was in Hawaii for 3 weeks.
Hawaii? Boy, I'd like to go there sometime. What's it like, Mr. Benny?
Dennis, Honolulu is one of the most beautiful spots in the world. You ought to feel the soft, warm sand on the beach.
Get it over with. I'm a busy man.
Look at that. You asked me to tell you about it. I just got home. I'm not going to stand here and let you annoy me.
Say, does the rest of the gang know you're back yet?
Yes, I phoned them from this morning. This morning from the dock there.
From the dock?
Yeah.
Oh, then you just got back today.
Yes, on the Lurleen.
How was the boat trip?
The boat trip?
Uh-huh.
Dennis? I can't tell you what...
Get it over with. I'm a busy man.
and the rest of the gang haven't arrived yet, let me hear the song you're going to do on the first program.
Yes, sir.
That kid is the only one I know who can undo a 3-month rest in 2 minutes. Dennis, that really sounded swell. Only when you do it on the program, I want you to pick up the tempo a bit, you see, and hold the finish just a little bit longer.
Well, my mother likes it this way.
Oh, she does, eh? Well, what does your mother know about music?
Plenty. Liberace couldn't get along without her.
Liberace? What does she do for him?
Before every show, she waxes his teeth.
Certainly makes her Toscanini the friendly credit band leader. Now, Dennis, as long as we're... Dennis, you stay right here while I answer the door.
Hello, Jack.
Mary! Mary Dollface, let me look at you. Gee, you look wonderful.
Oh, thanks. Dennis is here, isn't he?
Yes, how did you know?
You look awful.
It didn't take 2 minutes. Well, Mary, it's sure good to see you. Come here, I'm going to give you a big kiss.
Oh, Jack.
No, come here, let me kiss you.
All right.
There. How is that?
It'll never make the Kinsey report. Come on, let's go in. Well, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary. When'd you get back from Las Vegas?
Last week.
Hey, I didn't know you went up to Vegas. Did you enjoy yourself?
Uh-huh.
I went to Palm Springs this summer.
Palm Springs? In the summer? Dennis, why in the world would anyone...
Wait a minute, Mary, wait. Mary, don't get into any silly routines with Dennis.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Anyway, Jack, I had a good time in Vegas.
Yeah, it certainly is an exciting town, Las Vegas. Gosh, I've been there a lot of times. In fact, I even lost some money gambling. You know.
I know. It was on a slot machine in the Flamingo. The third one from the right as you enter the casino.
That's right, Mary. How did you know?
They have a little plaque there that reads, Jack Benny fainted here.
I don't care. It's good publicity. Anyway, Mary, I got to tell you and the gang about the wonderful time I had in Hawaii.
I spent the summer in Palm Springs.
Dennis, why...
Wait a minute, Mary. Don't you ask him. I'll do it. Me, he's already made a wreck out of. Dennis, you spent the summer in Palm Springs?
Uh-huh, and I had a swell time.
Look it. I don't know. Well, all right. Look, how can you possibly enjoy yourself in Palm Springs in all that heat? In the summer, it gets to be 120 degrees in the shade.
I was smart. I didn't stay in the shade.
See what I do to myself? Mary, that proves I love you, doesn't it?
Well, if you really love me, get me a cold drink, will you, please? I'm thirsty.
Okay, Mary, what do you want?
Ginger ale will be all right.
Okay, Rochester!
Yes, boss?
Will you please bring Miss Livingston a glass of ginger ale?
I'm sorry, but we haven't got any.
We haven't? Look, when I left for Hawaii, we had 3 cases of ginger ale.
Well, it's all gone now.
Rochester, tell me the truth. Did you have a party here while I was gone?
Well, yes, boss, in July.
What date in July?
Just July.
Look, Rochester, I don't mind your having a little... Come in. Rochester, look, I don't mind your having a little party while I'm gone, but then when you take advantage of
Hello,
everybody...
Jack. Hi, everybody.
Oh, hello, Don. Don, it's awfully nice to see you.
Did you have a nice vacation?
I sure did.
Glad to hear it, Don. Where'd you spend your summer?
In the Brown Derby.
3 months in a restaurant?
Oh, no, Jack. There's a little summer resort way up north known as the Brown Derby. It's a wonderful place. Lovely climate, great fishing and swimming. Oh, and by the way, Marilyn Monroe was up there.
How's the scenery?
Dennis. You know, it's funny that you mention her, Don. You know, Marilyn Monroe is going to be on my television show.
She is?
Yeah.
Why, I saw her picture in the newspaper, and she had her leg in a cast. Understand she broke her ankle.
She tried everything, but Jack's holding her to her contract.
Mary, she's going to be on my program because she wants to, and she's going to be wonderful on it.
You know, I saw her and Jane Russell in Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, and they were terrific.
Dennis, where'd you see that picture?
In Palm Springs.
Oh.
That day it was 130 in the shade.
I know.
You know, Jack, one of the hit songs from that picture is Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend, and that's going to be our commercial on the program.
Wait a minute, Don. The Sportsman Quartet would sound silly doing that number. That song should be done by girls.
Oh, I know. That's why I brought their wives over. I want you to hear it first.
Oh, the Sportsman's wives?
Yeah, I'll get them, Jack. They're right outside.
Oh.
Oh, girls, come on in.
Well, hello, girls. That's their wives, all right. Don, let me hear the number, will you?
Okay, take it, girls.
A kiss on the hand may be quite continental, but diamonds are a girl's best friend. A kiss may be grand, but it won't pay the rental on your humble flat, or help you at the automat. Men grow cold as girls grow old, and we all lose our charms in the end. But square cut or pear shaped, these rocks don't lose their shape. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Remember, my dear, when it smokes, you are choosing. A lucky is a girl's best friend. The reason is clear, the tobacco they're using has no puff that's rough. Yes, sure enough, there's no rough puff. Lucky Strikes, the smoke you like, 'cause they're made of that one perfect blend. The masculine gender should always remember to buy her Luckies. Those better tasting Luckies made much better, that's why. To win a fair lady's heart, give Luckies by the carton. That's the smoke she's sure to like. To be happy, so Lucky Strike.
Well, that was just wonderful, girl. Don, I must congratulate you on such a great idea.
Well, thanks, Jack.
Say, Jack, now that we're all here, what'd you call us over for?
We're not all here. Bob Crosby is late.
I wish you'd get here so we can get this over with. I'm a busy man.
Dennis, we know all about how busy you are with your own TV show and your records and movies.
Besides that, this summer I started raising tropical fish.
Tropical fish? Say, that's a nice hobby.
Yeah, they're delicious.
Mary, when are you going to learn?
Hi, Jack. Hi, Jack. Hello, everybody.
Hey, it's Bob Crosby.
Hi, Bob.
The door was open, so I just walked in.
Well, we've been here waiting for you so we can have our little meeting. You know, kids, Bob was in Honolulu while I was there.
I didn't know that, Bob. Did you go alone?
Oh, no. I took my wife and my 5 kids, a nurse for the baby, and a cook and a maid.
Did you go on the lure line, too?
Oh, yes, Don. It was exciting, especially as we were landing in Honolulu. My whole family and all of our help lined up at the boat rail, and we sang aloha to the people on the dock.
Wait a minute, Bob. The people on the dock are supposed to sing to you.
Well, I know, but we outnumbered them.
Oh, I see.
Jack, you said when Bob got here, you'd tell us what this meeting was all about. Now, what is it?
Well, now, look, kids, we're about to start a new season, and naturally, we all wanted to start off big. So I got in touch with my publicity man, Steve Bradley. He told me to have the whole cast here this afternoon. He's going to take a lot of pictures.
Oh, that's swell.
And that reminds me, Bob, you better get all the boys in your band together, because we'll want some pictures of them, too.
Oh, but that might be kind of tough getting all of them.
Why?
Well, during the summer, they've taken other jobs.
Oh.
In fact, Frankie Remley formed his own orchestra and is appearing every night at the Cinegrill in the Hollywood Roosevelt.
No kidding. Frankie Remley's got his own orchestra? Well, good for Frankie. At the cinema, did he get a good deal?
Oh, certainly. He had a smart agent. All the men in his band get scale, but Frankie signed for $60 a week and all the drinks he wanted.
Gosh.
Yeah, but the second week the hotel changed that to no drinks and $1,000 a week.
I knew they'd find out sooner or later. So Frankie's working at the Cinegrill. What does he call his orchestra?
Well, on the marquee, he bills himself Frankie Remley and my 6 convicts.
What do you know? I bet they play the sweetest music this side of the Chino Honor Farm. You know, kids, some night, let's all go down there. Come in.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Benny.
Hiya, Steve. Hey, it's good to see
No
you.
time for chatter. We've got to get this publicity campaign rolling. Now, Benny, first we're going to get a picture of you giving a waiter a $5 tip.
What?
Stage money.
Oh.
Now, Mary, I've got a sympathetic angle for you. We'll show you selling stockings at the May Company.
Hey, that's great. You know, that's her old job.
What do you mean, old job? That's what I did this summer.
No kidding. Say, Steve, have you anything planned for Bob Crosby and Dennis Day?
Have I? I've got a stunt for Crosby here that'll have his name in newspapers from coast to coast.
Hey, that's great. What do I do?
You're going to sue the city where you were born, Spokane, Washington, for $10 million.
Sue them? What for?
You're going to claim they mixed up your birth certificate. You're really Bing, and Bing is you.
What?
Now, wait a minute, Steve. What about my mother?
We'll sue her, too.
Hey, Bob, that's a great idea.
What have you got in mind for me?
Oh, Dennis, boy, you're a cinch. I have an idea that'll make you the most talked of person in the country overnight.
Yeah, what do I have to do? What? Huh?
Commit suicide.
Suicide?
But I've got to find some novel way for him to do it.
Maybe I could eat nothing but chlorophyll and green myself to death.
Dennis.
Wonderful idea, kid. We'll save it for St. Patrick's Day.
Look, Steve.
Now we got to get some publicity pictures. I've got my photographer waiting out in the hall. Oh, Frank.
Oh, no. Are you the photographer?
Well, what do you think I am holding up this flashbulb? A glowworm?
Come on, Frank, let's get moving. First, you'll take some pictures of Benny, and I want you to make him look real good.
Well, this is going to be a challenge to Eastman Kodak.
Now, look, you...
Quiet till I finish focusing. Now, hold still.
Do you want me to smile?
You don't have to. I'll get your teeth anyway. This is an X-ray camera.
X-ray?
Do you want to make any bones about it?
Now, cut that out! That settles it, Steve. How many times I told you I don't want this photographer to take pictures of me?
Can't understand that, Benny. You're the only star at CBS who has trouble with him.
It's your own fault, Jack. You antagonize him.
I do not.
You do, too.
Now, listen, I've had enough out of you.
Don't raise your voice to me.
This is my house, and I'll do whatever I want.
Oh, no, you won't.
Oh, yes, I will.
Attaboy, sock him.
I think I will.
I was talking to him.
Oh, you were, eh? Well, I've had enough of this. Steve, out, and take that photographer with you.
Okay, Benny, but you're throwing away your future.
He had his future 20 years ago.
That settles it. Out, everybody out. Bunch of smart Alex. Rochester, fix me something to eat, will you?
Yes, sir.
I don't know. My first day home, all I have is trouble.
I know, boss. but it's sure good to have you back.
Thanks, Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back in a minute to tell you all about my television show which follows this program. But first, a word to cigarette smokers. Smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is...
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, richer tasting, fine tobacco.
Lucky's taste better.
Cleaner, fresher, smoother. Lucky Strike, Lucky Strike.
This is Don Wilson, friends, to tell you that Lucky's win again. That's right. Lucky's win again in a national smoking survey among college students. Last year, a survey was made at leading colleges throughout the country, which showed that smokers in those colleges preferred Lucky's to any other cigarette. This year, another nationwide survey was made, a representative survey of all students in regular colleges from coast to coast. Based on thousands of actual student interviews, this survey shows that Lucky's lead over all other brands, regular or king size, and by a wide margin. The number one reason this year is last, Lucky's better taste. Yes, Lucky's do taste better. First, because they're made of light, naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco. LS, MFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then, Lucky's are made better. Made round and firm and fully packed to draw freely, smoke evenly. Actually made to taste better. After all, smoking enjoyment is all a matter of taste. And the fact of the matter is, Lucky's taste better. Cleaner, fresher, smoother. So be happy, go Lucky. Get better taste with a carton of Lucky's.
Be happy, go Lucky, get better taste today.
Ladies and gentlemen, in 30 seconds, I'll be doing my first television show, and I'm having Marilyn Monroe as my guest star through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of The Robe, which will soon be released in their new process, CinemaScope. Now, the television studio is 6 miles from this radio studio, and as I said, I only have 30 seconds. You say it's impossible to go 6 miles in 30 seconds. Believe me, with Marilyn Monroe waiting, I can make it. See you in 30 seconds.
The Jack Benny Show was written by Sam Perrin, Milt Josephsberg, George Balzer, John Tackerberry, Hal Goldman, and Al Gordon, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Martin. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
This is the CBS Radio Network. And KNX Los Angeles, where there's good dancing with the Hollywood Roosevelt Orchestra at 11:15 tonight.
The chief hope of our enemies is to divide the United States along racial and religious lines and thereby conquer us. Let's not spread prejudice. A divided America is a weak America. Through our behavior, we encourage the respect of our children and make them better neighbors to all races and religions. Remind them that being good neighbors has helped make our country great and kept her free. Thank you.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry in a new season of fun for everyone. Brought to you by Kraft, makers of Parquet margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products.
No, Leroy. No, no, no. For the 1,001th time, no. Do you get it? No.
What did he say, Leroy?
He said no.
Where is he?
Out on the front porch on the swing.
What's he doing?
What do you think he's doing? Just lying there.
Let me try him. You stay here.
Well, it looks as if they were closing in on Uncle Throckmorton. But before they corner him, here's a special message from Kraft. Get a picture of this. A steaming hot dinner roll fresh out of the oven with its fragrant aroma tempting your appetite. But wait a moment. The picture isn't complete. Not until that roll is covered with a delicious spread, slowly melting into each fluffy morsel. And that's the spot for smooth, delicate-tasting Parquet margarine. Parquet's fresh, light, taste-tempting flavor has made it the favorite spread in millions of American homes. It's smacking good on hot rolls, toast, bread, pancakes, and waffles. And if you haven't tried Parquet, believe me, you have a taste treat waiting for you. Get a package of delicious, economical Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine at your food store tomorrow. Just taste it, and you'll know it's good, because Parquet margarine is made by Kraft. Now let's return to the great Gildersleeve, where we left him taking his ease on his front porch, stretched out comfortably in the swing.
Got to oil this thing. It squeaks.
Unky, darling.
Yes, my dear?
Unky, mind if I sit down?
Go right ahead.
Oh, don't move. I don't want to disturb you.
Sit down, sit down. There's plenty of room. Just move my feet.
Well,
Yeah, I know. I got to oil it.
Unky, darling,
Yes, my dear?
would you like this pillow under your head?
I had it under my head. It's too hot.
Oh. Would you like me to swing you a little?
That would be nice.
Unky,
Yes?
you're sure I'm not crowding you?
Oh, for corn's sake, ask him.
Ask him what? What's he talking about? Come out here, Leroy.
You want me, Unc?
Leroy, you dope.
What did I do?
I was just getting around to it.
Now listen to me, both of you. There's no use getting around to anything, because you're not going to get around me.
Do you know what he's talking about, Marge?
I know what you're up to.
Uncle Mort, really, I don't know what you're thinking, but all
Never mind. Now listen to your uncle.
Listen to your uncle.
You too.
I'm listening.
I've explained to you, children, this is my vacation. And I've told you both 9 million times we are not going to Grass Lake.
Oh, Unky, Uncle Mort, you don't understand.
I understand perfectly. What don't I understand?
The Bullards are going. They're going this afternoon.
The Bullards are nothing but social climbers, if you want my opinion. And you may tell them I said so. No, don't do that. I don't see what the Bullards have got to do with it anyway. Ye gods, you practically lived at the Bullards all summer. It wouldn't hurt you to see a little less of them. Particularly that Marshall.
Very well, if that's the way you feel about it. But it might interest you to know that it wouldn't surprise me if I married Marshall one of these days.
I'll bet it'd surprise Marshall.
Oh, shut up.
Leroy, you talk much too much. Hand me that newspaper. I'm sorry if I said anything about Marshall. Marshall's all right, in his way. It's that kid brother of his. Phew, that Craig.
Unc.
Yes?
Never mind.
What is it?
I was going to ask you something, but if I asked you, you'd say no, so I guess I won't ask.
If it has anything to do with Grass Lake, your assumption is correct.
Gee, I haven't been swimming all summer, hardly. Some boys get to go swimming all the time.
Yes, yes.
Last time I was in swimming was the 4th of July. Yep, 4th of July. That was the last time. The last swim I had, 4th of July. Some vacation, no swimming. All I do is hang around the house. I've probably forgotten how to swim. Don't blame me if I fall out of a boat someday and drown.
Then stay out of boats. Go away, Leroy. Go find something to do.
What?
Don't ask me.
That's just the trouble. There's nothing to do around here.
Don't tell me that. Why, I could be busy every minute if I wanted to. I just don't want to. Don't give me that look, Leroy.
Huh?
Don't sit there looking like a sick spaniel. Go do something, or I'll find something for you to do.
Okay.
Ye gods, I'll be glad when school starts again. Man works hard all year. He's entitled to a little relaxation. Instead of running around all over the country. Grass Lake. I'd like to see anybody get me off this porch. I'd like to see anybody get me out of this swing. Out here, Bertie, on the porch.
I brought you something, Mr. Gildersleeve, a pitcher of nice cold lemonade.
Well, that's mighty thoughtful of you, Bertie.
Yes, sir. I said to myself, it's such a hot day, I said, I bet Mr. Gildersleeve would like something cold to drink in case he gets thirsty.
Well, you were right, Bertie. Set it right down here on the porch where I can reach down and grab it.
Oh, my goodness, I forgot to bring you a glass. I'll go get you one.
Who wants a glass? Here, I'll drink it out of the pitcher.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, that's no way. My goodness, look at that man drink.
Boy, that hits the spot. I think I'll hit it again.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, suppose somebody was to come along now and see you. Let me go get you a glass. Folks will think we don't live right.
That's nonsense, Bertie. The best people drink out of pitchers. Tastes better that way. Do you mean to tell me you've never drunk well water out of a bucket? Old oaken bucket?
No, sir.
All cool and dripping right out of the well?
No, sir, I haven't.
Neither have I, but I've always wanted to.
I heard about a lady once. She drank well water and it had pollywogs in it.
Oh, go on.
It's a fact. She was sitting up one night playing dominoes, and all of a sudden they heard a croak. They had to rush her to the hospital and operate.
Bertie.
They took a frog out of her that big.
Bertie, that whole story is nothing but plain superstition.
Maybe so, but it's a fact.
Did you know the lady this happened to?
No, sir, but I knew a carpenter that put a new roof on the house she lived in. That was some years after she moved out.
Oh, I see.
And do you know they told him that to look at that woman, you never would have guessed that she once had a frog inside of her. So my advice is, stick to lemonade.
Yeah, I'll do that, Bertie. Thanks for the advice, and thanks for the lemonade. I'll finish it later.
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I've been thinking.
Pretty hot weather for that, isn't it, Bertie?
Yes, sir, that's what I was thinking. It's so hot and all, and here it is Labor Day weekend, the last weekend of your vacation.
Don't remind me.
You ain't had no vacation at all, hardly.
Oh, I don't know.
You ain't. You really ain't. And you work so hard all year.
Yes. Yeah, that's true, Bertie. Yeah, it's quite true.
Just lying here on the swing all the time. That ain't no kind of vacation.
But I like lying here. I find it restful.
I know, but that's no
These are strenuous times, you know, Bertie. A man has to husband his strength. Big things ahead, big problems, reconversion and all that. Wears you out just to think about them.
Then you hadn't ought to think about them. You know, maybe if you was to get out of town, maybe if you was to go to some nice place for the weekend. You know, some nice place like Grass Lake, maybe.
Bertie, who sent you out here with that lemonade?
Who sent who out where? With what lemonade?
You get out of here, Bertie, and you take that lemonade with you. Hey, no, wait a minute.
Yes?
I might have one last sip.
You'll have a sip, he says.
There. Take it away now. Take it back to Marjorie. And you tell her for me, Bertie, I'm not stirring off this porch.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not either. No, by George, I'm not. Well, if it isn't... Hey, Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Is it hot enough for you?
I was just about to ask you the same thing.
What's your hurry? Come on up on the porch.
Well, I can't really stop, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've got to be getting down and open up the shop. I'm pretty late as it is.
That's nonsense. Come on up and be sociable.
Yeah. Lying on the swing, I see.
Yeah, just taking it easy, Peavy. The only way to enjoy life, especially on holidays.
I wouldn't say that. Mrs. Peavy and I planned a little jaunt for the weekend.
Mistake?
That is, Mrs. Peavy planned it. I'm going along. Driving out to visit a cousin. Cousin Clara. That is, she's a cousin of Mrs. Peavy's, no relation of mine.
Sounds like a whale of a time.
I wouldn't say that exactly. As a matter of fact, if I knew any way to get out of it...
Peavy, any man who takes his car out on the road this weekend is a darn fool.
That's what I say. Well, I may do it, and I may not. I don't know. I'll never forget the day the war ended.
Why? What's the war got to do with it?
Well, when I heard the news, it came right in the middle of supper. Miss Peavy cooked me some rhubarb that evening. I'm very fond of rhubarb. Stewed rhubarb. I got the Studebaker down off the blocks, and I backed her out into Elm Street.
Oh? Well, what happened?
Well, the light turned green, and my goodness, those drivers. I ran her right back up to drive and put her back on the blocks again. I never saw anything like it. So, as I say, we may be driving out to Cousin Clara's, and we may not. What are your plans for the holiday, Mr. Gildersleeve?
My plans, Peavy, are to spend Labor Day right here in my own front yard, on my own front porch, and not stir off it.
A very wise decision. Of course, you haven't my problem, though I shouldn't refer to her as a problem. Mrs. Peavy and I usually see more or less eye to eye on things. More or less. Oh, who's the little fellow coming up to walk there?
Huh? What? Oh, that Bullard kid.
Cunning little tyke, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Cunning like a fox. Oh. Hello, Craig.
Can Leroy play?
I guess so. This is Mr. Peavy, Craig. You know Mr. Peavy.
I want Leroy to play with me.
Well, Leroy's upstairs, I think. You can go up to his room and see if you want.
I want him to come out and play.
You'll have to take that up with Leroy. He's upstairs. Mr. Peavy and I are trying to talk now, Craig, so...
Tell Leroy to come down.
Look, Craig, you little so-and-so.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, he's only a child.
Well, he started it.
Perhaps you don't understand, Craig. Mr. Gildersleeve and I were trying to talk about something important, so why don't you just run along and...
I want Leroy to play with me.
Yes, I know, but Mr. Gildersleeve's already told you that Leroy's upstairs. So if you just go
I want him to come down.
Listen, little boy, I don't care what you want. You go on about your business. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, I think I'll be going on about mine.
Yeah, I don't blame you, Peavy.
I'll leave you with your little friend. I hope you have a nice holiday, you two.
Yes, you coward. Well, what are you looking at? Well, don't just stand there and stare. Kid gives me the willies. Well, say something.
I want Leroy to play with me.
All right. Oh, Leroy.
Yeah, what do you want?
Hurry down here, my boy. Company. Dirty trick. But now maybe I can get a little peace and quiet.
Uncle Mort, guess what?
Marjorie, never frighten a man like that.
I'm sorry, Unky. I didn't know you were asleep. Oh, Unky, guess where I've been?
You seem out of breath.
I've been over at the Bullards.
No.
And guess what? They've asked me to go to Grass Lake with them.
Well, how'd you work that?
They're leaving this afternoon. And guess how long they're staying? Till Monday night. Can I go? Is it
Well,
all right? Please say I can go. Please
yeah.
be a nice uncle and say I can.
Well,
They've got it all arranged about the rooms at the hotel, I mean. Marshall's going to sleep with somebody. Mr. Bullard's going to sleep with somebody else.
Well,
I don't know, but Mrs. Bullard and I are going to share a room together. They've got it all arranged. Can I go, please?
Well, I don't see why not, certainly. I think that'd be fine.
Oh, Unky, you're so wonderful.
That takes care of her.
Oh, I could love you to death.
No, Marjorie, do you want to break the swing?
What's come over her?
Nothing, Leroy, nothing. Get up, my dear. And let's keep this quiet.
I won't say a word.
Say a word about what?
Oh, nothing. Where's Craig? I thought you were playing with Craig, Leroy.
He's upstairs.
What's he doing?
Hiding.
But you're not looking for him.
Nope.
Leroy? George, I've got to hand it to you. Why didn't I think of that?
Listen, I asked the question. What's going on here? What's she feeling so good about?
Well, I'm not feeling good, particularly. I mean, why shouldn't I feel good? After all, it's natural, isn't it, to feel good? Oh, here comes Judge Hooker. Hello, Judge.
Morning, Marjorie. Leroy, Gildy. Well, this is a glorious day, isn't it?
Glorious?
Glorious beginning for a glorious weekend. Gildy, what are your plans?
My plans?
Never mind what they are, because they've just been changed.
My plans, Judge, are to spend the weekend right here where I am.
Why, you won't stick in the mud. You can't stay here on Labor Day. Now, listen, I got an idea. It's wonderful. Why don't we all drive out to Grass Lake?
Yeah,
They're having a golf tournament out there, and we could post a
Stop it.
reservation.
What's this about Grass Lake? Why has everybody got to go to Grass Lake?
Well, Labor Day weekend, Gildy. You always go somewhere Labor Day weekend.
Why go to Grass Lake?
Where else is there to go?
Well?
It's a golf tournament, Gildy. Open to everybody.
I've given up golf. Haven't played it in a year. Not that I couldn't beat you, you old goat.
Prove it.
Yeah.
I don't need to.
Come on, Unc, show 'em. I'm betting on you.
It's much too late. Everybody in town is going to Grass Lake. We couldn't get reservations.
I phoned this morning. They had one double room left, and I reserved it, just on the chance. Of course, there's the problem of the children.
Oh, you don't need to worry about me. I'm already going with the Bullards.
What? Hey, that's a big jip. She gets to go and I don't. That's no fair. She always gets to go everywhere and I don't get to do anything. That's a jip.
Be quiet.
I don't care. It's a jip.
Please come, Uncle Mort. It'd be such fun if we were all there.
Big jip.
Come on, Gildy. Now, don't be a wet blanket. We'll find a place for Leroy.
I can sleep in my Boy Scout sleeping bag.
We'll have more fun than a barrel of monkeys.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I heard what the judge said, and I think you ought to go.
Yeah,
come on, Gildy. For the love of Mike.
Quiet! Listen, all of you, let me make myself perfectly clear. I have not the slightest intention of going to Grass Lake now or ever. Do you understand? We are not going to Grass Lake. And that's final. So, we went to Grass Lake. But that's another story. And before we get into it, here's something of importance from our craft representative.
Mr. Lang,
Yes?
you're just the man I want to see. Why can't I always buy parquet margarine when I go to the store? The war's over, isn't it?
Well, sure, everyone knows the war is over, but everyone doesn't know that our American food is still helping to feed a good part of the world. That accounts for temporary shortages of parquet in food stores. And today, lots more people, are buying parquet margarine because it tastes so good when you spread it on bread, hot toast, and rolls.
I guess everyone in my family will agree to that. They think parquet is tops for flavor.
And do they know what a wonderful aid parquet margarine is to good nutrition?
Nutrition? You mean like food energy?
Yes, of course. Parquet margarine is one of the richest energy foods you can serve. And it's also a dependable source of important vitamin A the whole year round.
It's so economical, too.
Right you are. And the good news is that more and more parquet margarine is becoming available in food stores throughout the country. So look for and buy this delicious spread with the fine, fresh flavor. Ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's return to the great Gildersleeve.
Well, as I say, we drove out to Grass Lake, Leroy and the judge and I. It's a 4-hour drive. We made it in 8. Labor Day weekend.
Come on, Gildy. They're honking at you.
I can hear them. The thing is stalled.
Step on the starter.
What do you think I'm stepping on? Oh, shut up!
Is the ignition on?
Of course it's on.
Well, then you flooded it.
Hey, Unc, there's a good humor, man.
Not now, Leroy.
I'm hungry.
Try it again.
Hey, come on.
Listen, you want to make something out of it?
Just get the car going, Gildy. Get the car going.
That's easy enough to say.
Well, if you hadn't flooded it like a fool...
I suppose you could drive it better.
Well, I certainly hope so.
Very well, Horace. You know so much, you take the wheel. Go ahead, I wash my hands of it.
Where you going, Unc?
Around to the other side.
Hey, Unc, the good humor, man. Oh, nuts.
All set?
Go ahead. I'd just like to see you.
Just as I thought. The ignition wasn't on.
Who turned it off?
I never touched it. I was back here all the time.
Well, go ahead, Judge. If you're going to drive, drive. Well, we started off. I'd like to say at this point that the judge is without doubt one of the worst drivers in the whole of North America. Every time we came to a curve, stop the car, stop the car.
Boy, that was close.
Look, Horace, either I drive this car or I get out and walk.
Have it your own way, Gildy. Have it your own way.
Shove over.
Get off of my foot.
Well, if you'd get out and walk around instead of making me crawl over you.
Hey, Unc.
What?
There's a man. He's selling popcorn.
That's nice. All right, all right.
That's right. Strip the gears.
They're my gears.
Hey!
Watch it, Gildy, watch it.
Listen, who's driving this car?
You ask me.
lovely trip. We started before lunch, and we got there too late for supper. It was after dark, and you couldn't see a thing. But there we were at beautiful Grass Lake. Pile out, Leroy. Leroy, wake up back there.
Uh-huh. What?
We're there. Hooray! Judge, you take the grips, and I'll get the golf bags.
No, Gildy, I'll tell you. Why don't you take the grips and I'll take the golf bag?
Judge, do we have to make a whole great big thing out of this?
No, Gildy, of course not.
Then don't be an old woman. Let's get this darn trunk open.
Your uncle is evidently a little short-tempered, Leroy, as a result of his long trip.
Leroy, you take your sleeping bag.
Let's have it.
I don't suppose they have a bellhop in this broken-down hotel.
Well, as a matter of fact, Gildy, we're not staying at the hotel.
Oh, what?
No, we're staying at Honeymoon Cottage.
Judge, you didn't tell me this.
Well, it's perfectly all right, Gildy. It's owned by the hotel. Hotel was filled up, but it's right next door.
Honeymoon Cottage, huh? All right, come on. Honeymoon Cottage. What memories it holds for me. In that room, that dear little room where we spent the night. They called it a double because it had a double bed. That's all it had.
Holy smokes, is this where we sleep?
Quaint, isn't it?
You didn't mention the double bed, Judge. You didn't tell me about that.
Well, I'll tell you, Gildy, Labor Day...
You old goat, you knew about this all the time. Do you expect the two of us to sleep in that thing?
Unless you want to sleep on the floor.
Leroy is the lucky one. He brought a sleeping bag. Leroy, how would it be?
Oh, no, you don't. This sleeping bag is mine. I got it for my birthday, and I'm sleeping in it. I'm going to take it out on the lawn and sleep there.
Oh, no, you're not.
Why not?
Because guests will be walking on you. You're going to sleep right in here with us.
Oh, Corn, what's the use of having a sleeping bag?
I'll tell you, Leroy. There seems to be a little balcony outside the window here. You could spread your sleeping bag out there.
Hey, not bad.
Somebody at the door, Gildy.
Yeah, I'll go.
Can Leroy play?
What? You here?
I want Leroy to play with me.
Well, he can't. It's past his bedtime and it's way past yours. Now go back to your room. Ye gods.
That was the little Bullard boy, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, Judge. We drive all the way up here, 125 miles, and what do we get? Can Leroy play? I give up. Let's go to bed. Go to bed. Ha! To bed, but not to sleep. Ever try to sleep with an old goat like Judge Hooker? All knees and elbows. And his feet, cold, like two dead flounders. Kept telling him to get 'em off of me. Get 'em off of me, Hooker.
What's that? What's that?
Shove over. You're hogging the bed.
How can I be hogging it? I'm falling out.
Well, somebody's hogging it.
How about a little quiet in there? How can anybody sleep?
Pipe down, Leroy. Pipe down. Well, I turned my pillow over and I tried again. The judge didn't have any trouble, though. He was asleep in no time. Oh, fine. I lay there and listened to that for a couple of hours. And then, finally, I began to doze off. I began to dream. Oh, shut up.
I want Leroy to play with me. I want Leroy to play with me. I want Leroy to play with me. I want Leroy to play with me.
Oh, shut up.
Gildy, what's the matter?
Oh, shut up.
Gildy.
Oh, be quiet, Judge. You want to wake the whole hotel?
What's going on in there?
Nothing, Leroy, nothing. Go to sleep. The judge just had a bad dream, that's all. Turn over, Horace. Try sleeping on your little tummy.
Yes.
And try to keep your knee out of my face.
Yes.
Then it began all over again. A long struggle to get back to sleep. I tried to think of pleasant things. I tried to think of my bed at home. No good. Tried to think of Leela. Tried to think of the way she looked. Somehow I couldn't quite remember. Then suddenly I met someone that I'd never met before. And oh, she was beautiful. She was awfully beautiful. Funny, neither of us said a word. I guess because no words were needed. It seemed as if we'd known each other all our lives. I just took her hand, and she took mine. And we walked together down to the shore of the lake, where the moon was shining. And there I took her in my arms.
Gildy, let go.
Keep What you for?
You're strangling me.
Oh. Sorry, Judge, sorry.
Say, for corn's sake, what's going on in there?
Nothing, Leroy. Go back to sleep.
Fat chance.
That chance. There was no more sleep that night. 5:30, daylight began to ooze in under the shades. I couldn't stand it. Got up quietly and began to dress.
Now what, Unc?
Don't wake up the judge, Leroy. Get your things on. We're getting out of here. Going back to town.
What?
Don't start a fuss. I'll make it up to you some way, my boy. I'll make it up to you.
Okay. Shh. Some night, hey, Unc?
Yeah, some night, Leroy. We got dressed and packed our things as quietly as we could. Then we tiptoed to the door and opened it. We got everything.
What about the judge? How'll he get back to town?
Oh, he'll get back. He has friends. Look at him lying there. I hate a man who sleeps with his mouth open. Close the door, Leroy. Softly. Softly.
Wait a minute, Gildy. I'm coming with you.
Oh! Why, the old goat. So, it was back to town. Back to good old Summerfield. Yeah, there were traffic jams 5 miles long. But we didn't care, did we, Leroy?
Nah, they were all going the other way, the dopes.
Yeah, that's right. We made wonderful time. And before we knew it, there we were. Home, sweet home. And that, my dear, is why you never saw hide nor hair of us at Grass Lake.
But, Uncle Mort, I don't understand. Leroy never once got a chance to go in swimming?
Yeah, but Sunday I had a banana split and a strawberry soda and a cherry phosphate. And today I had a battleship sundae and 2 root beer floats.
Mm-hmm. And that cake, Leroy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Leroy and I have reached an understanding. That's why he's always going to do as I tell him hereafter. Aren't you, Leroy?
That's right, Unc.
And never beg to go places or be allowed to do things when I don't want him to.
That's right.
And always do the chores that have been assigned to him without being told.
And pick up my things and always keep my room neat.
Mm-hmm. This is too good to last. You better tune in next week, folks. Leroy, are you feeling all right?
I don't know, Unc. I'm not sure.
Good night, everybody. Leroy, you come with me.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
And now, something special. We mean that very special kind of cheese food women are finding so useful in meal planning. It's Pabstet, the delicious cheddar cheese food that melts, slices, toasts, and spreads to perfection. There are 100 tempting uses for Pabstet, and there are 2 delicious varieties, Golden Pabstet and Pimento Pabstet. Buy both kinds for a variety of main dish and luncheon time treats. Be sure to add Pabstet cheddar cheese food to your shopping list tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
On this day, this American holiday, we are celebrating the rights of free, laboring men and women. The preservation of these rights is vitally important now not only to us who enjoy them, but to the whole future of Christian civilization. American labor now bears a tremendous responsibility in the winning of this most brutal, most terrible of all wars. In our factories and shops and arsenals, we're building weapons on a scale great in its magnitude. To all the battle fronts of this world, these weapons are being dispatched by day and by night, over the seas and through the air. And this nation is now devising and developing new weapons of unprecedented power toward the maintenance of democracy. Why are we doing this? Why are we determined to devote our entire industrial effort to the prosecution of a war which has not yet actually touched our shores? We're not a warlike people. We've never sought glory as a nation of warriors. We're not interested in aggression. We are not interested, as the dictators are, in looting. We do not covet 1 square inch of the territory of any other nation. Our vast effort and the unity of purpose that inspires that effort are due solely to our recognition of the fact that our fundamental rights, including the rights of labor, are threatened by Hitler's violent attempt to rule the world. These rights were established by our forefathers on the field of battle. They have been defended at great cost, but with great success, on the field of battle, here on our own soil and in foreign lands, and on all the seas all over the world. There's never been a moment in our history when Americans were not ready to stand up as free men and fight for their rights. In times of national emergency, one fact is brought home to us clearly and decisively: the fact that all of our rights are interdependent. The right of freedom of worship would mean nothing without freedom of speech. And the rights of free labor, as we know them today, could not survive without the rights of free enterprise. That is the indestructible bond that is between us, between all of us Americans. Interdependence of interests, privileges, opportunities, responsibilities, interdependence of rights. That is what unites us, men and women of all sections, of all races, of all faiths, of all occupations, of all political beliefs. That is why we have been able to defy and frustrate the enemies who believed that they could divide us and conquer us from within. These enemies all know that we possess a strong navy, a navy gaining in strength. They know that that navy, as long as the navies of the British Empire and the Netherlands and Norway and Russia exist, can together guarantee the freedom of the seas. These enemies know also that if these other navies are destroyed, the American Navy cannot now or in the future maintain the freedom of the seas against all the rest of the world. These enemies know that our army is increasing daily in its all-round strength. These enemies know that today the chief American fighters in the battles now raging are those engaged in American industry, employers and employees alike. These enemies know that the cost of American production in the past year has shown enormous gains, and that the product of these industries is moving to the battlefronts against Hitlerism, in increasing volume each day. But these enemies also know that our American effort is not yet enough, and that unless we step up the total of our production and more greatly safeguard it on its journeys to the battlefields, these enemies will take heart in pushing their attack in fields old and new. I give solemn warning to those who think that Hitler has been blocked and halted, that they're making a very dangerous assumption. When in any war your enemy seems to be making slower progress than he did the year before, that is the very moment to strike with redoubled force, to throw more energy into the job of defeating him, to end for all time the menace of world conquest, and thereby end all talk or thought of any peace founded on a compromise with evil itself. And we know that a free labor system is the very foundation of a functioning democracy. We know that one of the first acts of the Axis dictatorship has been to wipe out all the principles and standards which labor had been able to establish for its own preservation and advancement. Trade unionism is a forbidden philosophy under these rule or ruin dictators, but trade unionism demands full freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. Trade unionism has helped to give to everyone who toils the position of dignity which is his due. The present position of labor in the United States as an interdependent unit in the life of the nation has not come about by chance. It has been an evolutionary process of a healthy democracy at work. Hitler has not worked that way. He will not, he cannot work that way. Just as he denies all rights to individuals, he must deny all rights to groups of labor or business, groups of learning, of the church. He has abolished trade unions as ruthlessly as he has persecuted religion. No group of Americans has realized more clearly what Nazi domination of the world means than has organized labor. What it means to their standard of living, their freedom, their lives. No group has a greater stake in the defeat of Nazism, in the preservation of the fundamental freedoms, in the continuance of democracy throughout the world. We have already achieved much. It is imperative that we achieve infinitely more. The single-mindedness and sacrifice with which we jointly dedicate ourselves to the production of the weapons of freedom will determine in no small part the length of the ordeal through which humanity must pass. We cannot hesitate. We cannot equivocate in the great task before us. The defense of America's freedom must take precedence over every private aim and over every private interest. Yes, we are engaged on a grim and perilous task. Forces of insane violence have been let loose by Hitler upon this earth. We must do our full part in conquering them. For these forces may be unleashed on this nation as we go about our business of protecting the proper interests of our country. The task of defeating Hitler may be long and arduous. There are a few appeasers and Nazi sympathizers who say it cannot be done. They even ask me to negotiate with Hitler, to pray for crumbs from his victorious table. They do in fact ask me to become the modern Benedict Arnold and betray all that I hold dear. My devotion to our freedom, to our churches, to our country. This course I have rejected. I reject it again. Instead, I know that I speak the conscience and determination of the American people when I say that we shall do everything in our power to crush Hitler and his Nazi forces. American workers, American farmers, American businessmen, American church people, all of us together have the great responsibility and the great privilege of laboring to build a democratic world on enduring foundations. May it be said on some future Labor Day by some future President of the United States that we did our work faithfully and well.
Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friend. This is your host of the Inner Sanctum, welcoming you to another half hour of mystery and terror. Guaranteed to take 10 years off your life. Don't just stand there. Come on in. We've been fixing up the place, making it more homey. Yes, you see that beam over there with the rope hanging down? You just stand on the table, put your head through the noose, and, that's right. It's for the convenience of anyone who feels like hanging around after the broadcast.
I wish you wouldn't say things like that.
Oh, you're right, Mary. I'm a bad host. Here, I invite everybody to hang around, and there's only one rope. I guess we'll have to hang together instead of hanging separately.
Now, please.
Unless, of course, we want to hang ourselves with a black ribbon that comes with that Lipton sterling silver medallion. We've got plenty of them, haven't we, Mary?
Well, I don't know. Thousands of women are writing in every day for that special sterling silver medallion. So I'd advise all of you ladies who want to own one to send in for it tonight. Yes, they're going mighty fast, because this medallion is made of solid sterling silver, and it's decorated with the Chinese symbol for good luck. The medallion is just the right size, too, about 1 inch in diameter. You can wear it as a necklace or a choker, because it's hung on a narrow black rayon satin ribbon, or if you wish, you can simply add it to your charm bracelet. And here's how you get this handsome medallion. Listen. Just send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Liptons, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92. That's Box 92, New York City.
All right, Mary. I'll write down the address on the cuff of my shroud. And now, friends, tell me, do you like holidays? Well, you won't after you hear tonight's story. It's called Dead Man's Holiday. And it's an original radio play by that cryptic mystic, Robert Sloane. Yes, and our star tonight is Myron McCormick, who plays the role of Eric. Not far from the waterfront, in a gloomy shack where death hovers near, a man stirs uneasily on a blood-stained cot. As he struggles for the last breaths of life, his tortured mind forces words to his lips.
They don't have to tell me. I know I can't live more than a little while longer. And I don't want to live. I want this nightmare to end, as it should have ended long before that day I was hurt on the train. I remember it so clearly. Sitting in a coach, looking out the window, and then suddenly, the train shuddered to a violent stop. The jolt lifted me clear out of my seat and threw me against the glass window, which broke as I hit it. For a moment, I was stunned. But in the back of my mind, I could hear the conductor quieting the passage.
It's all right. Please, it's all right, I tell you. Nothing serious has happened. We struck an empty car on the grade crossing. The engineer had a jam on the brakes. Is there anybody hurt? Anybody need a doctor around here? Are you
The
all right?
conductor was coming down the aisle, questioning passengers, looking them over. My head was clear now. And immediately I thought of my wife, in the seat next to mine. I turned to see if she'd been injured. But there, in the seat which she had occupied, was a man I'd never seen before. He spoke to me.
You all right?
Yes, I was shaken up a bit, but I'm all right now.
You've got a nasty cut on your lip.
All right. I guess it was the glass. Will you excuse me, please?
What's the matter?
My wife. I'm looking for my wife. She was sitting right next to me. Eleanor? Eleanor, where are you?
What's wrong, sir?
My wife. She's gone, conductor. She's gone.
All right, no. Don't get excited.
She was sitting right next to me, right where this man is sitting now.
You must be mistaken.
What?
There wasn't any woman sitting next to you.
What are you trying to tell me? My wife was sitting in that seat.
All right, sir. If she's on the train, we'll find her. In the meantime, you'd better come with me and have that lip of yours attended.
Not until I find out what's happened.
Nothing's happened, mister. You're just a little dazed, that's all. Your wife isn't on this train.
That's a lie.
Why would I want to lie to you?
I don't know what your reason is, but you're trying to hide something from me.
I'm willing to swear you boarded this train alone.
How do you know that?
Because I've been sitting next to you ever since you got on.
I was taken to a hospital and given an anesthetic. When I came to, the doctor was standing over me. He said I was well enough to get dressed and leave, but when I mentioned the disappearance of my wife, he acted strange.
You've had a severe shock, Mr. Keating, and sometimes an accident like this has a way of playing tricks on the mind.
You don't believe that my wife was on that train?
I don't see how she could have been. Any number of the passengers were questioned. They all told the same story. You got on the train alone.
So you're in on it, too.
I beg your pardon?
You and the railroad and the man who was sitting next to me, you're all in on it. What are you trying to do to me?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't you? Are you sure this isn't some kind of a plot to try and drive me out of my mind?
I think you need a rest, Mr. Keating. Just look at yourself in the mirror there. You see how drawn you are?
I'm all right. Good heavens. Doctor.
What's the matter?
My face. What have you done to me? What's happened to my face?
Why, nothing. I had to put a few stitches in your lip,
It's not my lip. It's my whole face. Why, you've done something to it. It's different.
Mr. Keating.
It is, I tell you. You've changed my face. The next morning, I went straight to my house on Pine Street. I had no key, so I rang the bell, hoping against hope my wife would be there to answer it. But when the door opened, I was face to face with a gaunt, middle-aged woman I'd never seen before.
Yes?
Who are you?
I beg your pardon.
Come on, answer me. Who are you?
Well, I'm the housekeeper.
Don't lie to me. We don't have a housekeeper. What are you doing here?
I don't see why I should answer your question.
You'd better answer them. I'm Mr. Keating.
Who?
Mr. Keating, I live here. Where's Mrs. Keating? What have you done with her?
You must have the wrong address.
What do you mean?
Nobody by the name of Keating lives here.
What?
I work for Mr. and Mrs. Drury. Don't you see the nameplate on the door?
Yes, I see it. When did you put it there? Last night?
You got the wrong address, Mr.
Oh, I have I? You see that picture over there? The one on the hall table?
Yes?
That's a picture of my wife.
I beg your pardon, sir, but that's a picture of Mrs. Drury.
Drury. I didn't know anybody by the name of Drury. I couldn't imagine why he or anybody else would go to so much trouble to keep me from my wife. I walked down to the corner drugstore to phone the police. But just as I got there, a car drove up and stopped. In it was the man who sat next to me on the train. I hurried over to speak to him. You remember me?
Why, yes, of course. Did you find your wife?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Can I be of any assistance to you? I work for the railroad, you know.
Yes, I had a feeling you did. What's your name?
Drury.
Drury? You live in the white house around the corner? The one on Pine Street?
That's right. How did you know?
I was just over there. I thought it belonged to a man named Keating.
Well, it did originally. You knew him?
Knew him?
Yes.
Why do you speak in the past tense? You sound as if the man were dead.
Well, didn't you know? He is dead.
You can't imagine what it was like to have him tell me that Eric Keating was dead. I was Eric Keating. I hurried away from him, kept walking toward the center of town. But it wasn't long before I realized that I was being followed by a man in a gray hat. I waited until he caught up with me. Then, as he started to pass, I stopped him purposely to get a good look at his face. Excuse me.
Yes?
Can I trouble you for a match?
Certainly.
Thanks.
Wait
a minute. Why are you following me?
Who says I am?
It's pretty obvious. Now, you'd better tell me what your game is, or I'll call a cop.
That wouldn't do much good, mister. I'm on the force.
What?
Plainclothesman. Connors is the name.
Why? I don't understand. Why are you watching me?
That's my business, watching people. Your face looked kind of familiar to me. What's your name?
Eric Keating.
Try again, mister. You better tell me the truth this time.
I am telling you the truth. Why don't you believe me?
Because I happen to know where Eric Keating is right now. I saw his grave just the other day.
His grave?
Yes. He's buried in the same cemetery as my sister. Been buried for 6 years.
I had a feeling that Connors was lying. When he let me go a moment later, without proving my identity, I could have sworn he wasn't a detective. But I had to make sure. I had to catch him in a lie. I took a bus out to the cemetery. It was dark by the time I got there. But I had a flashlight, and with it, I saw the very thing I hoped I wouldn't find. A tombstone with my name on it. The shock was like a blinding light in the darkness, and for a moment I lost my senses. Insanely, I dug into the earth with a piece of sharp stone, determined to see the empty coffin or the bones of the man who had been buried in my place.
What you doing, mister?
Connors.
You better come with me, mister.
Why? What's wrong? What have I done?
Killed a man, maybe?
What?
Here. Look at this police circular.
Wanted. For murder.
That's right. The picture underneath those words is yours or your twin brother's.
No, I'm not this man. I may look like his picture, but I'm not the man.
Your fingerprints will settle that. We've got his on the circular. Now we've got to get yours. Any objections?
Yeah. I won't go with you.
Don't you
hold it.
Now, there's a case of being wanted for murder, dead or alive. And this guy Keating seems to fit both conditions very well. I'd hate to see him get killed, though. It'd be like killing two birds with one stone.
I'm really sorry for that poor man. He's so confused.
I should say so, Mary. Imagine digging up a grave and finding yourself in it. Hmm? Well, that proves that a man can be two places at the same time.
Nonsense. That's impossible. But you know, as far as killing two birds with one stone is concerned, that's easy. Any lady can do that just by sending in for the Lipton sterling silver medallion.
What?
Yes. You see, this sterling silver medallion is not only lovely, but it's a very useful piece of jewelry as well. It's just the thing to brighten up a simple silk dress or a dressy suit. And it can be worn as a necklace or a choker, or simply by removing the narrow black rayon satin ribbon on which it's hung, you can add it to your charm bracelet. And the medallion makes such a smart appearance. It's made of real sterling silver, and it's decorated with the Chinese characters that stand for good luck. So you might say the medallion is a Chinese good luck charm. And best of all, ladies, the Lipton people are making it easy for you to own one of these handsome medallions. All you have to do is send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Liptons, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92. That's Box 92, New York City.
Well, Mary, if the medallion really brings good luck, I hope our friend Eric Keating sends for one, because he's going to need it. When we left him, he was telling us how a detective named Connors was about to arrest him for murder. Eric resisted, and they struggled at the cemetery. Connors fired a shot.
A bullet went through my left arm before I could reach Connors with the stone I had in my hand. I pounded it against his temple, and he dropped to the ground, unconscious. Then I ran as fast as I could, holding one arm with the other, losing blood all the time. Somehow, I got away. I was exhausted by the time I staggered into the doctor's.
Well, I guess you'll be all right now, Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Doctor.
Tell me, how did you happen to get this wound?
I was carrying a jar, and I fell.
Oh, you'd better not lie to me, Mr. Keating. The bullet was still in your arm. Who shot you?
I don't know his name.
Well, it would help a great deal if you did. I have to report this, you know. So you'd better tell me the truth.
I will in a moment, Doctor, but first I'd like to ask you a favor.
What is it?
Do you know anything about fingerprints?
No, not a great deal.
Well, you must know something. Here, take a look at the ones on this circular.
Hmm? Why is the circular torn in half?
Never mind about that. Just look at the fingerprints.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look at the ones on my hand.
Yeah?
Would you say they belong to the same man?
Unquestionably. Of course, I'm not an expert.
No, neither am I. But I can see that those are my fingerprints, all right. Somebody's done a perfect job of framing me. Either that, or I'm a murderer.
Mr. Keating, suppose I just report my work to the police and let it go at that.
I can't let it go at that. Don't you understand? I've been framed every possible way. And if I let it go, I'll be sent to the chair.
No, not if you're innocent.
I can't take the chance.
Well, I'm very much afraid you'll have to.
I reached for the paperweight on his desk. I crept a little closer. And then...
Keating, put that down!
You fool! I struck him hard on the side of the head. His body dropped to the floor, and I bent over him. My heart was pounding against my chest. Something in the back of my mind kept driving me on. A voice kept saying, "Kill him! You're a murderer! Kill him!" I don't know why, but I struck him again. And again. And again. Until his lifeless body choked out its last breath. And then I knew I was a murderer. I hurried away in the darkness, took a bus to a neighboring town. I hired a room in a boarding house. I stayed there 3 days, hiding, not going out on the street. Then, on the 4th day, the landlady paid me a visit.
You'll have to get out of here. I can't take a chance of having you around anymore, killing that doctor. Weren't you in enough trouble already?
Shut up, I gotta think.
Gotta get out of here. They'll be searching this place before you know it.
Why?
Because you were here before. I never should have let you come back.
Come back?
Now get your coat and beat it.
Where'll I go?
Take it easy. I never let anybody down yet. Here, this is the address of a shack I own over near the waterfront. You can hide out there for a while.
Any food in that shack?
Never mind about that. I'll get in touch with Ruth and tell her where you are.
Ruth?
Yes, go on now. Get out of here before it's too late.
I waited in the shack for 2 days before this girl, Ruth, showed up. When she did get there, the first thing she said was...
Gosh, you look terrible.
Yeah, I know. I've been through a lot.
Well, start working on these groceries. You must be starved.
Yeah, thanks, I am.
I never thought I'd see you again.
Huh?
Why'd you do it?
I couldn't help myself. He was going to turn me over to the police.
I don't mean the doctor. I mean Richie.
Who?
Richie. What are you looking at me like that for?
I'm just trying to think.
You should have done some thinking before you buried his body where you did. They found it the next day.
Stop it, will you? I'm going out of my mind.
What's the matter?
Richie, Ruth, Drury, the landlady. When is it going to stop?
Hey, take it easy.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here right now.
Don't be crazy. You'll get caught.
I don't care. Have you got a car?
Yeah, but...
Come on.
Let go of me. Let go. You hurt me.
Come on.
Where? Where do you want to go?
Back to my house. I've got to find my wife. In the dark, we drove to my house on Pine Street. Ruth waited for me in the car as I sneaked into the garage and came up through the cellar entrance. The house was dark, except for a light in the study. My wife was sitting there, alone, reading a book. I tried not to frighten her. Eleanor? Eleanor?
That you, George?
No, dear. It's Eric.
Oh, good heavens. Who are you? What are you doing here?
Don't you recognize me, Eleanor?
No. No, get out of this house. Get up before I scream.
Darling, I've got to make you understand. I'm your husband, Eric.
You're insane. Eric is dead.
No. You mustn't believe what they've been telling you. It's all part of a scheme I can't understand, but they're against us, Eleanor. They're trying to keep us apart.
Eric is dead.
Don't say that,
He
darling.
died 6 years ago.
And you're in on it, too. You want it this way.
What do you mean?
You and Drury want to be together. That's why you framed me.
George Drury is my husband.
Is he?
Yes, we've been married for 3 years.
You can't get away with this, Eleanor. I won't let you have it. I tied her to a chair and gagged her so that she couldn't scream or call the police. Then I left the house and got back into the car with Ruth. We waited there about 10 minutes. And then I saw the man I'd been waiting for. George Drury. He was walking down the far side of the street on the sidewalk. And I knew he'd have to cross over to get to the house. So I started the car.
What are you doing?
Getting ready. He's got to cross the street. He's got to.
What are you going to do?
Run him over.
No.
Let go of me, you fool. I'm crossing now.
No.
Shut up.
No. I've hurt you in cold blood. Where are you going?
To pick up the body. Stay where you are. I'll be back in a second. The three of us had a long ride that night. Ruth, George Drury's body, and myself. Automatically, I seemed to know where I was heading. Even though I had no destination in my mind. I made one turn after another, unconsciously almost, until at last I came to a dark stretch of road along a railroad track. I stopped the car and got out.
What do you think you're doing?
Don't ask any questions. I'm burying the body here.
Are you crazy?
Why?
Don't this place look familiar to you?
Huh? Yes, I think it does. Can't remember why.
You lost your mind completely.
Will you stop talking like that and tell me what's wrong with this place? Why can't I bury the body here?
Because it's the same place you buried Richie.
Richie. Who is Richie? Why am I wanted for his murder?
You're wanted because you killed him in cold blood just the way you killed Drury. Only Richie was your partner. You pulled all your jobs together.
It couldn't have been me, Ruth. Not me. I didn't know Richie. I'm Eric Keating.
Is that your real name? You never told me the real one.
All right, but what's that?
Sounds like... Yeah, it's the police.
Quick, we've got to get out of here. We left Drury's body near the railroad track and drove back to the hideout on the waterfront, where Ruth had met me earlier in the evening. There, I began to sew the threads of a horrible story which had been my life for the past 6 years.
The first time I saw you was about 5 years ago.
And I looked as I look now.
Yeah, more or less. You just had a plastic surgery job done. You told me it was because your face was burned, only I didn't believe you.
Yes, that was true. My face was burned, badly.
How?
Yes, I'm beginning to remember. A railroad accident just about 6 years ago. The car I was in caught fire. I struck my head trying to climb out of a window.
You mean you lost your memory from that blow?
I must have. I must have wandered away from the scene of the wreck, not knowing who I was.
And you began a new life with people like Richie, huh?
Yes. I began to steal.
But your wife and the railroad company give you up as dead.
I can understand that. There were charred bodies in that wreck, charred beyond recognition. When I didn't show up, they must have listed me as one of them and buried another man's remains in my place. I wish it had been me.
Oh, Eric, that's awful. All the while you were suffering from amnesia, your wife thought you were dead.
I didn't believe her when she said she'd married this fellow Drury.
Oh.
Funny how I sat next to him on the train that day. The jolt sent my mind back 6 years. And I thought I was Eric Keating, coming home from a trip with my wife. Who's there?
Come out with your hands up, Keating.
It's the police.
They got this place surrounded.
You better do what he says, Eric.
What for? Why prolong the agony any more than I have to?
Eric,
Don't call me Eric. Eric Keating is dead. Now let this other man die the way he should have died.
Eric, don't be a fool. You can't get out that window. The cops got it covered.
I know it, Ruth. I know it. It's all right. I wanted it just this way.
Well, they finally got him. And this time they'll give him a grave he can call his own. I just hope he stays put this time instead of wandering as a ghost. A guy like that might not remember where he was buried.
I'm glad he's finally at rest now.
Oh, don't be so sure, Mary. That guy needs a tag on him. Maybe you ought to send him one of those sterling silver medallions. Yes, and we'll get all his aliases engraved on it, too, so the other ghosts will know who he is.
Don't be silly. There aren't any ghosts. And besides, that sterling silver medallion has just one purpose. It's simply a lovely piece of jewelry that the ladies will enjoy wearing. And ladies, to get the medallion, all you have to do is send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92, New York City.
Well, it's time now to button up my shroud and start combing the catacomb. If you insist on a moral for tonight's story, try this. The evil that men do doesn't always live after them. Sometimes it catches up with them. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Lay That Pistol Down by Richard Powell. And oh, yes, next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is a real chiller-diller. It's about a man who owes a debt to society, and he tries to pay it in blood, only to discover that in so doing he has to pay a stiff price. Well, now it's time to close the squeaking door. So, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, here's a modern food with an old-fashioned, homemade flavor. It's Lipton's Noodle Soup. And now, especially when the weather's so warm, try serving Lipton's as the one hot dish in a cold meal. Your family will love Lipton's famous chickeny taste. Yes, it tastes just like the chicken noodle soup you make right in your own kitchen. And Lipton's has got the same good herbs and flavorings, too. The same tender golden egg noodles. But listen, Lipton's noodle soup comes in an envelope, and it only takes a few minutes to prepare. Of course, sometimes it's hard to get in some stores these days, but there's lots of good things scarce in wartime. So remember to ask for Lipton's Noodle Soup. And remember to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum Mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The president of Ivy College has a residence on the campus, which is known to the student body, naturally enough, as the Powerhouse. And here are the Powers themselves, Dr. William Todhunter Hall and his wife, Victoria, a former glittering ornament of the English musical comedy stage. They're playing chess, a game which can be played for either sheer intellectual diversion or 10 cents a game. This is the 10-cent variety, evidently, because Mrs. Hall is saying...
That's checkmate, isn't it, dear? You now owe me 20 cents.
Let me see.
I mean, there isn't any place you can move your king, is there?
No. No, you've won again, Victoria. Tell me, what impelled you to zip that queen clear across the board? That was a devastating move.
I don't know. There was a clear space to move it, and she hadn't done anything for a long time, so I just slid her over. Was it good?
Good. It was magnificent. Are you sure you never played this game before you married me?
It was Scout's honor, Toddy. I always thought chess was a game for bearded old men and mental giants.
Oh, that's pure nonsense, Victoria. It can be played for simple amusement by people with no intellectual pretensions whatever.
Like me?
Yes. I mean, no. No, I didn't mean that at all. I merely meant... look, how about another game?
Well, I don't think we have time, William. Mrs. Gerhardt will be here in... Oh, good heavens, I forgot to tell you. I'm so sorry.
Well, Mrs. Professor Gerhardt, is she coming over here?
Yes. She wants to talk to you about a very personal matter. That's what she said. Doesn't Professor Gerhardt do something with mummies or something? I mean, doesn't he dig up tombs and gold coffee pots and all like that?
Gerhardt, my dear, is an Egyptologist of some renown. What do you suppose Mrs. Gerhardt wants?
I haven't the slightest idea. Oh, she's here now, I imagine, dear. Will you put away the chess and I'll let her in?
Checkmate in 7 moves, indeed. Paul, old boy, you're slipping badly when a rank amateur can...
Mrs. Gerhardt, William, dear. Mrs. Gerhardt to see you.
Good evening, Mrs. Gerhardt. Please sit down.
Good evening, Dr. Hall. I'm sorry if I'm breaking in... Oh, you don't have to leave, Mrs. Hall.
Well, thanks, but I have dozens of things that need doing. I'll be back in a little while. Just excuse me, will you?
Of course.
How is Hans, Mrs. Gerhardt? Since he received that last batch of pottery and sarcophagi, I don't see much of him.
Well, I don't see much of him these days myself, Doctor, and it isn't because of his work.
Logically, I suppose. My next question is, why isn't it? Has Professor Gerhardt taken to being absent without leave?
Yes.
Oh.
Doctor, I haven't the slightest right to come to you with what's really a very personal family matter. My only excuse is that I trust your judgment so implicitly. And, well, I don't know where else to go. The Ivy Bulletin doesn't give advice to the lovelorn.
Well, my principal business is human relations, and by extension, I suppose, family relations among the faculty. So let's examine the problem, whatever it is.
It's a very simple one, Dr. Hall. And a very old one, too, I suppose. Hans is... Well, I think there's another woman.
Another woman? Oh, but he's old enough to know... Oh, no, I can't...
I've always heard it said, Doctor, that the dangerous age for men was from their first long pants to their last short breath. So I don't suppose I should be so surprised about this. But I am. And if Hans hasn't been happy with me, he's been an awfully good actor.
Oh, my dear lady, Hans Gerhardt couldn't act. Why, he'd be lost in a kindergarten charade. A more open... Oh, I see. That does leave the alternative, doesn't it?
Yes. Plus the fact that he's spending much too much money. He refuses to tell me where he spends 3 or 4 evenings a week, and he comes home with lipstick on his collar.
Have you asked him about it?
Yes, last night. He simply turned 3 shades of vermilion, Walked into his study and started measuring the shin bone of some Assyrian queen that he uses for a paperweight. You know, it's bad enough to compete with live women, Doctor, but when they've been dead for 4,000 years, it's enough to make a wife take another look at herself.
Let me assure you it has nothing to do with your appearance. Having been extremely fortunate as a husband, I consider myself somewhat of an expert on what a wife should look like. Now then, just what do you think I can do?
Well, I don't know, frankly.
And just as frankly, even though you have come to me as a family friend and your husband's superior officer, I feel a little presumptuous in interfering in such a very personal matter.
But wouldn't an open faculty scandal concern this college rather directly, Doctor?
Do you intend to cause one, Mrs. Gerhardt?
Oh, I certainly do not. The fewer people who know about this, the happier I'll be. But these affairs always start gossip, Doctor. Oh, if I can merely drag Hans back to his senses and his old Egyptian bones, I'll never mention it again. I don't want any melodrama. I just want that sweet old goop of mine to stop making an idiot of himself. And of me.
Well, this role is an unfamiliar one to me, Mrs. Gerhardt, but give me a few days to see what I can do. And thank you for the absence of hysterics. You're a very well-adjusted woman.
Oh, thank you. I don't think I'm completely unemotional about this, Doctor, because I don't fling myself about the campus clutching a bunch of tear-stained violets. But I haven't been sleeping very well either.
It's quite understandable, I'm sure.
Good night, Doctor, and thank you for listening to me.
Good night, Mrs. Gerhardt. The cloistered life of a college president. Dr. William Todhunter Hall. Alias Beatrice Fairfax, alias Willie the Snoop. Just how does one go about cherching la femme? Does one...
Toddy, what on earth are you muttering about?
Please, Victoria, I'm on a case.
You act more as though you just finished one. Is it something to do with Mrs. Gerhardt?
Yes, quite something indeed. And the splendid advice which you are about to give me, I hope, will ease my conscience for violating Mrs. Gerhardt's confidence.
Well, you haven't violated yet, Willem, so please do. I'll be the close-mouthed, faithful secretary in love with the boss. What's the caper, Chief?
Caper, in this instance, is extremely apt. Professor Gerhardt is capering. He shows unmistakable evidence of matrimonial deviation.
Oh, my goodness. Have you any idea what direction he's taken?
Oh, that's what I'd like to find out. I don't know what I'll do about it when I do find out, but... Oh, Vicky, do I appeal to you as a blue-nosed reformer? A censor of other people's private lives?
No, Toddy. You just appeal to me.
As?
Nothing. You just appeal to me. Do I appeal to you?
Oh, with an increasing intensity which is a little frightening.
Well, it doesn't frighten me. I can walk right up to it. See? I'm brave, huh?
Ah, Vicky, darling, I do love you dearly, but you're taking my mind off the Gerhardt case. And you haven't answered my question.
What question? Oh, yes. You mean how to put the finger on the hussy that's making a pigeon a pyramid boy?
Oh, Vicky, please. I'd almost prefer profanity from you.
Oh, all right.
No. I said almost. Now, let's be sensible. After all, the matter holds very little gaiety for Mrs. Gerhardt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Todd. Of course it does. Well, now, let me see. If I wanted to find the woman my husband is... Why, William, it's obvious.
Well, not to me, I'm afraid. You have an idea?
I have the idea. It's no use being modest about it.
Well, would you mind telling me just
Look,
exactly...
Toddy, this is a scandal in the making. What goes hand in hand, skipping along with scandal? Gossip. Who's the greatest gossip within 500 miles of Ivy College?
Doc Fish, the barber. Vicky, I knew you didn't win those chess games by pure beginner's luck. You have an IQ of at least 750.
When I get to 900, I'll sell. Look, here's the telephone. Go on, call Doc Fish. He closes at 6, and it must be almost that now.
Hello, Doc. This is Dr. Hall. Doc, you know everything that goes on around here, besides the things you invent, and wait a moment. Is there anyone else in the shop? Good. Doc, where does Professor Gerhardt go on his nights off? Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is maddening.
What was that street number again? Mm-hmm. All right, thank you, Doc. Thank you very, very much. Goodbye. Ah, what a filthy old world this would be if it weren't for gossips like Doc Fish who keep their ears to the ground picking up all the dirt.
Well, what did he say? I mean, he knew, of course.
Of course. Where's my hat, Vicky?
I don't know. What do you want with it?
Well, I'm about to call on a mysterious widow who lives at 1245 Foster Avenue. Now, if I'm not back in an hour, I shall probably come wandering in at 4 a.m., reeking of sandalwood and stained with mascara. Pray for me, Vicky. Pray that I may withstand the lure of this unknown woman.
Pray for you. I'm praying for me. Now, get along, Private Eye. And if you should look up from your white bearskin rug past your long ivory cigarette holder and see a woman lurking in the shrubbery, well, 3 guesses.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, in just a moment. But first, let's hear the story of a curious photographer who missed the picture and developed a liking for Schlitz beer.
Well, I specialize in weddings, family portraits, and graduation pictures. Some people are kind enough to say my photography is inspired, but actually there's more toil than talent in it. You take that family I photographed last week. Now, you'll admit a fidgeting child is not fair game for a photographer. And in this particular family, there were 3, plus 2 adults who seemed to regard the camera as a deadly weapon to be watched with tense suspicion. Well, with much patience and perspiration, I worked to get the family properly posed. And just as I had them smiling broadly and was about to snap the picture, a figure carrying a tray of Schlitz beer came into focus. Well, I started to indulge myself in a little artistic temperament at this interruption when I discovered there was an extra bottle of Schlitz in the tray for me. Well, in the face of such unexpected hospitality, I could hardly stay angry. I took the bottle of Schlitz that was offered me and poured myself a glass. Well, I had never tasted Schlitz before, in spite of all the good things I had heard about it, and I was mighty curious to see whether this much-talked-of beer really lived up to its reputation. I took one swallow, then another just to make sure, and came to a swift conclusion. If Schlitz tastes as good to others as it does to me, then I say it's no wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
As we return to Ivy, we find Dr. Hall walking briskly along the street on the far side of the town. He's on his way to make a personal investigation of one point of a faculty triangle.
Ridiculous mission for a college president. Peeping and prying into the amours of a reputable professor. Who am I to police the morals of my fellow men? Simply because I'm no Lothario myself, must I waggle a censorious finger?
Evening, sir.
Oh. Hello there, officer. Pleasant evening, isn't it?
It is that. You're Dr. Hall from the college, aren't you?
Yes, I am. And I don't know whether to be flattered or disturbed at being recognized so promptly by the city police.
Oh, you're better known than you think, Doc. There's a police circular of you pinned up in my son's room.
A police circular of me? Well, really, officer, I can't quite remember ever being the object of your official attention. What was my crime?
Desertion.
Oh.
The students at Ivy, and my son is one of them, thought you were going to quit as president a few months ago.
I'll admit there was some discussion of the matter among the governing board, but my departure would have been quite involuntary, I assure you.
Well, the kids were kind of upset about it, so they got out circulars with your picture and description on them, like regular police jobs. We call them readers. They says, wanted for desertion, William Toad Hunter Hall.
Todd Hunter, family name.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess all the students was glad you stayed, Doc. My kid thinks you're the nuts.
Well, thank you for both the sentiment and the use of the definite article. By the way, officer, how far is Foster Avenue?
3 streets farther than the way you were going, Doc. What number?
It's in the 1200s.
Well, turn right on Foster, and it's the second block.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, it's a pleasure to be of service to the husband of a wife like yours, Doc.
Oh, you know Mrs. Hall?
Well, my son and his wife do. One day she got took to the hospital, and he had to go with her. Your wife sat with the baby. Wouldn't take anything for it either.
Well, I shall have to speak to her about that. She'll never get anywhere that way. By the way, I hope it was nothing serious with your daughter-in-law?
Oh, no, just another baby. Well, good night, Doc.
Good night, officer. Now, let me see. Number 1, 2, 4, 5. Here we are. And I wish I could think of one sound, sensible reason for being here. But as Vicky always says, when things don't add up, ad lib. Well, bless my romantic soul, a British door knocker. Exactly like the one on Vicky's flat in London. The lion and the unicorn fighting for the crown. Well, oh, how that takes me back to the first night when I was a love-smitten professor and had the consummate gall to hope that a star of the London theater would look favorably on my intentions. Is your landlady usually this difficult to rouse?
Always. As a matter of fact, I don't think the poor soul has ever been awake since she was hit on the head at a coconut shy as a child.
Hit on the head at a what?
A coconut shy. They have them at all the fairs.
Oh.
A man sticks his head through a hole in the canvas, and people pay to throw coconuts at him. But don't they have those in America?
Oh, yes, indeed. In fact, I doubt if there is any civilized country where commercial assault and battery is more advanced. I merely fail to recognize the name. In America, we call them African Dodgers.
African Dodgers?
Yes.
How odd. Coconut shy is the proper term, of course.
Oh, of course. And African Dodger is seldom used in America anymore. There's a highly commendable trend away from using social symbols as targets for violence. You see, my country is just emerging from its pioneer status, Victoria. It's growing up. But there are still some regrettable antagonisms. I think that your wise understanding of minority groups is one of the 2 things I admire most about England.
What's the other thing?
You, if I may say so.
Well, of course you may say so. I love to have you think well about us and about me. What do you suppose has happened to Mrs. Tolliver? Oh, knock again, please.
Well, don't you ever carry a key?
Oh, always. And I always leave it in my dressing room. I think I must have half a pound of them there by now. I'm a very skittery-minded girl, William. You'll learn that in time.
In time? You mean, then, that this won't be the last? I mean, then I may see you and bring you home again sometime?
Well, if American enterprise is up to it, and if you wouldn't think my typical British reserve was crumbling too fast, how about tomorrow night?
Vicky, my darling, I'm sorry. I had no right to say that.
Didn't you? My darling?
Oh, Vicky. You're giving me the loveliest evening of my whole life. If this door never opens, and I'm beginning to hope it doesn't, this doorstep will become more sacred to me than all the stones in Westminster Abbey. If Mrs. Bolivar never comes...
Tolliver.
Well, if Mrs. Tolliver never comes, Oh, hello, Mrs. Tolliver. How is your coconut? I mean your head. I hope we didn't wake you up. Miss Crumble and she forgot a key again.
I beg your pardon. Whom did you wish to see?
See? Why, we just... I'm sorry. I was thinking of something else. Are you Mrs. Reed?
Yes.
I am Dr. Hall of Ivy College. I'm sorry to intrude, Mrs. Reed, but may I have a few words with you?
Of course, Doctor. Please come in. Sit over there, Dr. Hall. I'm very glad to meet you. Professor Gerhardt talks
so much about you.
Oh, yes, Professor Gerhardt, yes. I heard from a friend that he visited you quite frequently, and I was just passing by, so... I beg your pardon. You are Mrs. Reed?
Yes. I'm Mrs. Reed, Doctor.
I was expecting to see rather a... have you a daughter, Mrs. Reed?
Oh, no, Doctor. I have no daughter. And now, may I ask you a question?
Of course, please do.
Are you helping to take the census?
Oh, no. No, Mrs. Reed. No, I'm not.
Then may I ask the purpose of this visit?
Well, this is quite an intrusion, Mrs. Reed, but if I may impose on you, could you tell me if you expect Professor Gerhardt tonight?
I'm afraid, Dr. Hall, that I... Oh, that's Professor Gerhardt, Doctor, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, come in, Grandmother. Please come in. You're just in time to tell us goodbye. Christine and I were just leaving for the theater. Eh, Christine?
Yes. And Uncle Hans gave me a beautiful diamond necklace to wear, too. Look, Nana.
The crown jewels of a nation. Imagination. And after the theater, Christine and I... Is there something wrong, Grandmother?
Professor, a friend of yours is here.
A friend of mine? Surely there must be some mistake. None of my friends know... Dr. Hall. Well, this is a surprise.
And an intrusion, I fear.
Christine, may I present Dr. Hall? Dr. Hall, my very, very dear friend, Miss Leslie.
Good afternoon, Miss Leslie. You don't know how I've looked forward to meeting you.
Hi, Dr. Hall. Uncle Hans and I were just playing games, you know. I can't walk.
Well, in games, Christine, you don't have to walk. You can just be places.
That's what Uncle Hans always says, too. Last week we flew up to the moon, didn't we? I had a new hat to wear, and I had on some lipstick. Only Uncle Hans said I looked more like an Indian on the warpath. And tonight we're going to the theater. Not really, you know, just make-believe.
Yes, I know, Christine. I made believe I was at the theater tonight, only my last act was all wrong. It was about a man and his wife, and the wife thought her husband didn't love her anymore because he was away from home so much. She didn't realize that he's extremely sentimental and a little ashamed of it. And he loves children. And, well, I don't want to give away the entire plot, so...
I think that I know the plot, Doctor. Is there a college president in it? One who is so fond of his friends that he permits his affections for them to make a sausage of himself on their behalf?
That's the one, yes. It's called Where Angels Fear to Tread, or William Redface Hall Rides Again. So, as long as you know the plot, Hans, I better be running along.
No, perhaps I'd better go too, eh, Liebchen? If your grandmother... Where is Mrs. Reed?
I think she left, Hans. Minding her own business, no doubt, and setting a good example for a nosy college president.
Nonsense, Doctor. You were being most friendly. I like you for it. I should have explained this whole thing to... But no, I had a reason. Christine, say goodnight to Dr. Hall. I'm taking him home. He's easily confused, and I don't want him to get lost going back. Good night, little one.
Good night, Uncle Hans. Come again soon. Good night, Dr. Hall.
Good night, Miss Leslie. May I come again?
Oh, sure. Can you play games?
Well, not as well as Uncle Hans, but I'm learning.
Toddy, darling, why didn't the silly man tell his wife he was simply visiting this child?
He explained that to me coming home, Vicky. You know, the Gerhardts are childless. He wants to adopt Christine. But he wanted to be sure first that she liked him. Then he was going to surprise his wife.
Maybe she wouldn't feel the same way about it.
Mrs. Gerhardt? Oh, the one who was always picking up stray puppies, mending the wings of sparrows, and otherwise making a sentimental angel of herself. No, I think we can trust Hans's judgment on that. Oh, Vicky, I am an impulsive, snooping Batinsky.
Oh, no, you're not. Well, you merely took dictation from your heart and couldn't read your own shorthand. Your intentions were absolutely right.
Yes, but my methods were wrong. Instead of dashing out of here all prepared to brand some brazen woman as a marital interloper, I should have gone direct to Hans.
Well, then he'd have called you an outrageous busybody and thrown you out, and you wouldn't have solved a thing.
Well, I haven't solved anything anyway. Well, maybe I did help bring matters to a head. Mrs. Gerhardt might have taken some regrettable action.
Of course. You just go on being impulsive, Toddy. Reason and logic, they're beautiful things, I know. But anyone with impulses as nice as yours can't go far wrong.
Oh, Vicky, my sweet, you are a comfort. But I am somewhat inclined to hasty action for causes which I think are right. And when I saw that child tonight, with her little twisted body and her bright and eager face, I thanked whatever gods may be that I am hasty. To meet so much gaiety and courage in so small a package was well worth any idiocy on my part. Now, where did I put that jackknife?
Jackknife? That's about as fast a switch as I've ever heard.
Not at all, my dear. No one can play mumbly peg without a jackknife.
But I never heard of mumbly peg. What is it?
One of our great national games. I haven't played it since I was a very small boy. Now sit down on the floor, Vicky.
I will not.
Look, I promised a certain young lady I would learn some games, and you can't play mumbly peg standing up. Now sit down.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Ladies and gentlemen, the little girl in our story is only one of the many crippled children who are condemned to walk and play only in their imaginations. But there is an organization dedicated to commuting the life sentences of these children, yes, and grown-ups, too. The National Society for Crippled Children and Adults.
Through its Easter Seal campaign, now underway, it is acting as your agent in doing what it can to restore these children to normal life and activity. Buy Easter Seals and contribute to this cause as generously as you can. Send a check or money order to Crippled Children, Box 5050, Chicago, Illinois.
It's an easy number to remember, 5050, Chicago, Illinois. Thank you and good night.
Good night, everybody.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Hans Conried, Dick LeGrand, Florence Walcott, and Ann Whitfield. Tonight's script was written by Don Quinn and Walter Brown Newman. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Next, it's We the People over most of these NBC stations.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Frank Behrens.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know there are many times when you feel completely fed up with radio commercials, especially cigarette commercials that don't give you credit for having a mind of your own, that talk to you as if you were a 12-year-old. And I know you've often wished that someday a sponsor would come along and give you what you really want. Not jingles or double talk or wild claims, but the simple facts and a fair opportunity to use your own intelligence, your own common sense, to make your own decision about the product. In a moment, I know you will hear a Philip Morris program. You will notice that at no time in that program will your intelligence be insulted by fictitious surveys or paid testimonials or song and dance sales talks. I'd like to make one thing clear. You hear all kinds of claims about honesty in advertising, all kinds of claims about the number of smokers who have switched to a particular cigarette. Now, the real fact, The true fact is simply this. In the past 3 years, Philip Morris gained more smokers than all other leading brands combined. No other cigarette can make that statement. This outstanding record by Philip Morris is confirmed by the published estimates of Harry M. Wooten, consultant on the tobacco industry, and is based on the highest authority, official releases of the United States government. Thank you.
Now, Philip Morris presents Frances Langford and Lew Parker, starring in Philip Rapp's humorous creation, The Bickersons, produced and broadcast, transcribed from Hollywood. Now, here is Lew Parker as Lew Parker.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Frances Langford, in her other role as the Purple Heart Girl, and much more like her real self, has volunteered to sing any song requested by the boys of our armed services. This week, we were really bombarded with mail for one of our outstanding favorites. So, Frances?
Yes, Lou?
For about 65 GIs, would you sing exactly like you?
I'd be glad to sing it for 65,000 of them, Lou. So, with the help of Tony Romano and his orchestra, this is for you, fellas. I know why I've waited, know why I've been blue. Prayed each night for someone exactly like you. Why should we spend money on a show or two? No one does those love scenes exactly like you. You make me feel so grand. I wanna hand the world to you. You seem to understand each foolish little dream I'm dreaming, scheme I'm scheming. I know why my mama taught me to be true. She made me for someone exactly like you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, here are Frances Langford and Lew Parker as John and Blanche Bickerson in The Honeymoon is Over.
John?
Wait a minute.
Come on out from under that car. I want to talk to you. John!
What do you want, Blanche?
Where's Nature Boy?
Who?
The cat. I haven't seen him all morning. I think he's lost.
He's not lost. He's under the car with me.
Where? That black alley cat isn't ours. Nature Boy has a golden coat.
That's him. I've been petting him.
You mean you've been wiping your hands on him? You ought to be ashamed of yourself, John Bickerson.
Well, he had no business to come sniffing around while I was changing the brake fluid.
Fine way you picked to spend your vacation. Under a car.
I'm trying to fix it so we can go for a ride.
I don't want to ride in this thing. You've got a whole week off from your job. Why don't you do something with it?
What do you want me to do?
Go down and collect your unemployment insurance.
I can't do that. You know I'm getting paid while I'm on my vacation.
Well, you're not getting as much as you'd get from the Unemployment Bureau.
I can't help it.
Why can't you quit your job for a week and collect?
If I quit for a minute, they'd never take me back. Vacuum cleaner salesmen are a dime a dozen.
Stop waving that oil can around. It's pouring all over the seat. Wipe it up, John.
Okay, hand me that cat.
You leave him alone. How much longer are you going to be?
I'm almost finished. Grab hold of that wire, will you, Blanche?
This one?
Yeah. Feel anything?
No, why?
Nothing. I just wanted to see if it was connected to the battery.
John Dickerson!
Oh, take it easy. The battery is dead anyhow.
Now, you're not going to get a new one. You've squandered enough money on this car.
What are you talking about? The only things I bought in the last 2 years are a windshield wiper and a crank handle.
If you didn't throw money away on all those fancy accessories, you could afford a decent car.
Nothing wrong with this car. Anybody will tell you that 1932 was a great year for Essex. Better move, Blanche, unless you want to get this paint over you.
Are you going to paint the tires?
I have to. The tubes are showing through.
John, if you take my advice, you'll trade this thing in.
I'm not making any trades unless I can get a good deal.
Well, how do you know you can't? Have you tried the Smiling Irishman?
I tried the Smiling Irishman.
What did he say?
He didn't say anything. He laughed out loud.
Because you're not a good salesman. I'll bet my brother-in-law, Barney, could make a good trade for you.
Barney.
Barney's a shrewd businessman.
Yeah.
He can get things from people.
He got plenty for me, all right.
I wish you were more like him. Barney makes good everywhere he goes. Even when he was in the Army, he worked himself up to a field marshal.
He worked himself up to a buck private.
How can you say that? You know very well we got word that he was made a field marshal.
He was a private, and he was court-martialed. Not field marshal.
Well, what's the difference? Court-martial, field marshal. Stop wasting your time with that pile of junk and come in and have your lunch.
Later.
But your creamed anchovies are getting cold.
I don't want any creamed anchovies. Throw them away.
I will not. I've got a good mind to eat them myself.
Fine.
If I get indigestion, it's your fault.
Hi, Blanche.
Barney, how did you get in here? The front door was locked.
I had a key made.
What'd you do that for?
For your own protection, Blanche. I always check my friends' apartments for prowlers when they're not home.
Prowlers?
Yeah. And let me warn you, never hide money in the sugar bowl when you're not home, Blanche, because that's the first place a crook looks.
How did you know I had money in the sugar bowl?
I just guessed it.
Well, it's only $4.
$3.65. Listen, Blanche, have you decided yet where you're going to spend John's vacation?
Not yet. Why?
Well, I'm in the real estate business now, you know.
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, just a few exclusive summer rentals. I'm the sole agent for Leo Gooseby's summer cottage. Have you ever seen it?
No.
It would be perfect for you and John. Every modern convenience. Wood stove, oil lamps, and you don't have to go very far for water. It's right in the edge of a swamp.
Swamp? I heard it was near a lake.
It was, but it dried up. They've got the most beautiful cactus there now.
Well, Barney, I don't
You can have the dump for $25 and I'll waive my commission.
Well, that is a bargain. But I don't know. John hates the country.
He don't know what's good for him. The country's healthy, and the altitude might cure his snoring.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't slept a single night in 4 months.
You sure look it. Believe me, I'm thinking of your health, and I won't make a dime on the deal.
Well, I know it would be good for John if he'd only try it, but how am I going to get him up there?
Oh, that's easy. Get him to give you a driving lesson, and while you're driving, keep driving right up to the Gooseby's.
Barney, you've got the most wonderful, conniving brain.
Oh, it's nothing. I'll notify Leo that you're going up there. So long, Blanche.
Thanks, Barney.
Oh, by the way, Blanche, as long as you're going to be away for a week, do you mind if I use your apartment?
What for?
Well, you see, I'm throwing a big poker party tonight for the gang from the United Nations pool hall.
Well, I don't think John would like it.
Blanche, what he don't know won't hurt him. Besides, I'll cut you in on my poker winnings.
Well, I could use the money. How do you know you're going to win?
We're using my cards.
Here, John, put these in the back seat.
Blanche, you're only going to drive around the block. What do you want with 3 suitcases?
I'm taking them to the laundry.
What for? They're not dirty.
The laundry's inside. Well, you're going to teach me to drive, or aren't you?
Get in.
All right. What do I do?
Shift the first, let out the clutch, and feed the gas slowly. Have you got that?
Yes.
Start the car.
Seat's too far back.
It's not too far back.
But I can't see the radiator cap.
Why do you want to see the radiator cap?
How else can I aim it?
You steer it. You don't aim it. It's not a weapon. Let's go.
Don't rush me. Now, let's see. Put the clutch in. Shift to first. Let the clutch up. Easy. Speed gas. There. Well, why aren't we moving?
You didn't start the motor.
What motor?
The one that comes with the car. What do you mean, what motor?
Don't snap at me.
I'm not snapping. Start the car.
Oh, all right.
Wait a minute. Stop. Stop. Stop.
What's wrong? Am I going too fast?
You're not moving. Take your foot off. The motor won't start unless you turn on the ignition.
Where's the ignition?
On the dashboard there. The key is in it.
Why do you have to lock it? Nobody's going to steal your ignition. How's that?
Wonderful. Now put it in first. Let the clutch out easy and you'll roll slowly and smoothly. There. Now make a right turn.
John, I'm doing so well. Why can't I keep driving straight?
Because you'll be on the highway in 2 minutes.
Well, that's all right. I know a good wide driveway I can turn around in.
What driveway?
At the Gooseby Summer Cottage.
Are you out of your mind? They're 100 miles from here.
47. I looked it up on the map.
I don't care if they're around the corner. I'm not ruining my vacation by visiting the Goosebees. Move over. I'll turn the car around.
Now, wait a minute, John. I'm only doing this for you.
What are you talking about?
Well, it's business. The Goosebees need a vacuum cleaner.
You know how I hate the... They need a vacuum cleaner, huh?
Yes, and this is your chance to sell them one.
Well, why didn't you tell me right away?
Well, I didn't think of it till now. Aren't the Goosebees fortunate to have a summer cottage?
It serves them right.
I wish we had a place in the country. It's so nice and healthy.
Not for me. The altitude is bad for my sinus.
What do you mean?
Makes me snore like the devil.
Leave the dishes on the sink, Blanche. You can wash them after you make the coffee.
All right, Gloria.
Well, how did John like the idea of renting our cottage?
Haven't told him yet.
Let's go tell him.
John, take that vacuum cleaner off the table. You're sucking up the sauerkraut.
Just trying to show Leo how it picks up breadcrumbs.
I'm convinced. Now, I suppose you folks are anxious to see the rest of the house?
Not particularly. Now, this cleaner
Come on,
has
Blanche,
a...
I'll show you around. You'll love the bathroom. It's just a short way down the road.
Well, John, what do you think of my place?
Lots of insects, huh?
Oh, just mosquitoes. But when the rain stops, they go outside.
Mm-hmm.
You know, John, they don't build places like this anymore. This interior is solid beaver board.
Where's the wall plug? I'd like to show you how this thing works.
Now, please, Bickerson, not again. You're acting like a man that's trying to sell me a vacuum cleaner.
Huh?
You're a little late, old man. Last Friday, your brother-in-law sold me one wholesale.
He did? Wait here a minute, Leo. Blanche! Blanche!
What's wrong, John?
Where did Bonnie get a vacuum cleaner?
He borrowed ours last Thursday. Why?
He sold it to Leo on Friday.
Wonderful. Are you going to get him a commission?
I'm going to fracture his skull. Blanche, why did you tell me the Goosebees needed a vacuum cleaner?
Well, it was the only way I could get you up here.
What did I want to get up here for?
John, I just wanted you to see the place. We're going to rent it for a week.
Get in the car.
Well, now, wait a minute, John. We can't leave now.
Are you coming with me or not?
John, listen to me, John. You can't drive home now.
I wouldn't stay here for $1 million.
You said yourself the tires were so thin you could see the tube.
Who cares? I've got a spare in the trunk.
No, you haven't. I took it out to make room for the vacuum cleaner.
Blanche, you didn't. We're 50 miles from home. Do you realize what could happen without a spare tire?
What was that?
I don't know, but I hope I'm shot.
In a moment, we'll rejoin the Bickersons. Right now, it's time to join our roving reporter, Bob Pfeiffer, for the story of his interview with an actual smoker in Alexandria, Virginia. Okay, Bob Pfeiffer.
Hello there. This is Bob Pfeiffer. While we've been setting up our microphone here in Alexandria, Virginia, Frank Higgins, my assistant, has been locating a volunteer to try the Philip Morris nose test. Are we all set now, Frank?
All set, Bob. Bob, I'd like you to meet Mr. H.M. Cornell from Alexandria, Virginia. Mr. Cornell is not a Philip Morris smoker.
Thank you, Frank. How do you do, Mr. Cornell?
How do you do, Bob?
About the test now, sir, I'd like to ask you one favor. For obvious reasons, we don't want you to refer to your present cigarette by its brand name. Is that okay?
That's perfectly all right, yes.
Now, Mr. Cornell, let me offer you a Philip Morris cigarette. Do you have one of your own handy?
I do, yes.
All right, sir, then we're all set. Which one would you like to try first?
I'll try the Philip Morris first.
Philip Morris first? All right, I'll give you a light. Then I want you to take a puff, do not inhale, and slowly let the smoke come through your nose. That's fine, Mr. Cornell. That was the Philip Morris first, right?
That was right.
Now let's try exactly the same test with your own cigarette, which I notice is also one of the leading brands. Here's a light, sir. Remember, take a puff, do not inhale, slowly let the smoke come through your nose. That's the way, sir. Now, by your own choice, you tried the Philip Morris first, then you tried your own cigarette, and you made exactly the same test both times. Did you notice any difference between the two?
Yes, I did. The Philip Morris was much milder than my own brand.
The Philip Morris was much milder than your own brand?
Yes, it was.
Well, Mr. Cornell, you've just confirmed the judgment of thousands of other smokers who've also found that Philip Morris is milder. Thank you so much, sir.
Remember this. The test you just heard is entirely voluntary, and no payment whatsoever is made for any statement in the interview. Yes, try this test. Believe in yourself, and you too will believe in Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette. And now, the Bickersons.
Well, Blanche Bickerson's well-meant plan to spend a week in the country has turned into a nightmare. After wasting 3 hours trying to fix a blowout on his car, poor husband John has graciously accepted the Goosebys' snarling invitation to spend the night. Unfortunately, the sadly unequipped cabin leaves much to be desired in the way of sleeping accommodations. So the Bickersons have retired. John is sleeping with Leo Gooseby on the porch, while Blanche doubles up with Gloria. Listen.
Are you asleep, Gloria? No. Oh, I hate to impose on you this way. Are you sure you wouldn't rather double up with Leo?
I'd sooner see Leo double up by himself.
Oh, John's not sleeping anyway. He's got the most awful condition, Gloria. He's some rare kind of insomnia and keeps us both awake all night. I can just see him lying in that strange bed with Leo, tossing and struggling to get...
Must be kidding. Oh, brother. That's enough for me. Hey, Bickerson. John! John!
Yes, dear.
Sit up. What's the matter with you, John?
Matter? What's the matter? What's the matter with you, Blanche? You look horrible.
I'm not Blanche, I'm Leo.
Oh, go to sleep, Leo.
I can't sleep. The only reason I'm in here is because I had a beef with Gloria. But if I had known that you snore like that...
Not so loud, Leo. You'll wake up the dames. First thing you know, you'll have Blanche in here, and then nobody will sleep.
What's the matter? Don't you two get along either?
Get along fine.
I don't know. My whole marriage is one big beef. John... do you ever have words with your wife?
Lots of them, but I never get a chance to use them. Good night.
Oh, nuts, I'm getting out of here. I'm going to sleep in my own room.
Who is it?
It's me, Leo. I want to sleep in there.
Won't it be too crowded?
You better go in with your husband, Blanche. He's blasting my ears off.
Well, turn around while I put my robe on. I knew this setup was no good. Good night. John Bickerson, cut it out. Stop it.
Stop it. What the devil's the matter with you, Leo? You keep waking me up like that nagging wife of mine. You're even beginning to look like it. What are you wearing that pink nightgown with... Blanche! What happened? Where's Leo?
You blasted him out of here.
Put out the light.
I will not. I haven't closed my eyes.
Close them.
Can't. I'm worried about the animals at home. Hope you locked the back door. Cat got out 3 times last week.
Cat won't get out tonight.
Where'd you put him?
In the bird cage.
In the bird cage? Where's the canary?
In the cat.
John Dickinson!
Stop knocking yourself out. Nothing happened to the canary, and the cat's fast asleep in the oven.
Don't scare me like that. Are you sure all the animals are taken care of?
I'm sure.
Well, how about the fish bowl? Did you heat up the water for the new baby goldfish?
I heated his water, gave him his pablum, burped him twice, and changed his diaper. Now, will you please put out the lights and let me sleep?
You'd have been asleep a long time ago if it hadn't been for your snoring.
Can I help it if I snore?
Yes, you can. Dr. Hersey says you snore because you have a long uvula and it flutters against your palate.
Put out the lights.
He says he can fix it with a very simple operation. Why don't you let him fix it, John?
I'll go see him next week.
You say it, but you won't do it. Do it now.
What?
Go on, get up and let Dr. Hersey pull out your uvula.
Are you out of your mind, Blanche? It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm not going to let that broken-down horse doctor hack off my uvula.
He doesn't hack, he snips.
I don't care if he knocks it off with a hockey stick. Nobody's going to fool around with my uvula. Put out the lights.
Try and come up here in your broken-down car. It's all your fault.
My fault? You had some scheming plan to rent this place. I said I didn't want to come.
I spent the most miserable 3 hours in that room with Gloria. She talked so much I got hoarse listening. She kept trying to pry into our private affairs, but I told her off in no uncertain terms. Believe me, I was outspoken.
I don't believe it.
What do you mean?
Nobody can outspeak you.
Well, I have to talk sometimes. You do plenty of talking. You sure jabbered away with Gloria. Give anything to know what you were talking about.
Blanche, they can hear you in the other room.
I don't care. I saw you two at the dinner table playing footsies.
Footsies?
Yes, footsies.
I wasn't playing footsies. I was reaching for my shoe under the table, and I accidentally brushed against Gloria's cat.
What were you doing with your shoes off?
I had a bottle of bourbon strapped to my leg, and I was trying to pull the cork out with my toes. Are you satisfied?
The gown that woman wore tonight. She ought to be arrested. But you loved it, didn't you?
Now, don't start that.
Anybody could look pretty with the money she spends on clothes. Every time Leo wants a kiss, he has to buy her a new dress. Believe me, you're fortunate you've got a cheap wife like me.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
You were married to Gloria Gooseby. You have to pay for her kisses.
I'm not married to her, and I get them for nothing.
What?
I mean, I hate Gloria Gooseby.
Go out of my way to make myself attractive for you, but it's just a waste of time. It's been years since you paid me a compliment.
Blanche, you're the most charming, gifted, beautiful, and sensible wife in the whole world.
But you don't love me.
I must love you. Who else would put up with you?
The way you talk, you think you saved me from being an old maid. I had more boyfriends than any of the girls in our crowd. I could have married any 6 of them.
Yep.
I had my pick.
And they had their shovels.
They did not. They were the wealthiest, handsomest, most intelligent boys in town.
Then why did you marry me?
For spite.
What'd you have to spite me for?
It wasn't you. It was another man.
Well, you killed 2 birds with 1 stone.
All those promises you made. Before you married me, you told me you were well off.
I was, but I didn't know it.
I knew it. You're sorry you married me. I can see it in every word you utter. You hate me.
Oh, I don't hate you.
Well, you don't love me.
You know I do.
Well, you never say it.
I say it 1,000,000 times a day. What do you want me to do, carry a sign?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take my next week's salary and hire a skywriter to write the words in the sky.
Honest, John?
No, Madman Bickerson. Leave me alone and let me go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
Why not?
I'm never able to sleep in a strange place. I'll be up all night.
All right.
John, what are you doing?
I'm packing. Get dressed. We're going home.
Home? We can't go home.
Why can't we?
We have a flat tire and there's no spare.
What do I care? We ride home on the rims. Come on, Blanche.
Now, wait a minute, John. You're so tired you can't see straight. You might fall asleep at the wheel.
Yeah. It's worth a try. made it. Now we can get some sleep.
Wait, John. Before you go in the house, just answer one question. Do you love me?
Oh, Blanche.
Please, I've got to know. Do you love me, John?
Yes, I love you. Now get the bags and let's go in. Wait a minute. Who left that light burning in the living room?
I didn't. Must be prowlers.
Prowlers?
Yes. We better not go in there, John. Let's go to a hotel and sleep. They might be gone by the time we get back.
If there's anyone in there, I'll take care of them. Give me that jack handle.
No, wait, John. I might as well confess. I loaned the apartment to Barney for a poker game with a bunch of his pool room friends.
What did you do that for?
Well, don't scream at me. I didn't want to lend it to him. Barney talked me into it.
He did, huh? Well, I'll take care of Barney and that bunch of bums.
What are you going to do, John?
I'm going to throw them out one by one. You stand here and start counting as they come flying out.
One.
Stop counting, Blanche. It's me.
In a moment, Francis Langford and Lew Parker will return for a curtain call. But first, may I make a friendly suggestion? You've heard the Philip Morris nose test. You've heard that Philip Morris is less irritating. Why not try that test? We believe you'll find that Philip Morris is not only less irritating, but also more enjoyable, smoother, better tasting than any other cigarette. And now, once again, here are John and Blanche Bickerson as Francis Langford and Lew Parker.
Lou, before I forget, I've been meaning to invite you out to my house. Why don't you come over tomorrow and spend the day with us?
Oh, thanks, Francis, but I can't make it tomorrow. You see, I've got a club meeting.
Well, how about Thursday or Friday?
Sorry, club meeting.
Every day?
Except Sunday and Monday.
Well, what sort of a club is it, Lou?
Well, just a bunch of fellas get together and we pay our dues and then go home.
Sounds weird. If you pay dues every day, you must really have a beautiful clubhouse.
You should see it. It's called Hollywood Park. If you're ever in the neighborhood sometime, drop in and see us.
Good night, Lou.
Good night, Francis. Good night, everyone.
The Dickersons came to you transcribed from Hollywood, California. John Holbrook speaking.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.